You make your way to Committee Room 1.
I'm in the building.
Welcome,
Gord.
Councillor Fletcher. Yes, we know we've got
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm having a bit of an echo problem, so I've got my camera off, but staff could look at that. I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Councillor Fletcher. Could you just repeat that?
I've been having a very bad echo problem when my camera is on. I will try again, but that may be a problem for us this morning, Council.
Okay, thank you.
I'm trying again now, and I'm getting a lot of echoes.
Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting to order. Everyone behave in an orderly fashion. Good morning. My name is Councillor Gord Perks, and I am the Chair of the Toronto East York Community Council and will be chairing today's meeting. The clerk has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 4 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of Council and City staff participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall and Committee Room 1. Toronto City Hall is once again open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in Committee Room 1 today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The clerk's staff have connected remote public speakers to the meeting by video conference, and there are public speakers with us in the room today. Lots of them. Has someone got I'm hearing an echo. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the Clerk's meeting portal. The Clerk's IT staff will also be available to help members in the chamber and remotely if you need help with your devices. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute their microphones if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and to raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, I need now a motion to confirm the minutes of the meeting on February 23rd. Councillor Bravo, all those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Before doing today's agenda rundown, we're going to take about 10 minutes for a video presentation on the Toronto Community Champion Award. Recently, on March 20th, 2023, a ceremony was hosted for the 25 recipients of the Toronto Community Champion Award, 5 of them in Toronto East York, and 6 organizations that provide citywide services. The Toronto Community Champion Award is part of the Stronger Together program. That's T-O-Gether for those of you who like your branding, and was developed as an opportunity for residents to nominate and shine a spotlight on not-for-profit organizations across the city that made a positive and lasting impact on individuals and communities during the pandemic, particularly those in disproportionately affected communities. These groups have been the unsung heroes of the pandemic, pivoting and changing their approaches in order to meet the needs of their communities at the grassroots. At the March 20th ceremony, the award for organizations in Toronto East York was presented by Councillor Brad Bradford. The award for organizations that supported communities citywide was presented by Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. Here is a video presentation that highlights the wonderful work of not-for-profit organizations, including the recipients in the Toronto East York and citywide throughout the pandemic. Okay, if we can have the videos run then. Yeah, I'm still getting echo. You get to hear me twice. It's great. See? Okay, let's watch the video.
When I think about the pandemic and all that it meant to the residents of Toronto, I think some of the most significant things were the pace at which the situation with COVID-19 was evolving. Certainly in the early days, the situation would evolve even faster than day by day. We were seeing changes hour to hour, and I think the biggest challenge for our residents was having to keep pace with all of the changes, be it closures or new restrictions or new provisions and new instructions from the province, from the federal government and from the city. And our residents did a magnificent job of keeping up with all of that under the most extraordinary circumstances.
There was a lot of uncertainty at the outset of the pandemic. We were dealing with a brand new virus that we really didn't know very much about. We were trying to understand how it spread and who it was affecting. And on top of that, we had the pre-existing challenges of housing insecurity or overcrowding, access to food, access to appropriate levels of income. And these are the communities and the people that many of our not-for-profit organizations in Toronto are serving. I think what was most notable for the residents of Toronto is that there have always been inequities and challenges in the city around differential levels of access to income and access to the social determinants of health. But these were magnified and certainly worsened over the course of COVID-19.
Well, this pandemic touched everybody in very different ways. For some, it meant a loss of job. For others, it meant that they were very concerned about their own personal health. For others, about caring for loved ones. But you know, sometimes in a crisis, you really find out what you have in a community. We always know our not-for-profit community is a really strong part of the fabric of what makes Toronto a world-class city and a great place to live, work, play, and learn. But in the pandemic, we found that they're even more important than maybe we even knew.
And we also saw that there was a rise, a dramatic rise actually, in resident grassroots organizing outside of traditional agencies as people kept trying to figure out, how can I help?
I'll never forget watching this amazing, dedicated, selfless group of people come together literally to save lives and to make a difference in the lives of people they may have never met and they may never meet again. And to me, it represented everything that Toronto is.
Our not-for-profit organizations were there helping the helpers. They were the front line for the front line. They made sure that the most vulnerable members of our communities were fed, that they had access to medicine and vaccines when vaccines became available, and that they had access to safe spaces, places to shelter, and people to talk to. So to my mind, what not-for-profit organizations did in the pandemic response is answer the call, the highest call to citizenship, and to serve their community.
I will never stop being appreciative of the not-for-profits and the community organizations throughout the COVID pandemic. And I think the biggest challenges that they faced was dealing with all of this changing environment and having to immediately pivot and transform their service delivery models against this myriad of challenges and changes. And that was everything from physical restrictions, many of them having to move from business models that were designed to have people come to them and have to reverse that, where we're having to go to people. Just things like the lack of PPE availability and being able to source that, and changing income streams, and just so much. And I watched this collection of amazing organizations change and pivot and evolve and keep pace with a pandemic that none of us had ever imagined or seen before.
The Toronto Community Champion Award acknowledges, recognizes, and celebrates these heroes in our midst. Heroes who are our not-for-profit organizations throughout the city of Toronto. They stepped up in a remarkable way over the course of the year. They demonstrated the ultimate in selflessness and the ultimate in non-life citizenship. And I think that this is something that is truly worthy of celebration.
Downtown is a hub of community services that are primed to respond to community needs, and that was only exemplified during the pandemic in a number of ways.
The downtown core was an area that was challenging for a lot of ways. It's a dense area, lots of challenges related to social isolation, food security, housing. So we saw community organizations emerging, working with community to meet a variety of different needs related to those issues.
In the downtown core, you saw organizations that rallied around folks who were struggling with housing and shelter, and folks who were ending up in the shelter system as a result of intimate partner violence.
I have to say, the community leaders that are across the downtown core, we were able to learn very quickly from the community partners the most effective ways to engage and to connect. Of course, making more services and resources accessible to those residents through the downtown core partners.
There was just a myriad of hubs that responded to meet so many different community challenges at that time.
What we saw was a group of organizations that rose up within the context of that uncertainty as champions.
The Toronto Community Champion Award reflects the leadership of nonprofit sector partners, reflects their expertise and their understanding of the needs of community, and reflects their relationship to not only community, but to the city, to foundations, to business partners, to build a better understanding of how Toronto can support its residents in all times, but especially in the times that we had through the high points of COVID.
Thank you very much. Just a little note, I understand that during the running of that, someone in the room had their Bluetooth going. and that's why it kept getting interfered with. So if there's anyone monitoring the meeting who's a candidate for the Mayor of Toronto, you might want to put a line in your platform about investing in the city's audiovisual technology. I just want to take a moment and go through some of the recipients who are here today or not here. And if you'll hold your applause, we can give them all a round of applause when we get to the end. So the recipients for the Toronto East York area include the Bike Brigade, the FCJ Refugee Centre, the Fort York Food Bank, Reset, and the Stone Soup Network. Citywide awards include the Two-Spirited People of the First Nations, the Good Neighbour Project, the Neighbourhood Group Community Services, Silent Voice Canada, Toronto and York Regional Métis Council, and Wood Green. We can give, if you could stand up. Thank you so much for all the good work you've done in our city to help us get through the pandemic. Okay, now we will begin the formal part of the meeting. Members, one note before we start, we have quite a long agenda today with many, many people who want to share their thoughts with us. So I hope you brought your jammies and sleeping bags. One agenda thing that I want to do, item TE 4.36, which is the Ontario Place Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment. We have a very long list of deputants on that. So I am just, for the sake of convenience of people, going to say that we will do that one this afternoon. It will be after 1:30, somewhere 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, something like that. Okay? So if you're here to make a deputation on that item, you can, go enjoy one of the fine restaurants in the downtown area, or if you're online, have a nap, whatever it is. But we'll do that one later on in the afternoon. We'll start our rundown today at item TE 4.38, which is the road safety review, St. Mark's Road between Humbercrest Boulevard and Varsity Road. I'm going to move the staff recommendations on that. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries, with great thanks to the community and city staff for all the work on that. TE 4.39, intersection safety review, Broadview Avenue and Chester Road. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to put on my video and see if I'm getting feedback. And I'm not, so that's good. I'll also just say, as I indicated to you yesterday, that are you getting an echo there?
We are getting an echo in the room. That's not
okay,
you.
I'm
That's
turning
us.
my camera off. Sorry. Oh,
Don't
turn my camera off. And
no, it's not your camera. It's just the really high quality of audio visual here in the room.
All right. Starting again, thanks, Chair. I'd indicated that I would be going to an out-of-town funeral today, so I'll be leaving after lunch and will not be here for Ontario Place. As you've mentioned in the afternoon, I'll let you know I have a motion for Ontario Place, and as well for the 37 Gerard Carlaw North Transit-Oriented Community. And so just to advise you, my motions are there with staff. And having said that, I will move my motions for TE 4.39, please. Which the clerk has.
The only thing we have from you, Councillor, the only thing we have on this one, Councillor, is the staff recommendation that City Council rescind the existing prohibited pedestrian crossing, etc. Is that?
I have added Broadview crossing on the north side of Chester Hill. I'm sure that was sent in.
Yes, that's the recommendation from city staff.
Thank you. Then that's it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so on the staff recommendation, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.40, intersection safety review, Broadview Avenue and Mortimer Avenue at Pottery Road. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, received the report, but I would like more analysis based on a number of things. The motion is in there, Mr. Chair.
So you have a motion on this? Just take a moment. We're usually better at this, guys. Don't panic. It won't be like this all day. Okay, so there's the motion from Councillor Fletcher. Moving that, so we'll take the motion instead of the receipt recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.41, intersection safety review, Broadview Avenue at Torrens Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Receive for information, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.42, intersection safety, Coxwell Avenue and Mortimer Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Number of motions there, Mr. Chair, that have been submitted.
Yep. Those are your motions?
Yes.
Okay, on the motions by Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.43, Toronto Maple Leafs and Toronto Raptors playoff season, closure of Bremner Boulevard. Councillor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carried. We have a deputant on item 4.4, which is 196 Borden Street, so we'll hold that. Item TE 4.45, 225 Brunswick Avenue encroachment agreement, sunken building entrances and garbage disposal boxes appeal. Councillor Sachs. Councillor Sachs. You want me to hold that in your name? Okay. Okay. Item TE 4.46, 31 Oxford Street, encroachment agreement, basement walkout appeal. Councillor Sachs.
Please hold that one as well.
Okay.
And I'm happy to move 4.47. Move the staff recommendation.
One moment. Item TE 4.47, 60 Yorkville Avenue, encroachment appeal, canopy and terrace addition. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.48, 571 Dundas Street West, construction staging area. Councillor Malik.
Sorry, which item?
4.48.
Just going to double check. Yes. I move the staff recommendation.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.49, 135 through 143 Portland Street, construction staging area. Councillor Malik.
I move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.50, construction staging area time extension and traffic amendments, 375 through 381 Queen Street West at Peter Street. Councillor Malik.
I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.51, construction staging area TTC easier access program, Donland Station. Councillor Fletcher.
Approve the staff recommendations for the next phase of elevator construction, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. We have a deputant on item 4.52, so we'll hold that. Item TE 4.53, accessible parking spaces, April 2023, delegated. There's a number of words. I'll move that. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.54, removal of on-street accessible loading zone at Manning Avenue. Councillor Sachs.
Staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Councillors, when you're letting me know what you want to do, could you make sure you press your microphone so that people who are listening remotely can hear you? Item TE 4.55, on-street parking review, Parliament Street. Councillor Moyse.
I do have an amendment to that, and I believe staff has the, there we go, thank you. So I'll move that with as amended.
Okay, so we'll take the amendment which replaces the receipt recommendation. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.56, traffic signal controls, Bloor Street West and Pauline Avenue and Collegiate Road. Councillor Bravo.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.57, traffic calming speed humps at Bain Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, waive polling and install, please.
On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.58, traffic calming speed humps, Butternut Street. Councillor Fletcher.
Waive polling and install, please. The motion's there.
On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.59, Chatham Avenue, traffic calming speed humps. Councillor Fletcher.
Same, waive polling and install. You have the motion.
On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.60, traffic calming speed humps, Jackman Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Just the same, waive polling and install. You have the motion.
All those in favor, oh, we'll wait for it to come up. Okay, on Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.61, traffic calming speed humps, Logan Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Waive polling and install, please. Motion's there.
On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.62, traffic calming speed humps, Milton Road. Councillor Fletcher.
It's my last hump, Mr. Chair. Waive polling and install. You have the motions.
Congratulations on so many speed humps this meeting, Councillor.
You're so welcome.
Oh, it went up? Okay. On Councillor Fletcher's motion, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.63, appointments to the Board of Management of the Cecil Community Centre. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.64, appointment of a public member to the Moss Park Arena Board. Councillor Moyse.
I move to accept staff's recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.65, reopening and technical amendment to item TE 2.42, accessible parking spaces from the January 2023 delegated meeting. Councillor. So we need to reopen it. I'm just going to move that. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Bravo, the item is yours.
I'll move the recommendation.
No, the recommendations are in Councillor Bravo's letter. Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.66, pedestrian safety on Avenue Road, Bloor Street to St. Clair Avenue West. Councillor Sachs. Oh, we have deputants on this item. My apologies. We'll hold that. Item TE 4.67, summer closure of a portion of Bel Air Street for Cafe TO. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.68, speed bumps, Tom Longboat Lane. Councillor Malik.
I am very happy to move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.69, exclusion of 462 Eastern Avenue from permit parking. Councillor Fletcher.
Still move the recommendation to exclude. It's in my letter, Chair.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. One moment, please. So item TE 4.70, which is the update on Metrolinx Ontario line construction, we have deputants, so we'll hold that. What numbers? Okay, I need a motion to... Okay, that's fine. I need a motion to introduce items TE 4.71 through 4.79. Councillor Bradford, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. We're through the rundown. Okay. So we'll hold those so that, because some of them were just late adds, so that members have a moment to review them. And we will go to our first statutory timed item, which is TE 4.1, naming of a public lane south of Innes Avenue, extending westerly from Caledonia Road to Gilbert Avenue. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Councillor Sachs? When we get to it, you can dispose of it that way. We will get to it, I promise. Okay. Councillor Sachs would like to indicate that we get to item 4.28.
4.28, please.
Which is 1 Bloor Street West noise exemption permit refusal appeal. So we're going to hold that one to the afternoon. When we get to the afternoon, we will figure out the order of items at that time. So
thank you, Mr.
waiting
Chair.
to make a deputation on item 4.28. Again, enjoy your morning. We'll be getting to you this afternoon. So I've lost my place. We were dealing with the naming of a public lane. Councillor Bravo.
Move the staff recommendation, Mr. Chair.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.2, naming of proposed private streets for a development at 1245 DuPont Street. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Bravo.
Move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.3, naming of an existing public lane west of Shaw Street, extending between Dundas Street West and Halton Street. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation? Seeing none, Councillor Malik.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.44, naming of an existing public lane located west of Pape Avenue, north of Floyd Avenue. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher? Okay.
Sorry, I had quite a long speech there. No, I'm here. I just, because of all the noise, I'm having trouble with my back and forth, Mr. Chair. But yes, I'm going to move Lippert Lane to rename the lane Lippert Lane and just acknowledge that this is a long-standing East York family engaged in teaching many generations of East York children fabulous music.
Okay. On the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item T 4.6, which is 152 Bathurst, etc. We have deputants there.
So what about 5?
Oh, did I miss?
Yep, it's okay.
Okay, item TE 4.5, naming of existing public lanes south of Queen Street East extending between Morse Street and Carlaw Avenue. Any members of the public wish to make a deputation? Seeing none, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a very exciting moment in naming this lane Kid Hood Lane. And Kid Hood, as you know, created, developed, and produced the television series Degrassi. So we have Bruce Mackey Park further down on Queen, and we have Kid Hood Lane here. So full tribute to the Degrassi series shot in Toronto. Such a popular one with these names. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carried. Item TE 4.6, 152 to 164 Bathurst Street and 621 through 627 Richmond Street, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment, and rental housing demolition applications, decision report. We have a deputant, Kate Cooper. Kate, are you with us either in the room or online?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Kate, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of Community Council, city staff, and members of the public. My name is Kate Cooper. I am a partner with the planning, urban design, and community engagement firm Bousfields, and I'm here today representing the landowner for the site located at the southwest corner of Bathurst in Richmond. I'm not going to take up too much of the committee's time today, given your very full agenda. But before I begin, I did want to take a moment to thank planning staff for their efforts and collaboration throughout this process, particularly Mr. Tommy Karapolevsky, who has been working with our team for some time now. It's very, very echoey.
I appreciate
the proposed
that.
Building.
Don't worry about the echo, Kate. We're suffering through it too. We just soldier on as best we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As outlined in the staff report, the applications would support the development of the site with an 18-story mixed-use building that contains 217 residential units and 597 square meters of non-residential uses at grade. The proposed development is the culmination of an iterative process informed through discussions with city planning, urban design, housing, and heritage staff. The building's been carefully and thoughtfully designed to ensure the impact to the surrounding area. Specifically, the low-rise community to the west has been considered and minimized. Appropriate transition provided through the massing setbacks and stepbacks. The building's been designed to address comments from Heritage Preservation Services with respect to the building at 164 Bathurst, which has been designated under the Ontario Heritage Act through this process and integrated into the proposed design. And lastly, we've worked with City with respect to the tenant relocation and assistance for the eligible tenants of the buildings. So it is our opinion the proposed development is a high-quality addition to the area, will improve the public realm along both street frontages on a site that has frontage on Bathurst, proximity to higher order transit. I have reviewed the staff report and support staff's recommendations, and I look forward to continuing to work with staff on our site plan application. Thank you very much, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I've just learned there's really nothing I can do about the echo. Thank you very much, Kate. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Malak. Item 10. 6. Oh, my Lord. Guys, I am so sorry. I'm really off my game today. It's the echo. It's driving me crazy.
Yeah, and there's some new sounds as well, some beeping and things. I will move the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.7, 39 through 53 Fraser Avenue, 8 through 42 Pardee Avenue, and 135 Liberty Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report, and approval. We have one deputant listed, Ben Hoff. Ben, are you with us? Ben, you came in person. Okay, you've done this before, so you know the gig. You got 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Great. Thank you. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm a planner and a partner with an urban design and planning firm called Urban Strategies. And we've been assisting with the approvals for this exciting project. I really just want to say a big thanks to staff for shepherding this through, particularly Aviva Pelt. We look forward, I look forward to answering any questions on what could be a very exciting office expansion, including heritage buildings in Liberty Village. So thank you again, and if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Short and sweet, how we like it. Are there any questions for Ben? No? Ben, thank you for sharing your time with us today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this? Seeing none, I'm lost. Questions of staff? To speak? Councillor Malak.
Respect your time, no. I would like to move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.8, 101 Spadina Avenue and 363 Adelaide Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. We have a deputant, Peter Pantalone from Urban Strategies. Peter, are you with us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson and members of Toronto East York Community Council. My name is Peter Pantalone. I'm a planning associate with Urban Strategies, and I'm here today on behalf of the applicant, Decorate Inc. I will keep my remarks brief. My client and I would like to express our thanks to the area planner, Joanna Klima, and to city staff from a range of divisions for their collaboration through the application review process. I'd also like to note that my client is supportive of the recommendations in the staff report, recommends approval of this rezoning application. The proposed development is an example of collaborative city building on a site that contains lands owned by Decorate as well as by the City of Toronto, who have worked together over the last several years to enable this exciting mixed-use development opportunity. The proposed development will facilitate the creation of a new 1,000 square meter public park on the north part of the site, as well as a 39-story building on the south part of the site containing at-grade retail, 375 residential units, and public underground parking operated by Toronto Parking Authority. As the planning staff report notes, the proposed development will contribute to a significantly enhanced public roam around the site and reflects the built form that provides a contextually appropriate relationship with the surrounding area. I thank you very much for your time. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have about this application.
Thank you, Peter. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item in stereo? No? Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor
Me. It's me.
Alec.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Item TE 4.9. We have a couple deputants listed here. First, I have Monty, I should read the title. 182 through 184 Spadina Avenue, zoning amendment application decision report for approval. As I said, we have a couple of deputants. First, I have listed Monty Hyde. Monty, are you with us? Welcome, Monty. Just get comfortable. Welcome. So you have 5 minutes to make a deputation. You can watch your time on the screen here. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. My wife and I live at 188 Spadina, Townhouse 2. We're immediately north of the proposed development. We have a couple of concerns that are both safety matters. The first is potentially dangerous winds generated by the buildings, and the second is congestion. On the wind issue, to describe the building we're in, it's a commercial pod that runs from Spadina to Cameron Street behind it. On the Spadina side of the building, there's 8 floors of condominium apartments, and on the Cameron Street side, there are 5 townhouses built on top of the pod, 5 two-story townhouses. Between the townhouses and the apartments, they're on the roof of the pod, there's garden area and people area for the residents of the building. Our concern is that with 2 towers immediately south, what might be a breeze south of the building when it comes through between the 2 towers, there can be a channeling effect which creates dangerously strong winds. The access to our townhouse is only over the garden, through the gardens, and it would be impossible to gain access to our or the other townhouse units from any other approach, so that any winds that were created would be a danger to us. In addition, there are the units in the building. I believe the smallest apartment's about 1,200 square feet. The townhouses are 2,100. Because it's relatively big units, there are a number of families with small children in the building, and on good days there is always people out in the gardens, children playing or people doing Tai Chi. And again, they would be adversely affected by dangerous winds. So our request there is that whatever development is approved for the south side of our building, that there be a wind study and remedial action taken if necessary. The second concern is congestion. There already is congestion on Cameron Street. There's part of it's pedestrian. We're in the Kensington, Chinatown, Queen West area, which are people areas, a lot of pedestrians, which is good. But because of that, gaining access by vehicle to Cameron Street from Queen Street, or to gain access to Spadina from Cameron Street, can be a difficult chore because of continuing pedestrian streams. And often it does result in a backup on people or the vehicles trying to turn from Queen onto Cameron. There's only a short distance between Spadina and Cameron, and they can back up into the Spadina intersection and cause gridlock. Again, our concern is that with the 250 bedroom hotel, you're going to have a lot of taxis delivering and picking up people and their luggage, and you're going to have a lot of commercial vehicles servicing the hotel and its restaurant. Those mostly will be on Cameron Street. On Spadina, they're in front of the building. There's 2 spots for cars and a hydrant. So there's not space on Spadina. They're going to be parked on Cameron Street, and that's going to, again, back up traffic. And at this stage, there already is difficulties driving up Cameron Street because of service vehicles on the no parking side of the street taking up room. So if you drive up frequently, it's a one-lane road where you have to stop and let oncoming traffic pass. Those are my, again, what our proposal would be that there shouldn't be servicing of the hotel off the streets. If the hotel, they should have to put in a semicircular driveway off Cameron Street so that they can load and unload the hotel guests and the hotel services on their own property. Those are my submissions. Thank you.
Thank you, Monty. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. Before I call the next deputant, we're trying to troubleshoot this echo. We're clear that it's not a microphone on in the room, so that's good. It's nobody online, so that's good. The next thing is, if you have a laptop open, can you please make sure that you have the volume turned off on your laptop? We'll try that. And it didn't work. See? Okay. We'll keep trying, guys. I'm very sorry. Over the lunch break, we'll troubleshoot WebEx and do our very best. Okay, the next deputant we have is Paul DeMello. Welcome, Paul.
Council, my name is Paul DeMello. I'm a partner with the firm of Kagan, Shastri, DeMello, Weiner and Park, and we are counsel to the owners of 174 and 180 Spadina Avenue, and appreciate the opportunity provided to provide comments on the zoning bylaw amendment. Our clients' lands are located to the immediate south of the subject lands, and we'd point out that our clients' lands not only immediately abut the lands, but are developed by what was formerly a 7-story brick and pillar construction building, industrial building, with windows on all building facades. It's now, the building was characteristic of the older construction that was common and remains a key feature of this stretch of Spadina. Our client's planner is an urban design firm, had previously submitted written correspondence dated December 9th, 2021. With regard to the application, those continue to be unaddressed in the proposed revision. Our client's not opposed to redevelopment of subject lands, but wants to ensure that the redevelopment occurs in a manner that respects not only the surrounding areas, but also its immediate neighbors and the unique features of those buildings around the proposed development. As with all planning applications, context is critical, and the determination of what is representative of good planning. To that end, our client has major concerns with respect to the proposed development at 182, 184 Spadina Avenue in 3 key areas relating to height, massing, setbacks, blank walls, facing distances, overlook, and privacy. To start with, the site is very small. It's about 1,130 square meters, and with only 15 meters of frontage on Spadina. The proposal would see massing of a 15-story building on Cameron, 14-story on Spadina, and essentially built out from property edge to property edge, immediately abutting our client's lands. The only separation that's shown, and you may have seen it in some of the diagrams, is with regards to a parking spot that is 180 Spadina that is owned by our clients. That's a parking area. That's the only separation between. And as I've said before, our clients' buildings are totally surrounded by windows. With regards to matters of height and massing, first of all, the proposal has little regard to its surrounding context and appears to have been designed in isolation rather than in collaboration with what surrounds the site. This is not good planning, and as good planning cannot proceed in isolation. With regards to height and massing, Council has before it a 14 and a 15-story proposal. Essentially, these are 2 tall buildings in an area that's been identified by the city as mid-rise, as appropriate for mid-rise. Staff report does not make reference to the tall building guidelines, does not comment on it. We're actually quite surprised at the structure of the proposed development for 2 tall buildings, but yet there's not reference to the tall building guidelines. So when we get into the analysis, not only is the area not situated and identified as being an area for tall buildings, but rather mid-rise form, when you actually deal with the tall building guidelines, the proposal itself wouldn't meet any of the city's requirements under the tall building guidelines, even if it were in a tall building area. With regards to the mid-rise building, there was a recent local planning appeal tribunal decision with regard to this area, which established the appropriate height just immediately south of this as 12 stories. And in our client's respectful submission, that would be a more appropriate height for these buildings. Not only would it lessen other concerns that have been expressed by the community by lowering the height, by lowering the density, it would address some other issues. Aside from the height, the issue of the urban design of the proposal, the urban design of the proposal completely lacks a respect with regards to the character of the community and character of its immediate neighbors, and essentially presents two tall buildings that have windows on the east and west side, but presents the rest of the neighborhood with a blank, stark wall 15 stories high. Essentially creating a canyon effect. There's no architectural detail with regards to these blank walls, and there's very little, if any, thought has been put into them in terms of urban design. And as we know, for areas such as this, urban design is an important element of good character and good planning. The tall blank walls proposed on facing 174 Spadina do not meet the intent of the mid-rise building performance standards, which recommends avoiding large expanses of blank wall and generally limiting the height of blank side walls to 6 stories. Mid-rise building performance standards also recommend side property line setbacks of 5.5 meters at the upper stories above the 80% the adjacent right-of-way. So essentially a stepping back, which this proposal does not identify any stepping backs. I see time is running out, so I'm going to just summarize it in a couple of other points with regards to the front back.
I'm sorry, I'm going to limit you to one concluding sentence.
Certainly. For the reasons that we've discussed presently and for the reasons that were identified in previous correspondence, the subject site is not a tall building site or appropriate for this level of intensity without giving rise to significant negative impacts to our clients' lands and buildings, and should be rejected by the city. The proponent should be directed to revise its proposal in a manner that does not ignore good planning and considers the unique context in which the property is located to ensure good planning.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for your submission today. The next deputant I have listed is Ada Hopkins. Ada, welcome.
Councillor Perks and the city staff, I am an owner and resident of 186, 188 Spadina Avenue. I have some concerns about the proposed development. I'm also a neighbor of the first speaker. Our condo complex, and specifically our personal unit, is only 5 feet from the proposed building. We are concerned about our extremely close proximity to the construction next to us. There is already constant noise, dust, smell, vibration, and diesel exhaust from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. that permeates our unit. We are fortunate to have an outdoor patio and garden space, which we pay for through our condominium maintenance fees. We fear that we won't be able to enjoy this outdoor space at all for as long as the construction lasts. The situation is more than just unpleasant, it's dangerous. I can't believe that it's safe to be this close to an active construction site without providing protection for neighboring homes. Accidents can happen. An example is yesterday at the intersection of Spadina and Bremner Road. We could pay an unthinkable price for having lunch on our patio. We are concerned about building materials falling onto our patio or damaging the roof of our unit, which features a skylight. There have been several incidents in downtown Toronto in the past couple of years, construction material being picked up and blown around by high winds. Surely this is a safety issue for which the city or the developer should be responsible. My second point is that 5-foot space between the south side of our building and the north wall of the hotel creates a narrow access walkway which runs from Spadina Avenue to Cameron Street. This is private property owned by our condominium corporation. The condominium complex features retail and office space on the ground floor. The units on the south side have windows facing out to the walkway, and most importantly, there is a fire door exit leading from the underground public parking garage. Now, this walkway will become a dark and cavernous space with only 5 feet between exterior walls. It will be hidden by buildings and creates a potentially dangerous situation, since the parking lot, which was originally where the hotel location is planned, since it closed, this walkway is the only direct access between both streets. Parents with young children walk through here to get to the elementary school on Phoebe Street. Local pedestrians use it as a shortcut. So before this, they would have walked through the parking lot. It will be a perfect hideaway for drug use, public urination, robbery, excessive noise, and of course, all kinds of litter. Now, I know this sounds dramatic, but I've lived at this location for the past 20 years. I've had an unobstructed view of the parking lot, and it's a daily occurrence. Certainly the public urination, drug use, and I'm not talking about smoking weed, I'm talking about more dangerous drugs. So the walkway created between the two buildings would provide people with a lot more privacy to conduct these things. It would also be, this space will also make it problematic for city services such as police, fire, and EMS to access in case of an emergency. And what if our building needs repairs? There's only a 5-foot space in which we can bring in equipment if we have to repair an exterior wall or replace windows. On the weekend, I did a walkthrough of that space, and I encountered several people doing the same thing, using it just to access Cameron and Spadina. So I think that the city should do a pedestrian traffic study I feel that it's just unsafe. And thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Ada. Are there any questions? No? Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have John Chang. John, welcome. You can begin when you're ready. You'll have 5 minutes.
Is it okay? Okay, great. My name is John Chang. I'm a director of the condo building just north of the development project. I represent over 65 unit owners to object, and we appeal the zoning bylaw change permitting such a high building just south of us, so close. Essentially, there are 3 issues. One is the building being so close. Secondly is the height of the building creates substantial shading over our building and the green space. And third is the hotel establishment is going to destroy the homogeneity of the environment. I have written one page. Should I go over it or just pass on to you?
You can use your 5 minutes however you want. If you want to give us a document, I'll make sure that it gets circulated to the members of the committee.
Okay, I do both.
Okay, very good. You can just have some.
I will briefly run down these 3 points. The building is so close, and if it's built with a tall wall with a separation of only 5 feet from our building, it will be very difficult to maintain repair in the future. The shading of our green space is significant because it is a valuable asset to our property. Many unit owners are seniors. They use every day. as an essential part of their life. Cutting off sunshine will make a huge difference, and it will also depreciate our property value. The hotel establishment will change the homogeneity of the environment because we are either commercial or residential. With hotel operation, it will change the traffic pattern, the movement of population, and the complexity of the social structure around our area. So I'll conclude this presentation again, 3 points, and I wish the city will, while city encourage economic development in Toronto, I pray that the city will not overlook the negative impact on its citizens.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you. We'll have someone get your document and circulate it to the members. Okay. Next, I have Arthur Grabowski. Arthur? I don't see anyone in the room. Is Arthur online? Yeah? Arthur?
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, and good morning, members of Community Council and members of the public. I apologize for the echo. I will try to talk slowly so the echo is not that bad. We are the planners representing Mango Hotels for the zoning bylaw amendment for 182 to 184 Spadina.
This is exactly what happened at TCHC yesterday, Mr. Chair.
Arthur?
Mr. Chair, I'll try to continue.
Yeah, please try to continue. It's not that bad here. It may sound worse on your end.
Okay, so we're very pleased to be with you here today on this exciting hotel project. We've been working at it for quite some time. We're originally submitting in 2019, submitting a site plan application in 2021.
Just a minute, everybody.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the echo is pretty bad on my end, so I couldn't quite hear myself. But the site's currently an underutilized commercial parking lot. And this proposal, which we've been working on for quite some time, provides a significant opportunity and an economic opportunity for the city, as well as provides a vital contribution to the tourism industry, which is rebounding since the pandemic. We've been hard at work at this proposal since that time. The current iteration, that's the design that we've presented to you today, features a 14-story, 41.45 meter tall, slender tower along Spadina, and a second 15-story, 44.4 meter tower along Cameron. The two towers are separated by 13 meters. And this was specifically a design move to provide separation and provide sky view to the 188 Spadina development just to the north, as well as the office building immediately to the south. it's quite a unique built form approach, but it is a deliberate move that we've made and worked with staff to refine over the last few years. We've made several further changes to the design, which included lowering our podium to the level of the courtyard immediately to the north. We provided an additional step back along Spadina, as well as several other significant changes to modify the proposal to align with the staff recommendation. Lastly, I'd like to end off here to note that this is quite a progressive project. We are shooting for Tier 2 of the Toronto Green Standards. The development, which is fairly far along in the site plan process, will feature geothermal heating, a higher performance building envelope, as well as solar energy on the roof, among many other design features. We've reviewed the recommendations of staff and agree with them. I'm here to answer any questions and appreciate your time. I know there's several other deputants, so I'm here to answer as best I can, recognizing that there's a bit of feedback. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Arthur. Are there any questions for the deputant? I'm sorry, only members of the committee can ask questions of the deputant. Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item who are present today? Yes, if you could come forward. Have a seat, settle in, and tell us who you are.
My name is Miyako Panalax. I am a resident of 38 Cameron Street, which is across the street from this lot, and I am also a licensed architect with the Ontario Association of Architects.
Okay, welcome. We'll have someone sign you in after you make your deputation. You have 5 minutes.
So basically, I just wanted to make a representation. I think all of the deputants that had come in previously had made some excellent points that I have actually put into a document, a presentation on the first application for this site. This new zoning proposal for the 2 towers that are going in are slightly shorter, but they really didn't do much to respect any of the surrounding 2 buildings that both border it, covering up windows on the ground floor, covering up windows along the south side of the condo, as well as covering up windows on the west side, sorry, the northwest side of the office building. And I just basically want to say that this particular development is looking to jam a very large hotel, 250 suites, or 250 rooms, into a site that's just far too small for what they're looking for. I did some comparisons to 2 other hotels that are close by. They're both off of Peter Street. One's at Wellington and Peter. It's the Marriott Hotel. I believe it's 250 units. And then there's a Hilton Hotel, which is also at Peter and Adelaide. That's about 230 units. And if you look at both of those 2 locations, they have driveways, full driveways going through for drop-offs. They also have full loading docks and other alleys that allow other traffic to travel around these 2 sites. So especially one of our main concerns being residents at 38 Cameron Street is Cameron itself is pretty much with the street parking on it, it acts like a one-way street almost. It's a single traffic. So to have this particular hotel, their loading dock and their driveway for dropping off passengers off Cameron is going to be extremely congested. And I don't see how, even reading up on the traffic studies that they were doing, is they're basically looking at having, the proposal is to have someone monitoring all this traffic going in and out, because it's a one-way. If you look at the plans, it's a one-way driveway for both loading docks and for passenger drop-offs and for valet parking. So it's super congested for this site. I feel like they do, if something is to be built on this site, it should be more on a boutique level size hotel. We wouldn't be opposed to something like the Ace Hotel, which is a much smaller boutique hotel, which I think only has about 60 units. Another thing is also what's quite deceiving after looking at the drawings is their slab to slab dimension. They did an elevation of it, and it's only something like, I believe it's like it's only 8'8" or like 9 foot high from slab to slab. So they haven't done a full set of drawings where it's showing mechanical, what's gonna drive the story height. So what they're saying, what the original story height's gonna be, and what their height is, it's actually probably gonna be a lot higher. I find it's actually very deceiving what they've proposed. So in general, I think on top of everyone else, the other residences and the office building to the south, it just doesn't fit for this particular site. And I think they're just, I think it's the complete wrong building and structure for this site. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for your submission today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much.
Where's yours?
Thank you very much, and thank you to the deputants who raised their concerns this morning. So my question to staff is to speak to some of the concerns that were raised, particularly around the loading and unloading zone. Can you speak to the measures that were taken to address those particular issues?
Yeah, through the chair, I won't speak for transportation services. I'm not sure if they're here today, but I'll just respond from a community planning perspective and then they can chime in. So the proposed hotel has 34 parking spaces, so not a great deal of traffic generated by the hotel. We're also, to be honest, hoping for an urban condition, whereas the vehicle is not the sole source of access and egress to the site. We're hoping this is going to be a pedestrian-oriented hotel close to transit. So the goal in our official plan speaks to the loading activities occurring on the lower order street. So hence all the loading and vehicular movements were directed to Cameron Street. The premise to internalize that would really gobble up most of the ground floor. As noted, this is a tight site. This is an intense proposed use. But I think the traffic study speaks for itself in terms of the traffic impacts being appropriately mitigated through the site.
Transportation have anything to add? Okay. Well, my next question is about the traffic concerns around just the more general congestion given the activities and the size of the proposed development. Can you speak to the measures that are going to be taken to address that? I guess that's to planning as well.
So I just kind of want to review the build form components because I think that reflects the traffic intensity. So this is what we're looking at: a 14-story building fronting Spadina and a 15-story building fronting Cameron. And in large part, the design was predicated upon preserving the access to sun and sky view from the courtyard of the building to the north. So that's really the intent behind the two-tower proposal: one tower fronting Spadina, the other tower fronting Cameron. Relatively small in terms of the lot area, but again, the intent was not to create a great deal of vehicular traffic associated with the site. So a restaurant on the ground floor would not generate a great deal of loading activity, and again, the 34 parking spaces will likely not generate a great deal of traffic. The other key component is as was noted by one of the deputants in terms of pedestrian activity, and I think it's an interesting suggestion to look at the idea of a pedestrian study to look at pedestrian activity on both Spadina and Cameron, but we feel, and the traffic impact study has noted, that the pedestrian activity can be appropriately accommodated with the improvements of the public realm. Also noting that this is currently a commercial surface parking lot, so that would be removed and the curb cuts reflected to the new hotel use.
I guess just in terms of the development moving forward, what can you suggest in terms of the engagement with the community to address those issues as the activities of the site might come online?
So I think there's certainly an opportunity to discuss construction-related impacts with the neighbors to the north and south. I think there is an opportunity as we move through the site plan process, which, as was noted by the applicant, has been in stream for about a year now. I think there is an opportunity. We have encouraged the applicant, and we've had our own engagement with residents in the surrounding vicinity, particularly those folks to the north and south. But I think there could be an opportunity to further engage to discuss things like materiality and landscaping and construction-related impacts. So certainly we could endeavor to do that.
Okay, do we need to move a motion for that?
You could, but I think we've heard the commentary, and I think that could be addressed by staff prior to this moving forward to City Council.
Okay.
Your choice, Councillor. We can do it either way.
Let's draft a motion. If we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions of staff?
No, that's
no. So what I'll do is I'll stand this one down for a moment so you can work with clerks and planning to draft the appropriate language, and then we'll return to it. I just wanted to give you an update. We are working to try to figure out a path around this echo. Among the options we're looking at are going to Committee Room 2 and resetting the entire city's audio-visual system and connection to WebEx, which would take about 10 to 15 minutes. We're trying to find some way to make this a more tenable meeting. I'll keep you updated as we go. Okay. All right, so we will hold this item for a decision later on based on Councillor Malik's conversation with staff.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Sachs, you had a point of privilege. That
Yes, please. Thank you very much. We have a number of seniors who are here today to speak to the Avenue Road safety item, which is number 66, and I don't know when we're going to get there, but it's a long time from now. So they've asked for an opportunity to at least stand up and indicate that they were here for this purpose. They're not going to be able to stay all day, but they did want you all to know that they took the time out of their day to come here and to let us know how important this motion is to us. So if we could just give them a moment to say they are here, because they're not going to be able to stay till we get to number 66, given we're still at 9.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public who are here for item 66, which is the Avenue Road safety item, and won't be able to stay for the afternoon? If you just stand up so we can see that there's somebody here. Thank you very much. I apologize. We've had literally hundreds of people who want to make deputations to us today, and we have to accommodate everybody. Okay, Councillor Malik, are we in good shape, or should we go on to number 10?
I think we can go on to number 10, and we
Okay.
can come back once we have the language.
All right. I'm going to call item TE 4.10, 208 Bloor Street West zoning bylaw amendment application decision report approval. We have a number of deputants. First is Stephanie Sui Chong. Stephanie, are you with us? Online? Stephanie, if you can just say hello.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Good morning, Chair and councillors and city staff. I'm here to present our application at 208 Bloor Street West. I believe we have a slide presentation that we have submitted to share.
Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Do you have any further remarks you would like to make?
Yes, I have a slide presentation that we have submitted to share.
I'm very, very sorry. We will circulate a copy of the communications you sent us, but we can't run it right now. I am so sorry. We're trapped between a rock and a hard place. We have to get the business of this committee done today, and we are having real limits on our technology. Okay, so if you can just keep talking, I'll give you an extra 30 seconds if you need it.
Okay, so this project is located at along Bloor Street West, to the west of Avenue Road, and our proposal is for a 34-story mixed-use building. of 108-meter height and 142 residential units. We have a number of community consultations with the East Annex Condominium Association, the Annex Resident Association, as well as the community consultation meetings. My clients, as well as myself, I'm the architects from BDP Quadrangle, and all the other consultants have been working hard in addressing all the comments that we received from the community, including activation of the building at Bloor Street West, site access from the driveway between 200 and 206 Bloor Street West with adequacy of loading, servicing, pickup and drop-off, stepping out of the building to match the build form of 206 Bloor Street West, addressing privacy concern on the balconies and terraces of 206 Bloor Street West, and the concern of wind impacts on the existing balconies and terraces of the neighboring property as well. So we have revised our plan to make sure that we have activation along Bloor Street West by locating residential lobby and indoor amenity. We also place a cultural space on level 2 of the building. We have our indoor and outdoor amenity at level 3. And we have revised the massing so that the stepping match exactly on 206 Bloor Street West. We have added the design of screening between the terraces of 206 Bloor Street West and our building, so there's adequacy of privacy. The design of the screening itself, we will work during detailed design. We also have done an extensive wind study by our wind consultant. And the conclusion of that is that our development will not be affecting the existing wind condition on the private terraces. We are also proposing a number of sustainability measures in the project, including a lot of mechanical consideration, including rainwater harvesting, low temperature heating distribution, using heat pumps. We also have a significantly low window-to-wall ratio and reducing our heating and cooling load overall. We have also eliminated all parking, so we do not have any parking in our projects. Instead, we are going to provide a lot of provision for bicycle repair, bicycle storage, as well as providing preloaded Presto card and bike share membership for residents. And thank you for the opportunity to present. Councillor, hand it back to you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, and I appreciate you bearing with us. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Next, we have Saul Wassermuhl. Saul, are you with us? Saul, I understand.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Hello, Saul. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. My apologies for the bad audio, but just do your best and we'll try our best to hear you.
Thank you very much. I'm here to address the concerns of 206, the residents of 206 Bloor Street West Museum House and 200 Bloor Street West, the exhibit building. I cover 3 points. I also want to talk a little bit about a service lane at the back, which is really not specific to this particular proposal, but in fact is relevant for the entire block. And I'm hoping that I can have a few extra minutes beyond the 5 to address that issue, if that were possible.
I'm very sorry, Saul, but everyone gets the same 5 minutes.
Okay, I will continue. Thank you. Firstly, the building proposal has 75% of the 142 units to be either studio or 1-bedroom suites. Where the original application was for 46 large units, the community is concerned that this building with many tiny units will be occupied by transients and Airbnb, which will dramatically affect the existing community. The community requests that a condition of the zoning and SPA approvals require a purchase and sale agreement upon the documentation incorporate a restriction on leases being for a minimum period of 6 months. If we address the planning report to Community Council that has been provided, as per section 3, page 3 of the report, section on policy considerations, it specifies the downtown plan for mixed-use area 2 calls for the scale and massing of building to be compatible with the existing and planned context. Also, in the next paragraph, specific policy 334 states, development will generally provide for a transition in height, density, and scale. Surely this demands transition in height for 208 between 210 Bloor and 206 Bloor, which is a mere 19 stories tall. The third point I want to address has to do with winds. When 206 Bloor was completed in 2012 and 200 Bloor was completed 3 or 4 years later, with a very narrow separation between the buildings, winds dramatically increased on balcony and terraces. The space between the buildings became a severe wind tunnel. With 208 and 210 greatly increasing the width of the wall facing the predominant north and northwest winds, it follows that the larger volume of air will be forced through the narrow aperture with much higher force and velocity, which will negate the enjoyment and use of these outdoor amenity areas on balconies and terrace, and more importantly, increase the risk to the building windows and railings, which could be blown out, endangering pedestrians on Bloor Street. Legal counsel for 206 Bloor, Signe Lease of Castles, has submitted a letter to Community Council along with a letter from a wind consultant. She concludes with 2 requests. One was that Council refer this matter back to city staff and that the issue of wind be escalated to ensure that other necessary wind tunnel testing is performed. And second request is that a monitoring program be established as a condition of approval to provide a baseline reading in order to determine the extent of the wind impact caused by the proposed development. I will forego the section on the laneway as we are clearly running out of time.
Saul, I'm going to have to ask you to wind up there. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Saul. I apologize for the terrible audio quality. We're doing our best. Next, I have Brian Greenspan. Brian, you're online with us?
Yeah, muted? Okay, I'm unmuted? Fine.
Yes.
First of all, I might say that I've often hoped my words would echo through courtrooms, not quite as distracting as the echo today. I'd like to advise council of the unanimous support of every unit holder at 206 Bloor Street West of Mr. Wassermule's written submissions and the submissions of Council must know is one of Toronto's and indeed Canada's most distinguished architects. My wife and I are unit holders at 206 and have been residents for the past 10 years. There are two features of Mr. Wassermule's written submissions which Council has received, which I'd like to emphasize. The public notification of the proposal for 208 Bloor Street, which prominently is displayed in front of the building on the street on Bloor Street, continues to misinform the public that this is a 28-story project with 46 units. That proposal has long passed and is no longer the proposal. I'm not hearing myself, so I don't know whether I'm still on audio, but that's not the proposal which currently is now before Council for approval. Paragraph 6 of Mr. Wassermule's submissions is really the submission I'd like to advert to because it's the human factor and the safety factor relating to this proposal. As is noted in the written submission, the laneway between 200 and 206 Bloor is currently highly problematic, will become totally dysfunctional with the additions of 210 and 208 Bloor Street, adding additional cars servicing trucks, Amazon-style e-deliveries, DoorDash deliveries, illegal temporary parking in the lane, causing major disruptions from the adjacent properties, and block trucks from entering or leaving the narrow laneway with threatening consequences. A steady flow of pedestrians use the private laneway as a connector between Green Pea and Bloor Street, which is prohibited, dangerous, and adds to the chaos. That is the safety concern that will be totally exacerbated by the additional units that now have been proposed for this now 34-story building with 142 units, which is almost 100 units greater than the original proposal of 46 units. Almost 100 further residents, perhaps 200 residents, if we double it up, receiving deliveries, having trucks go through the laneway, the only access really to the current residents or the current area surrounding 208 Bloor Street, so that this totally dysfunctional laneway will become totally chaotic and present a real safety risk to both cars and pedestrians utilizing that area who continue to block that area virtually on a daily basis. It is almost impossible to enter or exit with a sense of confidence, and it has not only become challenging, it has simply become dangerous, which will be further challenged by the addition of 100 additional units in the new proposal for 208 Bloor Street. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you very much for your submissions and your patience with us today. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next we have Stephen Kwan. Stephen, you're online. Stephen, are you with us? Stephen, we've unmuted you at our end. Okay. Okay, for everyone, my understanding is that Mr. Kwan is available, Stephen is available to answer questions from the applicant's transportation consultant. Are there any members of the committee who have questions for Stephen? Seeing none. Stephen, thank you for making yourself available today. Next, I have Ornella Richichi. Ornella, welcome. You can suffer through the echo right here in the room with us.
Morning. My name is Ornella Rikiki. I'm Chief Development Officer with Plaza Partners, the owner of 208 Bloor Street West. Thank you for the opportunity to address members this morning. I want to start off by saying thank you to staff and to the councillor on this collaborative process that has resulted in bringing this matter before you today. I'd like to note the consultants are available. I'm not sure how well we can hear them at this point, but they are available to answer questions, not only traffic, but the entire consultant team, should questions arise. We support the recommendations in the staff report and further support motions and amendments that will be brought forward later today. I will not reiterate anything that Stephanie, our architect, presented earlier. I know obviously it wasn't very clear, but if there's questions related to that, I can do my best to address them. So at this point in time, I'm available for questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to address committee today. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ornella? No? Seeing none? Thank you very much for making yourself available and for your remarks today. The next deputant I have is Eric Turcotte. Eric, are you with us? Is Eric similarly just here to answer questions? He's the planning consultant on the file. Do any members have questions
Yes.
for the planning consultant, the applicant's planning consultant? Seeing none, Eric, thank you so much for making yourself available today. Have a great day. We also have Andrew Sleasis, who is the wind and engineering consultant. Do any members have questions for the wind consultant on this application?
Mr. Chair, I would have asked him a question if we could have heard the answer, but I think in the circumstances I'll rely on the report.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, thank you very much, Andrew, for making yourself available. That's the list I have. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there any questions of staff? No? Then this is yours, Councillor Sachs. How would you like to proceed?
Let's have it.
Okay. If you wish to speak to the motion,
Sure.
you can just start while they're
All right,
pulling it up.
absolutely. So I have an extensive motion. We have been undergoing extensive negotiations between staff and multiple parties as to this matter today. So the motion revises the draft zoning bylaw amendment, gives recommendations to city planning about items to attempt to, that we expect to be obtained through the site plan approval process with the consent of the applicant. We're also have been promised a letter from the applicant proposing various in-kind community benefit contributions that I'll describe, and an exclusion of the people in this building from permit parking. So let me just walk through that one by one. The first thing is there is going to be a second floor space for community and cultural uses. So we have a list of permitted uses. Then we've got a number of issues having to do with sustainability of the building, including low carbon building and heating. There'll be no gas appliances in any of the units. It's going to be primarily heated by electricity. There's a number of energy efficiency provisions, rainwater reuse, and so on. We have a requirement for an outdoor seating area so that there'll be public seating. Now, there's one particular thing in terms of the wind. What the question I would have asked, as the staff report shows, there have been a number of concerns, and we heard this also from the deputants, about what the impact will be of the existing condo buildings, and particularly wind on their balconies. So there's been extensive wind studies reviewed by staff who've concluded that there isn't likely to be a significant problem, but engineers tend to be optimists and lawyers tend to be pessimists. So I have a provision in here that the owner will evaluate the impacts on the neighboring balconies after construction and take remedial measures if necessary, all according to terms of reference determined by the chief planner. We're also have been promised a legal opinion on mechanisms to include restrictions in the condo documents so that this building isn't simply a transient Airbnb hotel. I don't know if anybody can hear anything I'm saying. We have also got an outstanding, well, so then we've got a provision here for community benefits, 3 key items in the community benefits. One is an outdoor drinking water facility, again facing Bloor Street, accessible from the public sidewalk. 2 bike share e-bike stations within 2 kilometers of the building, and a very exciting upgrade which will create a working performance theater in the basement of 877 Yonge, a city-owned facility that the city purchased for affordable and supportive housing, and which has a space in the basement which will now support a local theater. Now, in addition to those items, a couple of other things I wanted to mention. First is, I know there have been concerns, and some of the deputants mentioned concerns about the height of the building and the size of the lot. To be really clear, the next door building, which is at 210 Bloor Street West, similarly was a proposal for a large condo that the city opposed with everything that we had. For all the reasons that we've just heard about, and the Ontario Land Tribunal decided that they didn't care about any of those things. They didn't care about the traffic issues. They didn't care about the urban form issues. They didn't care about any of this. And in that context, I've been advised that the city has no prospect of success if we refuse to approve basically the exact same building next door. So there is the Ontario Land Tribunal, and its disregard of good planning and its disregard of pedestrian safety has forced us in the position where this building has to go ahead. So we have been working to make the absolute best of a very bad situation created for us by the Ontario Land Tribunal. There is also a significant issue about construction impacts. This is a very difficult area in terms of managing construction impacts, and it will be, believe it or not, quite a bit worse if 210 and 208 aren't built together. So the applicant is very anxious to try to catch up with 210, which, as I say, was approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal last year. If we slow them down, recognizing that we ultimately can't prevent the building from going ahead, we're just going to be extending the pain on Bloor Street and for all of the neighbors. As well as for the hotel, which the city owns the land and has a share of the profits from the hotel. So as to minimize the construction damage on everybody else, there's a significant public benefit to having these 2 buildings constructed together, which is one of the reasons we're moving this forward today. Mr. Greenspan mentioned the atrocious situation about access to the building, which again, the Ontario Land Tribunal said they didn't care about. There is a potential solution for this at the back of the property. There's not a public lane, but a city-owned driveway, which was leased free of charge to the hotel in exchange for them keeping it in good condition, which they haven't done. So there's a number of issues going on with that. I am working actively with staff and with the hotel and all the condo companies and the developers and Toronto Parking Authority and transportation and the real estate management and legal to develop the best possible solution for that lane, but it's going to take time. We're going as fast as we can. So for all of those reasons, I'm moving this motion and I'm asking all of your support for it.
Okay, are there any questions of the mover? Anyone wish to speak? I'm just going to make a quick remark. What you have in front of you is a little bit novel given the new planning legislation, and as we work our way through it, we're going to get better and better at doing these agreements. So I'd advise you to take a good look, and that's all I wanted to say on the item.
I've worked very hard with legal to make sure it
Yes.
meets the new
No, I
requirements.
understand, Councillor, I understand. I just don't want to get into the legal weeds. For members who are dealing with development applications, be mindful that this is under a different legislative framework than the one we've been using for, when was Toronto created? So take a look, okay? Anyone else wish to make any remarks on this? No? Okay, so we'll take Councillor Sax's amendment and the rest of the item as a package. All those in favour? Opposed, if any? That carries. Councillor Malik, are you ready to deal with item 9? Do you have your motion done? You're not ready yet? Okay. 1 second, please. Okay. Okay, I just want to update members of the committee and members of the public. We have had to discard the option of rebooting the system. They did a hard reboot this morning, and it evidently only worked for a few minutes, so that's out. We are now in the process of confirming that everything in Committee Room 2 works. I understand they're close to being able to do that, and at some convenient moment, we are likely to have to move to Committee Room 2, and that's probably the only way we can solve this problem. Okay? I'll let you know about timing as our incredibly gifted and hard-working audio-visual staff are on the job right now. Okay. Since we're not ready to conclude number 9, we will move to number 11, TE 4.11, 2039 through 2049 Yonge Street and 40 to 50 Tullis Drive, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report. It's an approval report. I have a couple of deputants listed. First, Jim Pfeffer. Jim, welcome. Can we have some assistance from the deputant up here? He just wants to help someone help plug them in. Someone's on their way, Jim.
Okay. Aha.
Okay. So, Jim, you've got 5 minutes. You ready to start?
No, let me just get this.
Okay, I'll let you get set up.
Aha. Yeah, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Jim Pfeffer. I live on Tullis Drive, so proximate to this development. I am an architect myself. I have been an expert on infill development at both the OMB and the OLT. And I'm here not just on my own behalf, but on behalf of more than a dozen residents of this immediate area who would like to see this item deferred until their significant concerns are addressed. The first concern I'd like to start talking about is traffic. Now, one of the reasons that this is such a concern is that the Yonge-Eglinton Secondary Plan contemplated having a laneway behind all of the contemplated mid-rise on Yonge to keep servicing and traffic off the local neighborhood streets. This, being a through block development, forever forecloses the possibility of that laneway connection being built. Now, the developer has done a traffic study, and you can see some excerpts from the traffic study here. This shows the extent of that traffic study, and one thing that you will notice is that there are 2 major quiet residential streets, the 2 streets closest to this proposed development, that were not considered in that traffic study. So neither the developer nor staff have any idea how traffic on those local streets will be affected. Any resident of the neighborhood, however, can tell you, if you're coming up Yonge Street, you're not going to go all the way over here, take this acute corner. You're going to turn here down Glebe Road. If you're coming down Yonge, you don't want to take a left at the light. You're going to come down here if you live on this block, down Glebe Road. If you're coming from the east, you are not going to go down here and take this acute corner, possibly wait with queuing at the light. You're going to come down here and come down Cary Road. Cary Road is the street with a majority of people, those more than a dozen people who have written, I think at least 8 from Cary Road, with concerns about traffic. On the right, you can see the contemplated laneway from the official plan. This is the site plan from the staff report. One thing you'll notice is that these townhouses on Tullis, which is right now a neighborhoods area, it will be mixed use, all have a 0 lot line setback. They're being pushed right to the street, eliminating the front lawn, eliminating any connection we feel with the neighborhood. Each one of these townhouses also has a 580 square foot roof deck on it overlooking these properties here, which you can see, a low garage. And they look straight into the heart of the block. On the right, you can see the rendering from the developer, and you can see just how uncompromisingly vertical this development is. Those have 12-foot ground floors. They go all the way up, 10.5 meters from the street, with that parapet, 580-foot roof deck overlooking the block. You can see the view into the block on the right-hand side right now. Imagine that from the 4th story. And you can see those front yards, north-facing, dark. Each one of those townhouses with a large growing native shade tree in front of it and 2 lilac bushes planted in front of the single window. There you can see the allowable main wall height, 7 meters, 10.5 meters to that parapet. There you can see how in the side, it's pushed right up into the property line. Again, you can see the height. Here in the aerial view, you can see how these are looking straight into the back of these residences in the neighborhood. Now, one thing that both the Young Eglinton Secondary Plan has and the townhouse guidelines is significant asks for townhouses to provide stoops, windows, and front yards of at least 3 meters to promote interactivity with the street. This development has 0 setbacks, notwithstanding the fact that in the development proposal, they say we're providing 1.5 to 3 meter setbacks. They don't. We're asking that this be deferred so greater setbacks can be provided, because we're moving from what you see now on the left to what you see on the right, which is actually a really hostile front presentation. There you can see how deep these units are on the ground floor, more than 30 meters deep or 30 feet deep. We don't feel that those are going to be built in a way that's promoted a very interactive use with the street. I know there's a laneway, an active right-of-way right now. I know there's communication before this committee from someone who has rights in that laneway. It overlaps the development site. That person has asked that the committee defer this until those rights are addressed. I'd be happy to speak to that.
If I could just ask you to
right here that
okay.
I'd like to see addressed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's your time. I just have to be fair to everybody. There are a lot of people who want to talk today. Are there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for making yourself available today and for your remarks. Next, I have Andrew Gray. Andrew, are you with us? Come on up. Did anyone notice that when I said we were going to have to move rooms, the echo suddenly stopped? That was the magic phrase. Now watch, I just jinxed it. Did I? Damn it. Okay. Andrew, welcome.
Good morning.
You have 5 minutes. You can begin as soon as you want.
I'll try and be very brief. Morning, Chairman and members of council. I am Andrew Gray. I am a development consultant, represent the applicant. I want to thank the councillor and councillor's office and staff for a very efficient process from going from an OP and rezoning, and I look forward to our site plan process and working through the rest of the details. Our project, we think, is an elegant infill project that transitions from Yonge Street, where we have an 11-story building with retail at grade, down to the townhouses. I must admit I've never heard a project called Hostel, but our townhouse proposal on Tullis Drive, which we think is an elegant transition. Having said that, I fully endorse the report by staff, and if I'm permitted, I would like to clarify a couple of points that were by the previous deputant, and they were raised in the applicant, communications as well. We did do a traffic study, and I think that's a fair comment. Our project only has 43 parking spots, of which 5 are visitor. Our traffic consultant suggests we were going to generate a peak AM, a car every 2 minutes. And most of our cars are projected to go to a traffic light, out to Yonge Street, or up to Manor and across. So we did not study Cary Road because Cary Road was not anticipated to be an efficient route through the community. And frankly, a car every 2 minutes was not anticipated to be impactful. The second one is our townhouse form. We think it is an appropriate townhouse form. The comment was made about the overlook, and the previous deputant attended a meeting with myself and Councillor Matlow's staff a while back where, although we haven't designed those rooftops, we did commit to put a landscape buffer on the street edge so that the occupied space would actually be further back to mitigate the overlook from the townhouses, even though we're not necessarily required to do so. So other than that, I want to thank everybody for their time, and I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Councillor Matlow.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So the resident, by the way, just to clarify, was the resident who just spoke, did they participate in the working group?
Mr. Pfeffer did?
Yeah.
I think I recognized one other name. I apologize. The rest of them, no. Not that I can remember. I should qualify that.
I appreciate that. So could you speak to, the resident expressed a concern about the lack of a setback or a front yard. Could you speak to just the design of the townhouse and why that is?
So ours, if you've noticed the image that the previous applicant or previous deputant showed, we have a sawtooth design. So our buildings do come up at the northwest or northeast corner of each building to the lot line or close to the lot line, and we haven't obviously got a detailed design. And then they sawtooth back, and I believe at the southern end they're a couple of meters off. And at grade, we do step back even further. So the second and third floors are within the zoning bylaw, and at grade steps back. So we have a front porch condition of steps, not a sitting porch. We do have landscaping on the property as well. And we have a front door, obviously, onto the street. Does that answer your questions?
Thank you, yes. And with respect to if there was a deferral, would that have any material impact on changing your proposal? Would you, and I don't mean to put you into an awkward position by asking this, but would you be considering other options such as going to the tribunal? Like, what would a deferral do or not do with respect to your planning?
We looked at the townhouses from a built form point of view. We looked at the grade change. Yonge Street is 1.5 meters higher than Tullis Drive, so we had to transition the grade across. So you'll see in our internal hallways, we have slopes and things to get down to the Tullis frontage. Our townhouses are designed, we have a separation requirement between the building in the front and the back window of our townhouses. If you look at the design of our townhouses, we have tried to make usable bedrooms. So we have 10-foot bedroom in the front, 10-foot bedroom in the back. When you put a staircase in the middle, that pretty well sets your box for a townhouse. We don't want to build inferior units. So when you look at the transition from the building, double-loaded corridor with units, to the middle area, which is our amenity area, to the townhouses and the depth of the townhouses, setting them back will simply make our townhouses substandard. In our opinion, we will not have usable space. We would have to completely redesign the townhouses. So we would prefer to stick with the staff recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for the deputant? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for your contribution. Or sorry, questions of staff. Any questions of staff?
I do. Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
Floor is yours.
So similarly to staff, we heard concerns from a resident, along with others, about, well, let's begin with, is it realistic that there would ever be like a full out like service or like a laneway in the exterior, the way that the residents would hope it could become?
Thank you. Through the chair, in this part of Yonge Street, it's where Tullis is coming up and angling towards Yonge. In this case, a service lane is intended to take the traffic off of Yonge Street rather than requiring curb cuts along Yonge. And in this case, the site can be serviced off Tullis and not Yonge Street.
So it's not, you don't believe that it's a priority to ensure that there's a workable service lane?
That's correct, given the shape of the block.
And what, if you could just articulate just vocally your position on the lack of front yards. What's your view on that?
Thank you. Through the chair, as we've heard, Tullis is an angled street, and the design of the townhouses are sawtooth, I believe was the word, and where the frontage is slightly angled to the street, and we feel it's appropriate in this case for these 3-story townhouses.
And then lastly, to the best of your ability, if this was deferred, what do you believe that there'd be any sort of material impact or difference in what the end result would be? Would you ever be concerned that this could end up going to the tribunal rather than a decision here? Like, what's your opinion on that?
Thank you. Through the chair, staff are not requesting any further changes to the proposal, and there is always the risk that an appeal could be lodged, but in this case, the decision making is before you right now.
Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? No, seeing none. Councillor Matlow?
So, like based on what I see in front of us, I'm going to move the staff recommendations. I appreciate that some of the residents would like to have a deferral. In all candor, if I did that, it would be merely performative. There'd be no actual changes made to the proposal. If anything, it would end up at the tribunal, and we wouldn't have a decision here before us anyway. So it doesn't make sense to me to do that. If there was an opportunity to get people at a table to iron out differences and discuss things that wouldn't result in any unnecessary delays, that would be an option, but that isn't an option before us today, from what I'm hearing from both the applicant and planning staff. So the right thing to do, the honest thing to do, is to move the recommendations.
Sorry. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak on Councillor Matlow's motion? All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Sorry, I'm trying to fix things. Okay. Councillor Malik, are you ready yet? No, that's fine. It's fine. Okay. Item TE 4.12, 49 Ontario Street and 72 to 94 Berkeley Street, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report for approval. I have 2 deputants listed, Jordan Kemp and Ben Hoff, and they're both there. Okay. So do you want to go one at a time, or just one consolidated deputation for 5 minutes?
Mr. Chair, we'll keep it.
You have won my heart in a little bit there. Okay. All those, so the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I'll keep our comments very brief. I think actually we just wanted to take the opportunity to extend our gratitude and thanks to the councillor's office and to staff, in particular in planning, Paul Johnson. This has been a long application process. We originally submitted back in October 2019, and we've done a lot of work with the previous councillor, with staff, the SLNA as well as the BIA, and I think we're supportive of the recommendations that are in front of you, and I think it's evidence of an extremely, very constructive and collaborative process. So just wanted to take the opportunity to say thanks to everyone involved, and happy to answer any questions, of course.
Are there any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you so much for making yourself available and for joining in the chorus of celebration for the Toronto Public Service that we're having here today. Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Moyes.
I support staff's recommendation on this item, Mr. Chair.
Okay, on staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. All right, next item is TE 4.13, 25 St. Mary Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment, and rental housing demolition application decision report for approval. I understand that there's been some changes in the proposed deputant order. So the first deputant I have listed is Evan Perlman. Welcome, Evan. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin when you're ready.
Through the chair, I would like to thank the Toronto and East York Community Council for considering this item today. My name is Evan Perlman. I'm a Senior Development Manager at 10 Block, the developer of 25 St. Mary Street. I am also a registered professional planner. I'm here to share just some brief information about 10 Block, our approach to this application, and an overview of the project. 10 Block is a sustainable housing developer with a portfolio across Toronto spanning over 65 years. We are experienced in housing development and the rental replacement process. We have over 7,000 apartments currently in rezoning or concept development. Our portfolio includes full rental replacement projects, infill, and retrofit projects. We undertake the considerations and responsibilities associated with rental replacement very seriously. We understand that this project represents a significant change to people's lives, and we thought carefully about how we can mitigate that impact. It has been our approach to work collaboratively with the city on developing a tenant relocation and assistance plan for the existing tenants that is both fair and considerate of the broad range of needs of the people who live in this building. Throughout the project, we have also ensured that we are available to answer any questions, be completely transparent, and support tenants throughout the process. 25 St. Mary Street is located in a desirable community, not only for its amenities, but also its proximity to transit, including 4 subway stations within 500 meters. The existing building on site is reaching its end of life, and redeveloping the site prevents an opportunity to significantly increase housing close to transit and services, while also making a positive impact to the environment in the long term. The new development will have 0 resident parking for over 1,300 apartments, and we will only be providing visitor and car share parking, along with best-in-class cycling facilities to support healthy and sustainable transportation options. In order to achieve at least Tier 2 of the Toronto Green Standard, we are actively pursuing geothermal heating and cooling and other sustainable technologies and design methods. Our engineers project that there will be a 75% reduction in carbon equivalent emissions per apartment in the new building as compared to the old. As we progress through the planning application in discussions with Councillor Moyes and City Planning and Housing staff, we have been able to realize the opportunity of providing 50 new affordable apartments in the new development. We believe the provision of new affordable housing makes an important contribution to one of the overall goals of the project: more housing. The project also includes a dedicated public park, pop space, and a daycare for 62 children that will be conveyed to City of Toronto Children's Services. The project also includes community retail space envisioned as a bike cafe, which fulfills an unmet need in the downtown core for dedicated bicycle sales, repair, and culture. We are proud of the design that we've created by GH3, our architects, Claude Cormier, the landscape architects, and Urban Strategies, the urban designers. We think that this will make a significant high-quality contribution to the neighborhood in transforming this fenced-in site with a surface parking lot into an open network of public spaces and mid-block connections. As we have refined the design through this process, we have thought carefully not only about the architecture of the buildings, but also creating an engaging and dynamic public realm. We greatly appreciate the opportunity to work with Councillor Moyes and City staff to develop a project that exceeds several City goals and objectives. We hope for approval from the committee today and commit to continuing to support the tenants of the building, both on their transition in moving out of the building and when we welcome those who would be returning back into their brand new apartments. I'm available to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Joining us virtually. Oh, sorry. Please go ahead. Can Mr. Perlman, can you come back? There's a question for you.
Thank you for your deputation today. Just one question. Can you elaborate on the supports you'll be provide to the tenants during their displacements?
Yes. We have to create a tenant relocation and assistance plan with staff as part of the requirements of this approval. And the plan outlines several compensation and assistance items, including a leasing agent for all tenants in the building, as well as compensation that's outlined. I would probably defer to the housing planner on the project to go into further detail. But this represents what we believe is the latest and greatest provisions and plans set out with housing staff on this project.
Thank you.
And we are now going to online to Lulua Habli. You have 5 minutes. Are you with us?
Everyone, yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Lulua Habli. I'm here to represent my mom and my brother who have been living in 25 St. Mary for over 8 years now, and myself as a Toronto resident. I'm a policy professional and I've worked in housing and municipal policy for the past 7 years. I do not support 10 Block's proposal for this development for 2 reasons. It's not a good development for Toronto's housing crisis, which requires non-market housing developments. And this project includes insufficient rental replacement supports for current 25 St. Mary streets in the current rental housing landscape in Toronto. To my first point, it's no secret to anyone on this community council that Toronto is in a housing crisis. It's obvious in how unaffordable the city has become for anyone who is an upper income, and the exodus of people out of Toronto during the pandemic, in tenant rent evictions, and in homelessness encampments. The CMHC argument that building more housing supply will lower costs is both false and relies on a market financialized version of housing that's incompatible with it as a human need. And also, it's not an analysis nuanced enough to identify what type of housing is required in Toronto. Toronto needs affordable housing, affordable rentals, supportive housing, and mid-range market rentals. It does not need more private condominiums. I commend the fact that this project includes 50 affordable housing units. However, it's just a drop in a bucket and not a number that should be touted as a win for an otherwise detrimental project. City of Toronto staff had indicated to me that there are development proposals in the works for between 3,000 and 5,000 new units in the same zone as this development, and not one of those projects has affordable housing. If any city councillor in Toronto wants to actually solve Toronto's housing crisis, it's not through approving more private condos, and it's not through approving this development. My second point is around a renter replacement plan for existing 25 St. Mary tenants. I'd like to start out by commending city staff for the extensive list of rental replacement requirements you've secured. I can see you're trying hard. However, given the current rental landscape in Toronto, a little more needs to be done. So I will suggesting next amendments to the rental replacement plan, and these amendments are meant to be added to what is already secured by city staff, not replacing what has been secured. CMHC puts Toronto's rental vacancy for this area as just under 1% as of October 2022. There's 2 more rental replacement applications in the work for this area, one in St. George and Prince Arthur by 10 Block, and another at 88 Isabella for a total of 220 rentals being demolished. Current tenants are therefore going to be extremely hard-pressed to find any other available rentals in the area. This low rental vacancy, compounded by the likelihood that approval of this and other rental replacement projects will further encourage developers to continue rental replacement, will compound a rental housing crisis on top of another. Simply put, where will all these people go in an area with under 1% rental vacancies? This extremely low rental vacancies means rents that far exceed CMHC's inaccurate estimate of $2,000 for a one-bedroom. And I challenge city councillors to find a one-bedroom, a normal-sized one, not a junior one-bedroom, in Toronto Centre that is private rental housing for under $2,500. You will be hard-pressed to do so. And finding mid-range rental in Ontario, in anywhere in Toronto Centre right now, is nearly impossible. With these considerations, as well as the unique hardship in finding another rental in an extremely stretched rental market, I've proposed the following amendments to any rental replacement policy in addition to what is already included. I propose and I ask that city councillors ask the developer to find for each tenant in 25 St. Mary a replacement unit in the same area for the same unit type and the same square footage. This includes support to find the apartments, support to apply to the apartments, and support to secure the apartments through a contract. That the developer, once apartments have been found, then pay the difference between the tenant's current rent and their new rent, unique to each tenant. So if a tenant's current rent for their one bedroom is $1,500 a month, and their new rent is a temporary rental is $2,500 a month, the developer should be required to pay the difference of $1,000 a month for the duration of construction. This recommendation requires foregoing the use of the CMHC average, as it's inaccurate for the rental reality in Toronto Centre for both the same bedroom type and square footage. I believe these additional measures are necessary to ensure little undue hardship for current tenants. I want to end with a little consideration here. It is the responsibility of our city councillors to secure the best for tenants given the political reality both provincially and federally. I recognize that the province of Ontario has never made things easy for the city of Toronto and has plans to standardize rental replacement policies across municipalities. Given the history and trajectory of the current government as it relates to tenant protections, I do not expect this standardization to go in favor of tenants, but in favor of developers. I therefore implore city councillors that, if this application is approved, that the changes I mentioned above to the rental replacement policies be expedited and secured quickly from the developer so this can move forward. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. In conclusion, I do not approve of this project without the additional measures outlined above, and I hope you all will make the right decision for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Seeing none, thank you so much for joining us today. The next deputy I have listed is Rebecca Jimmy. Hi, Rebecca, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Worked? And I have a little bit of an echo, right?
Yeah, I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you for your time today. I appreciate being able to be here with you and for this online option. My name is Rebecca Jimmy, and I'm here as a concerned neighbor for the tenants of 25 St. Mary. I want to thank everything that my neighbor Abli has just mentioned. Thank you very much, Ms. Abli. And for fear of echo, that this item, my main point is that I request that this item is deferred so the tenant consultation can happen with the city and the developer as the tenants had requested. I live at 145 St. George, which is also threatened by a current application for rezoning and demolition. My tenants committee has recently joined 25 St. Mary and other buildings because we hope to bring more light to this terrifying trend of demolishing apartment buildings in the city and displacing thousands of tenants. I have the good fortune to meet some of the tenants at 25 St. Mary at this recent rally against dumb evictions, and I'm very, very worried about what their life is going to look like right now. 700 people will be displaced. They will add pressure to an already strained rental market. Not everyone is going to find a new apartment. Some of them will be pushed towards shelters and long-term care homes, friends and loved ones who make temporary shelter on their sofas, but that all ends. The current building allows seniors to live independently, young families to live near their schools, and working people to be near their jobs. I've met them, I've seen it. It should be held up as an example of a mixed income community with density, but instead it's targeted. And I want to speak and remind you about the tenant experience and importance of maintaining existing purpose-built rentals in this city. For years, I had rented apartments from people who had houses, And time after time, they would sell their house and I would have to move. And so I specifically looked for a purpose-built rental for this kind of reason, where I can have some security of tenure. And the idea of displacement is really scary. It's a huge unknown, and I know that there is a compensation package put forward. Part of the concern around this is that there aren't many examples. There is no one to talk to about the successful experience of being displaced and being able to get back in. There is a housing crisis. Of course, we need more housing. But displacing tenants who have nowhere to go is not the answer right now. One of the fears is that somehow this system will falter and you'll miss an email. Somehow someone will not act in good faith. Your contact will change jobs. And it's terrifying to think how precarious the promise to move back could go wrong so easily, so quickly. And just like that, you've been gentrified out of your own building and out of your neighborhood. And also, it's terrifying to advocate for yourself as a tenant, especially if you're low or lower middle income and living month to month. That's how I started in my building, and I can describe just how much time it takes and how much time off work and money that you don't have to find a new place and make all the changes. Also, sharing your story is terrifying. To come here, to speak to the press, to be heard, you have to share as much personal information as possible. And who wants to put their name and their address and their income and their rent out there into the world? It makes you too vulnerable already. It's who wants to be seen as a difficult tenant with a media quote, and no landlord will rent to you after that. Who wants to tell the world that you live month to month, have nowhere else to go, can't afford to move, or despite working and saving all these years, cannot afford to buy a place? So who wants to focus on the saddest parts of your life? And also describe how much worse your life will be if you're displaced. But also, you're expected to maintain composure and confidence in your career and your social circles. You won't hear everyone's story today, and I bring this up because these are part of the reasons why not everyone can come forward. It's awful to tell your story, and it can have real negative repercussions in your life. And so I persist because half of Torontonians are renters, and we are very vulnerable, and there is nowhere to go. So I commend that there are additional affordable 50 rental units, but this is still less than the current inclusionary zoning requirements. I take great strength from my senior neighbor who works during the day but wants someone to do something about tenants' rights. And frankly, when your neighbor asks for help, you answer. And so I strongly urge you to answer your neighbors and not approve the demolition. Send the message to our neighbors at 25 St. Mary that they matter, that Toronto respects its renters, and that existing purpose-built rental buildings will be maintained. Once we lose them, we won't get them back. And at the very least, I ask you to delay your decision because the tenants of 25 St. Mary had asked for a consultation that they were expecting as the next step in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for making your deputation here today. Next, I have listed Belinda Morris. Belinda? Yeah. Hi, Belinda. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to make your deputation. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm here to present on behalf of special needs residents who have lived in the building for a long time and who this proposal is going to adversely affect. I'm here today not as a tenant at 25 St. Mary Street, but to speak on behalf of a resident who is unable to attend today. That person is my mother. 10 years ago, 10 years into her tenancy, she was catastrophically injured in an MVA. She will never recover from those injuries. Now she is facing yet another devastating impact, that of being evicted from her home. The daunting task of packing all of her belongings, one that she is physically incapable of doing, cannot be overstated. Nor does she have anywhere to move these belongings to. The acute housing crisis means that there are not enough vacancies to accommodate the ever-increasing number of displaced tenants. The prospect of being unable to secure accessible accommodations necessary for her special needs has left her overwhelmed and suffering the detrimental effects of serious stress. Yet, statements by some suggesting that the proposal should be accepted by tenants, otherwise they could receive a lesser offer from the developer, are tantamount to even greater intimidation, and this is unacceptable. I am deeply concerned about how such a frail and vulnerable elderly woman can recover from this recent physical and psychological assault to her person. The risk of her sustaining yet another personal injury in the process is high. There has been little assistance from the developer to mitigate this risk. The supports offered are wholly inadequate and do not offset anticipated costs. Nor was there the requisite consultation. The working group that was presented to address tenant concerns never materialized. A couple of hastily called lobby meetings simply does not suffice. In view of this, I'm requesting that this council not approve the application re 25 St. Mary Street until such time as there is a full consultative process that adequately addresses tenants' needs, especially those with special needs. And there has been a supplement to the counter-proposal sent by the Tenants Association Executive to Council. I urge Council to consider this. It is a short presentation, a short supplement, but it outlines the special needs concerns quite articulately. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none, I appreciate your deputation today. I understand you had some materials you wanted to circulate to members of council. We'll have a member of the clerk's office come and get that from you. We have them? Okay, yeah. Good. We already have them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, I have Michael Whitehead. Hi, Michael. Welcome. You've got 5 minutes to make your deputation to the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson and members of the Community Council. My name is Michael Whitehead, and I have lived at 25 St. Mary Street for 28 years. I am an actor, a first aid instructor, and a communications coach. This proposal is the biggest demolition and redevelopment application in the history of Toronto, and it sets an example for 50 other buildings representing 3,441 tenants and their families to see what Toronto is made of as a city. Do we care about each other? Or do we allow those with money and power to throw people and their families on the dust heap in a quest for unreasonable profit? Because in 12 months, 7,000 people could be faced with eviction from their rent-controlled homes at a time when rental vacancies are at an all-time low. Why is 10 Block applying to demolish this building when there are 2 empty buildings less than a block away, 10 St. Mary Street and the Scientology building, that they could purchase and redevelop without displacing any tenants? Clearly, 25 St. Mary Street has generated millions of dollars in pre-tax profits since its construction in 1965, something worth considering. Why haven't tenants been consulted throughout the process? Despite repeated requests from tenants, a working group that could have given tenants a window into the process was never formed, leaving us in the dark and surprised at changes in the plan. Our new City Councillor, Chris Moyse, visited our building last Saturday, and we appreciate his doing that, but for me, his visit was a day late and $1 short. The tenant relocation plan includes a rent gap payment that covers about 50 to 60% of the additional cost to rent a similar apartment in the same neighborhood. For me, this rent gap would cover the gap for 22 of 36 months, and my parking for 10 out of the 36 months were I to move to the Manulife Centre not far away. Why isn't the rent gap 100%? Given the disruption to residents' lives, that's what would be fair. The new proposal includes 50 affordable housing units, where the definition of affordable housing is 80% of actual market rent. This is currently the city's definition. But any financial planner will tell you that affordable housing means 33% of your before-tax income. Why is the city using a developer's definition of affordable housing, one that is not realistic for the 40% of Toronto residents, that's 1.3 million people, who rent their homes? The new plan includes 1,424 bicycle parking spaces with 22 visitor car parking spaces, but no car parking spaces for residents. Councillor Moy says this is because of a bylaw forbidding car parking in new developments to help the city meet Vision Zero by 2030. The question is, how does the impact of 40 car parking spaces over 20 years compare in terms of carbon footprint to the carbon emissions and environmental impact of demolishing a 24-story building to then build 250-plus story towers that increase density by over 300%? It just doesn't make sense. Returning tenants should have a car parking space. This would cost the city and developer nothing, but would provide tenants with independence and a quality of life that they have earned and paid for. Lastly, the Centre for Disease Control in Atlanta estimates that elderly people who are forced to move out from their homes of many years have a 40% chance of dying in the next 2 years because of the disruption and loss of support caused. This proposal still does not offer enough support for the elderly, those with special needs, and those on fixed incomes. I urge the councillors, 10 Block, and the Planning Department to keep working to improve the proposal and address these concerns. This community, the fate of many other tenants, and the heart of a livable city are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for coming today and sharing your thoughts with us. Next, I have listed Bob Murphy. Bob? Welcome, Bob.
Thank you.
You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
In the coming 3 months, we will hear a lot of an empty word, or affordability. You cannot protect affordability in Toronto when you allow the middle range of rental housing to be demolished. A city of the very rich and the very poor is not what Section 2J of the Planning Act contemplates. The minister, council, the tribunal shall have regard to the adequate provision of a full range of housing, including affordable housing. Affordable housing is not just assisted social housing because the law calls for a full range of housing, because a city of the very rich and the very poor is not good planning. There's Section 2L of the Planning Act. The minister, council, the tribunal shall have regard to the financial well-being of the province and its municipalities. You have the power to protect this city against the financial harm being done by precipitate growth. And so, I went to the clerk's office, I got some nomination forms, and I will use the strong mayor powers to protect this housing. Because you must send a message that this existing housing is off limits. Because the greatest threat to the future of this city is greed. Thank you.
Those are all your comments? Yes. Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for making your presentation today. Next, we have listed Megan Key. Megan, I understand you're online with us. Megan?
Hi there.
Hi, Megan. Yes. So you have 5 minutes to share your thoughts with the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Sure, thank you. So first and foremost, just thank you so much for having me. My name is Megan, and I am a friend of 25 St. Mary tenants, and I'm also somebody who's currently facing a dem eviction in my neighborhood in Midtown Toronto. So of course, tenants will do a much better job at sharing their unique and specific concerns about this application, about their building and this development specifically. But I just wanted to share a little bit of context and nuance as somebody who has come to know some of the tenants at 25 St. Mary over the past couple of months. So at face value, I think this is just another building, right? Why should we bother saving it or protecting the vulnerable residents who call it home? But I believe it is because of what it represents. And to Michael's point, this is one of the biggest dem evictions in Toronto's history, and that's really important. So as some of you may or may not know, Jessica Bell, the NDP housing critic, recently released data showcasing just how many buildings in Toronto are facing demo evictions, and that total number is actually 73, which represents 3,500 units and up to 10,000 people. And it may not surprise you to know that this number is also growing. So this context is important from my perspective, because at a time when development by any means is being pushed as the only solution to more housing, the primary rental vacancy rate for apartments in Toronto fell to 1.7% from 4.4% in 2022. So it begs the question, where are these 10,000 people supposed to go in the interim? And in my opinion, this represents a massive lack of oversight on the part of the City of Toronto. And secondarily, demolition waste is one of the largest contributors to solid waste in Canadian landfills. In fact, it makes up roughly 27% of municipal solid waste. So in addition to being logistically and ethically questionable, it is also environmentally unsound. So in my mind, it only stands to reason that until a citywide plan can be made to address this rampant for-profit development and these 73 demo evictions that are going to displace thousands of people from rent-controlled and affordable buildings in the middle of what I'm going to call a greed crisis, we need to put a halt to this application and other demo evictions until this oversight has been completed. And we can actually create a real solution for where all of these people are going to go. Because there is a massive rise in the number of people experiencing homelessness in Toronto, and I think it is absolutely directly related to these types of developments and for-profit solely housing. So this application at 25 St. Mary Street represents over 200 units. Just to reiterate, one of the biggest demo evictions happening in Toronto right now. And so I think we can be bold and set a precedent today by denying this application and allowing vulnerable people to remain housed in the structurally sound building that meets their needs and has been their home in some cases for over 50 years. And one of the things I'd just like to add is that this building, on a grand scale, it's just another building, it's just 200 units. But when you scale down and you look at these individual stories, people who are on ODSP, people who are on fixed income, all of those people, this is important to their lives, their livelihood, their community, their social needs. There are so many other issues that are happening right now. And so to move forward with an application like this without looking at the broad social impact to have on a city level, I think is short-sighted. And we need more affordable buildings. And so to take down a building that houses 700 or more tenants in the middle of a housing affordability crisis, remove stock of affordable housing, even though some units are going to be added back. And I think that the kind of housing we need right now is affordable, it's rent controlled. And I think we should delay this proposal, or at least, or in best case scenario, deny this proposal so that tenants can keep their homes and developers can continue to build more housing around the city on different sites. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you so much for joining us today. Next, I have listed Patricia Johnston. Patricia? Hi, Patricia. Welcome.
Board of 20 St. Mary Street. Soon we will be in the same predicament because I'm at 145 St. George. What worries me is there is very little affordable housing out there. I know if I went to look for another apartment, which I have, I couldn't afford it. And all the amenities that I need, like hospitals and stuff and grocery stores, are within walking distance. And all I can see, even with a package, we could not afford, if we could find an apartment out there. And they're few and far between. And what worries me is all we're going to do is add to the homelessness that's already out there. And I can't see tearing down a 24-story viable rental building to put up 2 over 50-story buildings that most people can't even afford. I couldn't afford $1 million or more. So how is that helping affordable housing? How is, I stand on the corner of Bloor and Yonge and I look down, all I can see is condo after condo after condo. And I think the fabric of our city is disappearing. We don't have neighborhoods anymore. We have condos. And I don't see how having all these condos is going to alleviate the problem of affordable housing. It's just not there. I mean, we're not all making six figures. So we need affordable housing and subsidized housing to a certain point. But we need that. We deserve that. And I think this is being taken away from us. And I think the only people that are benefiting from this is the developers. We're not. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputy? No? Thank you for coming and making a presentation for us here today.
Thank you.
Next, I have listed Irving Shaw. Irving Shaw? No? Okay, we'll move along. Anish Shaw. Anish? No? Neil Sokol? I'm sorry, sir, I can only allow each deputant 5 minutes, and you've had yours. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Perhaps if there's someone who hasn't made a deputation, they can read it, but I can't allow you a second opportunity. If there's somebody else who hasn't made a deputation and would like to use their deputation time to read that statement, I'd be happy to accept it. Okay, we will have one of the clerks talk to you about if we can find someone else. Okay. Nikki K. Nikki? Okay. Oh, Councillor, I need one of Councillor Bradford or Sachs to come back to the table. Okay, thank you. Good eyes. You put it face up, the way that you would just look at it. Okay. There we go. Okay. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Okay, so first I'd like to address something. There seems to be some kind of subculture out there on the streets of Toronto that if you live in an affordable rental, if you are in a rent-controlled building, somehow you've got it good and somehow you're less than or you're mooching off the system. We should all be out there paying these astronomical rental prices that are just out of control. And it's actually the other way around. It's the one bedroom that now costs $2,400 or the two bedroom that costs $2,800. That's wrong, that's bad. And so I'm going to get into the rental gap that's part of our tenant relocation assistance plan that was provided to us. You can see on the screen here, it's, well actually maybe you can't see, but city planning staff used CMHC data, which is published once a year in October. So apparently 6 months ago in October 2022, the suggested rental market that they say rental price for a one bedroom is $2,082, okay? Supposedly 6 months ago, one bedrooms went for $2,082 in Toronto. Over the Easter weekend, I actually looked up on various, unfortunately it can't be seen, I guess. I can read it out. I didn't realize it'd be this small, but I went over a long Easter weekend and checked rentals for 1 bedroom in our neighborhood. And the pink that I highlighted, okay, the pink that I highlighted shows that these prices are above and beyond, from between $400 to $600 above the rent gap that was identified by city planning staff according to CMHC Zone 1. So they're going for $2,500, $2,200, $2,400, $2,600, okay? Also, what you may not see is the square footage. So I'm in a 1-bedroom at 25 St. Mary. It's 710 square feet. The 1-bedrooms at 25 St. Mary are between 690 and 710 square feet. And the 1-bedrooms that we'd have to move out to into our surrounding neighborhood areas, where we want to stay and have the right to stay, where our roots are, where our lives are, they are going for 500 square feet, 492 square feet, 535 square feet. There's only one rental building on Charles Street that has a higher, close to or a higher square footage for a 1-bedroom, and that one costs $2,650. So you can all do the math, right? It's very simple. The CMHC data is inaccurate to use as a formula to calculate our rent gap for us to be able to survive out there for the next 3 years. Okay, there has to be real rental prices. The listings that go on beyond this sheet are some rentals that are in faraway areas that do fall under the CMHC rental suggested price. They're under $2,000, but we're looking at Victoria Park in Eglinton West, we're looking at Jane and Finch, we're looking at Sherbourne and Jarvis, far out in the East Danforth, and it's just not right to ask us to uproot our lives and to change everything, our kids' schools, to have to move in such faraway areas in little brownstones or in multi-level houses where I have to rent a basement from somebody, or in just these desolate areas. So the other thing I want to address is this, again, back to the square footage. Right now, for example, our 1-bedrooms, in my case, allows me to rearrange that space, partition it off, and create a 2nd bedroom for me and my teenage daughter. We cannot afford to do that if we move into a 500 square foot apartment. It's just not possible. Even married couples can't survive in a 500 square foot apartment, let alone somebody with a teenage child. So I would have to be looking at a 2-bedroom apartment, not a 1-bedroom apartment, just to get that right square footage. So I'm asking 10 Block, and Mr. Perlman said earlier he's willing to talk to the tenants and be open and help and assist. So please up your financial assistance so that it reflects the real rental gap. I would ask city planning staff to remember that they are displacing 500 human beings, and so to please adjust the tenant relocation and assistance plan, and especially for the seniors, how are they going to move their real furniture, antique furniture? Do you want them to throw that all out and have to rebuy IKEA furniture and then assemble it in a new apartment? It's not right. So please consider. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputy? No, seeing none. Thank you for your presentation here today. So members of the public and members of the committee, city staff, we're going to break now for lunch at 1:30. City staff are going to work through lunch to see if they can make this room work. If they can, we'll continue here. If they cannot, we will be going over to committee room 2. So show up a couple minutes early so we can get ourselves sorted out. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Testing, testing.
If I could have any members who are in the building, please come to Committee Room 2. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Malik, Councillor Sachs. Who else am I missing? And already we have 3 Gold Star recipients. Anyone here in the next 5 minutes gets a Silver Star. You can keep talking, everybody. I'm just trying to broadcast out. Yeah, and there aren't as many seats for the public. It's not, this isn't Plan A. Councillor Matlow. I don't object. Yeah, fine by, I've asked the clerk, it's fine. There is an overflow room. Anyone who cannot get a seat, we are broadcasting this meeting in the next committee room over, so if you're not here for the current item and you can't find a seat, Committee Room 1 is available, and you can watch the proceedings from there. There's Councillor Ainsley. Welcome, Councillor Ainsley. We'll be talking about your item.
Thank you, Chair Perks.
We'll be
Thank you, Chair Perks.
Yeah, we'll be talking about your item in a moment, so bear with us. I still don't have quorum. Where's my phone? Silver Star. Okay. Because we've got a really, really tight agenda, I'm going to go even though some members aren't here yet. Members, we have some agenda planning that we need to do. I have a proposal and a question. I propose that we do the following. We deal with item 9. Councillor Malik has come to a resolution with city staff. We clear off the 8 or 9 items that we put on as late adds to the agenda. There are no deputants on any of those. Then we will return to the St. Mary's item. Then, and here's where I want the advice of the committee, I've been informed that the night economy item, that the staff for that item have a public consultation this evening. So that if we just leave it to the end of the agenda, it's very possible staff will not be available for us. Our options would be to just roll the dice and see if we can get to them, to add it to the agenda right after the St. Mary's item, or to defer it to next month's item. I will say that the item has advice on consultations that are supposed to take place between now and next month. So do I have Councillor Bravo?
Chair, I'd like to move that we deal with the night economy item after the St. Mary Street item, so that staff can have direction they need tonight as they proceed with consultation.
Okay. So there's a motion. Any discussion of the motion? No? Councillor.
Sorry, are there any speakers to the item?
We don't have deputants, but we do have a presentation from staff that we asked for.
Okay.
We asked them to bring their consultants.
Okay, that's fine.
This was a request of our committee that they come and present with their consultants present.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Councillor Malik.
Is it possible to time the Ontario Place item after that?
So this is the dilemma I'm running into. We have at least a dozen deputants listed here. We have 5 deputants on 16, 3 on 17. It just goes on and on and on. So any reshuffling other than that, we're making other people wait. So we only really have items that are deputations except for those couple that I said that we would clean out. Ish. Yeah.
With the night item, I mean, can we just have a brief presentation from staff rather than a full-fledged presentation?
I'll ask them to keep it tight.
Okay.
Then, it's up to us how many questions we ask and how long our speeches are and what our soapbox looks like and all of that. So it'll be in our hands. Okay. Councillor Bravo has a motion to reorder to put the night economy item after the St. Mary's item. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Councillor Ainsley, I hope that suits you as well.
That is perfect. Thank you for everybody's consideration.
Okay. So, first, Councillor Malik on item 9. I understand you have a motion? Yes, I do. We could have Councillor Malik's motion. You want to tell us what it is? Just tell us what it is. Are there any questions of the mover? Any other members wish to speak? Okay, we'll take Councillor Malik's amendment and the item together. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Okay, then we will go to the late ads. I think we start with 72, is that correct? 71? Okay, let me just get to the right part here. Okay, item TE 4.71, parking amendments to support Cafe TO on College Street between Dovercourt Road and Ossington. Is that you, Councillor Bravo, or? Yes, Councillor Bravo.
To move that.
Okay, all those in favor of the recommendations in Councillor Bravo's letter? Opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.72, reopening the accessible parking space installation on Shaw Street. Councillor Sachs. We need to move to reopen first.
Please reopen. Thank you.
All those in favor of reopening? Opposed, if any, that carries. Councillor Sachs, on your letter.
I move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.73, installation of traffic calming measures to improve pedestrian safety in Humewood and Oakwood neighborhood line. Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow? This is 7.3, your letter to the committee on traffic calming in Humewood and Oakwood?
Yes. I'm sorry, I kept hearing Malik for some reason. I kept looking at you. So I've been advised that there needs some work on it, so I'm just going to defer to the next meeting.
Okay, on motion to defer to the next meeting, all those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.74, no stopping zone on Lewis Street. This is a letter from Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo, do you have carriage of this?
I do, and is that TE 4.31?
7.4.
7.4, move the recommendation.
Okay, on the recommendations in Councillor Fletcher's letter, all those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.75, 485, Logan permit parking exclusion. Again, Councillor Fletcher has written us a letter. Councillor Bravo?
Move the recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.76, permit parking amendments on Mount Joy Avenue. Again, it's a letter from Councillor Fletcher. She is a busy correspondent. Councillor Bravo.
Move recommendation, please.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. TE 4.77, request for presentation. Oh, that's, yes, we've timed that. Okay. TE 4.78, request to rename. Everybody okay? Stan Wadlow Park Baseball Diamond number 1 to Harry McAloney Field.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. Item TE 4.79, appointments to the Apple Grove Community Complex Board of Management. This is another letter from Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Bravo.
Move that item, please.
All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. That takes us back to the item 4.13, which is the St. Mary Street Official Plan Amendment, zoning amendment, rental housing demolition applications decision report. Okay. And I believe the next deputy I had listed was Jim Pfister. Jim, are you with us? Okay, I understand there's an effort to try to find someone to read Mr. Pfister's statement. So I will call next Stephanie Jung. Stephanie? Is Stephanie online? Oh. No? I'll call Stephanie again. Stephanie Jung. Okay, I guess Stephanie's not with us. Jason Edmonds. Jason Edmonds. Okay. Frank Salvati. Hi, Frank. Welcome. As you can tell, we've greatly improved our sound quality, so we'll hear you loudly and clearly. You have 5 minutes to address the committee, and you can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you. Greetings, Chair, Toronto East York Community Council, Council at Large, staff, 10 Block, gallery, and concerned citizens, and to my building's tenants, especially those whom have lived in the 25 St. Mary Street community for over 25 years, such as myself at Unit 1103. My name is Frank Salvati. I've worked in the financial district of downtown Toronto for over 40 years, 32 years of which in my office is right nearby. I have worked in the development business. I am a chartered director, a CPA both in Canada and the United States, and I am a forensic accountant. I've introduced myself as I have to draw attention to both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of this process as I've observed it. Kudos to my neighbors for being vigilant and diligent. I'd like to start by noting my objection to the process as being deficient in substance and form, thus requesting a deferral of today's session in order to provide sufficient time to engage professional counsel in the areas of municipal law, human rights law, urban planning, and real estate development with which to deal with these deficiencies. The city and developer have those resources at hand, hence it would seem fair and just the tenants have opportunity to respond in kind. It's not just a question of law, it's a tenet of a democratic society. The information provided to the tenants to date is scant and more confusing than informative, yet the process steamrolled ahead, replete with surprises and ambushes. The tenants have had fewer than 7 weeks to deal with the most recent iteration of the proposals, yet the city and developer have been communicating for in excess of 2 years. I'm not aware of any meaningful outreach by council, nor have I seen our council at any public session. The bases of my request for deferral include the promise of a working group by city planning, which never materialized. Consequently, lack of any meaningful consultation with any tenant body persists. An abrupt change to the proposals was filed in December of 2022, tabled in February of 2023, with consequential changes therein. The tenants again had no representation and no advance notice of representation would not be present at a session dealing with the largest demoeviction in the city's history. The proposal package at its face is obviously deficient, starting with the rent gap payment, which does not reflect today's reality, let alone tomorrow's likelihood, according to a report issued by RBC, one of Canada's largest banks. In short, the proposals were not filed in good faith, the basic premise of any agreement. In the alternative, a few comments on the developer's project overview filed yesterday with the hope of garnering greater clarity. It's not intended to critique, but to be better informed as the logic is eluding me. Slide 3, fewer than 5% additional affordable units. Daycare, 1 unit per 20 development units. 22 parking spaces to support and service 1,300 units in total. I'm skeptical. Slide 5, is it fair to just that the removal of parking is being applied retroactively? I can see how it would be equitable to a newcomer to the building, but to deprive incumbents seems undemocratic, especially when it is not considered in the rent gap payment or any base rent calculation. Further, when valuing the property for redevelopment or development fees, the prices seem to reflect market and or prospective value. However, when considering replacement rent, CMHC as an example, or existing parking values, the numbers seem modest. I'm not able to reconcile the two in the same context. Slide 6. Notice to vacate is too broad. I've heard January 2024, summer of 2024, fall of 2024, and most recently, early 2025. How is one to manage affairs with such flux? Next, similar size, similar rent. I don't know what that means, nor has anyone been able to explain it to me. How is council able to vote on this proposal without clarity? How does council know it's acceptable if it's not clear or at least clearer? Slide 7. The chart isn't clear on the base carbon footprint. It appears to reflect variable numbers, but is not clear on the fixed starting point for the calculations. Next, suburban home versus urban home in the development. That's suburban versus urban. that there's not enough information to arrive at a reasonable conclusion. It appears to be comparing apples and oranges. In short, developer's project overview has done more to further confuse me than clarify issues. By the numbers, the city at 1,000 units at 100,000 a unit would earn development fees of $100 million. The developer, 1,000 units at 150,000 per unit profit, would earn $150 million. Combined, that's $250 million, or $250 billion in total. The tenants at approximately 250 units at 60% that would be entitled to compensation would equate to 150 units at 30,000 at 4.5 million, about 1.8% of the total bottom line between the developer and the city. I don't know how one considers that equitable. Then there's the loss of parking and relegated to an uncertain rental market during displacement. 3% average might suffice, which would equate to approximately 50,000 a unit or 7.5 million. In conclusion, I reiterate the position of my lack of any meaningful consultation with the dem eviction in certain blah, blah, blah. The tenants not consulted during the process. I maintain this process is unjust and does not consider the emotional attachment and investment the tenants have made in their homes and community over the past 20 to 25 years. It is fundamental and vital that the city takes the time to consult with the tenants and involve them in a decision-making process. It includes the executive, legislative,
Frank,
and any
I'm going to have to ask you to stop there.
One line, thank you. The tenants should have the right to express their concerns, and I urge the city to consider the tenants' voices, needs, and work with them toward a fair and just solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. You should consider a career as an auctioneer.
Are you sold?
Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Frank, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Ramsey Kalani. Ramsey, I understand you're online.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Yes, great.
Oh, what a relief. Ramsey, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Ramsey Kalani. I live just down the street from this proposed development, and I'm here to speak in support of it being approved. I've been following it for a while and am super excited to see it constructed. I'm a young professional living in the city and expect I might have kids in the next few years. I love living in Toronto, but having spoken to others, I know finding childcare nearby is very difficult. That's why I'm so excited about this building. It's got childcare spaces and family-friendly units that could be perfect for me when I start my family. My current unit is definitely too small, and I'd love to be able to stay in the same neighborhood with a childcare facility and new park just downstairs. It's also exactly the kind of sustainable, low-carbon development we need in the city as we deal with the climate crisis. I hope this development goes through as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Ramsey? No? Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us here today. Next, I have Robert Fisher. Good afternoon, Robert. Yeah, either one, whatever you prefer.
Yes, my name's Bob Fisher. I am here on behalf of the St. Nicholas Housing Co-op. The co-op is immediately south of 25 St. Mary Street on the south side of Inkerman Street, so we are just about the closest neighbor to this site. I have 3 observations. Just generally, the process of city planning and the reports totally ignore what's happening in the neighborhood. Totally ignore all the other developments that are being proposed, which the one to the east, which I guess has been approved on Bay Street, quadruples the number of units. This one more than quadruples the number of units. We just very recently had proposals on Irwin Avenue and then Isabella and Yonge Street, where they're looking for 70-story buildings, where there are only 2-story buildings presently. This is a neighborhood in just massive change. This change is not reflected in the valuation that you have before you. You've got a bubble proposal ignoring what's happening in the neighborhood, ignoring the impact that this tsunami of new units is going to put into our neighborhood. So that's an observation about process. The other sort of corollary to it is what happens if you approve all these new developments. There is going to be 2025 is the year that we're hearing. It's going to take 3 years plus for these buildings to be built. You're going to have massive traffic jams of cement trucks, delivery trucks, all the other heavy equipment that's needed to make a building of these size, buildings of this size go ahead. From the neighborhood committee meetings that I've attended, the developers don't seem to really be paying attention to this. The city doesn't seem to be paying attention to this. So if you approve it, you really have to have the city on top of managing the traffic flow in these really, really tiny streets. That's a practical consideration that's been ignored, as far as I can tell. Finally, to come to my building, the co-op. We've been there for 35 years. We do not have air conditioning in this building. We have very good cross ventilation, which means we keep our windows open in the summer. Building this building on 25 St. Mary Street, or these twin towers at 25 St. Mary Street, mean we're going to have closed windows in the summertime. We're going to be living in furnaces. This is just not acceptable. It's not a matter of comfort. We've got a very old population in our building. Most people are in their late 60s, early 70s. This is a health hazard. So as a condition, if you decide to approve the building, we would expect 10 Block to install heat pumps in our building so we could at least continue to live there without sweltering or even dying in the case of the aged people who can't tolerate the heat. I would hope that this would be something that would have to happen before construction, before demolition, so our buildings remain habitable. Those are my observations, but there are a lot of flaws in this process. There are a lot of things that have not been considered, and I hope that more analysis goes into the project that's before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for coming and sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Ellie Grishcho? Oh, so sorry. Well, then that's why I got it wrong. Ellie, thank you for coming today. You have 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much. So I'm Ellie. I'm a resident of 25 St. Mary, and I actually just moved in earlier this year. And so, first of all, I can say this is already the most neighborly place I've ever lived. It's one of the most amazing communities I've ever lived in. It's really, truly unique in that sense, and to split up these residents would be a real loss. But the other thing that I know from having moved in recently is that I spent 3 months scouring a 30-minute transit travel radius of where 25 St. Mary is, and I can tell you that no matter how many rental agents you have or how much rent cap you provide, there just aren't other buildings like this. There's a lot of talk about needing more housing and a housing shortage, and that's the rationale behind building a lot of these new condos. But the truth is that 25 St. Mary is the kind of housing that we need, that we should be building. And to tear it down for fewer and smaller rental units, that's not affordable housing. I live with a roommate. I am starting a full-time professional job in September. I am single. I have no dependents. I will not be able to afford the rents in this new building. Tell me how that's affordable. A single person with a roommate working a full-time job can't afford it. I'm going to move on now to reading the statement of another resident of the building, Greg Summers, who couldn't be here. He says, I have been a resident of 25 St. Mary since 1993. At that time, I was a student working part-time at the grocery store in the Manulife Center. He chose to move to St. Mary, saying the deciding factor was the central location, being able to live close to both the University of Toronto and my workplace. I did not require either a vehicle for my own or a daily commute on public transit, which were huge advantages to someone on limited income. There was also a very significant saving in time in that my travel to work or to school could be measured in minutes rather than hours, and I was not affected by adverse weather or traffic conditions. My university studies did not work out well, and eventually I transitioned to full-time employment at the grocery store in the Manulife Center. The pay there is not high, and the rents at 25 St. Mary Street rose close to market value over the years. He says market value, but that's not true, because it's worse. But the trade-off was being centrally located. There were money savings from not having to maintain a car or be dependent on public transportation. This allowed him to make ends meet, he says, and to afford the higher rent of a downtown location. He says, I am now in my early 60s. Having worked a relatively low-paying job, I have not been able to put away a great deal of money. My health is still good, and I had envisaged working beyond the age of 65 so long as I was physically able to do so. The proposed redevelopment of 25 St. Mary Street would be a catastrophe for me in that it would essentially destroy my quality of life. If forced to relocate, it is extremely unlikely that I will be able to find equivalent accommodations at anywhere near an affordable price, which means either a substantial downgrade in living conditions or being forced to relocate at a considerable distance from central Toronto. It is very unlikely that the proposed rent compensation offered to those who move out with the intention of returning once the redevelopment is complete will be adequate to secure equivalent accommodations anywhere near downtown Toronto. The most realistic scenario for me is that I will be pushed out of Toronto and face long commute times, added traveling expense, and increased rent if I wish to hold on to my current employment position. If I am forced to give up my current job, which is a full-time unionized position, it is very unlikely that I would be able to find another, since the grocery industry now only hires part-time when it comes to rank and file. A probable scenario is that I will be in my mid-60s when the eviction goes out, and I may be forced into retirement several years earlier than I had planned. Now, I've got a little extra time, so I'm going to continue with my own statement. I just want to say that even though I'm in a completely different position, I am facing a similar situation. I don't have right of return. My roommate and I have 3 months' rent, and that is not anywhere near enough to afford a comparable place in downtown Toronto. The other apartment that I was looking at when I moved into this place was 30 minutes by transit away from my work and my school. It was a 1-bedroom for 2 people, and it was only $500 a month cheaper. There just are not options in this city. And if you are going to replace this building, you have to make sure that you do it right. You have to support people properly as much as they need during the transition, and you have to build back housing that is fulfilling the same need that this housing is, because it is so, so vital to this community. There are young families there. They're not moving into these shiny new condos. They have 4 kids living in a 2-bedroom right now. Where else are they going to go? It's not to this shiny new condo with this daycare that the developer is promising without any real commitment. We need this housing. If we're going to replace it, we need to replace this housing. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? No? Okay. The next deputant I have listed is Jennifer Sladek. Jennifer? Hi, Jennifer.
Thank you, Councillor Perks and councillors, and good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Sladek, and I'm pleased to be speaking to you today as a 5-year tenant at 25 St. Mary Street. I arrived here by way of 2 rent evictions. I hold a master's degree in drug policy analysis, and I've taught at Ryerson University in the School of Social Work. I'm also a pastry chef by profession and a former trauma care nurse. I have a few things to say today to you. A man once lived in my building, 25 St. Mary. I only knew him as the man who visited my dad many years ago. The 2 of them deep in crazy-haired conversation and accent as I squashed, half listening, yew-berries between my thumbs. Thanks to the Toronto Legacy Project, I came to know him as George Faludi, and my apartment looks over towards that memorial that I will dearly miss. Unfortunately, his poetry now corrodes on a plaque. When I think of George Faludi, I think about the notion of the fundamental human right for housing. These rights aren't more for some and less for others, and they are not for sale on auction blocks. nor are they something that can be given or taken away. As inherent, they can only be upheld. This is why I'm here today. George Falaty wrote poetry in exile in apartment number 1608. I found that out yesterday when I was thinking about what I wanted to say today. His words ended in Budapest 2006, and ours today really only pause. We still have much, much more to say. George Falaty spent most of his life, 70 years in fact, subjected to atrocities and injustices that very few can even imagine, and unfortunately some can. Censorship, war, false accusations of crimes, wrongly imprisoned, to name but a few. And some of these people make up the citizens that live in our city today. Those decades of years of exile were mostly here in Toronto, 25 St. Mary's Street, apartment 1608. I want to speak to one point only, to the vote on demolition of our home. The promise of a working group has yet to materialize. George Falaty was an academic, as was I, and the failure to provide that valuable cross-sector expertise to us that comes across as a profoundly complex cross-sectoral phenomena is quite frankly unfathomable to me. I really don't get it. It is my hope that this promise made to us was in good faith, as the promise our Councillor Moyes had made to other communities, such as he made to St. Jamestown. We really need these working groups to help us through these issues. As it has been to us, the dearth of that expertise will be to their detriment too, and to every other building to come. George Falaty was one of a kind, as the city's legacy project wisely honors him as second recipient following the late Oscar Peterson. We are a wonderfully rich city, and I would like to see it stay that way, as most of my musician friends are now leaving. They can't afford to stay. But St. Mary's isn't second, it's a precedent building, and we've heard someone speak toward that today. And I'm sure that what's happening would delight our St. Mary's Street poet, the lover of life. I watched the tulips coming up across the street. An idea takes form. 1.3 million renters account for 47% of our city's population, almost half. And what if only 130,000 of us and our allies and friends gathered one day on our city's streets on the common ground of affordable housing for all? What could that accomplish for this remarkable city we choose to make our home? I thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for your time today. We really appreciate it. Next, I have, excuse me, Emily Blamier. Emily, we've connected you. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Emily. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Blameyer, and I've been a resident of 25 St. Mary Street for about 10 years now, I think just over. When the redevelopment of 25 St. Mary was first brought forward, my heart fell. I love living here. I love its actual green space, with emphasis on both the green and the space. I love the community. I love my neighbors. I interact with many of them regularly, going over for tea. One of my neighbors helps me by dog sitting for me, just chatting with people all the time. And frankly, I just love the building itself. I don't want this redevelopment to happen. At the same time, the rental replacement plan is decent, and I thank the city for the work they've done securing this. This situation is crappy, but I recognize the deal's not an awful one in the context of the terrible situation we find ourselves in with respect to development in Toronto. I want to take some time to speak today just to urge the council to look beyond just this project and to develop a comprehensive and, dare I hope, a visionary plan for the development of housing in this city. I want to look to the future of Toronto with hope and inspiration. I want to be enlivened by the plans for our city. I don't want to keep reading the same depressing headlines over and over. I want to ask you to fight against the province's plans to dismantle tenant rights and put the profits of developers even further ahead of the needs of tenants. I don't know what this plan could be or how to strategize this fight. I can't pretend I'm an expert in this sort of thing. But I really want to ask you to please put your energy and your political clout towards this, because we need better. As a starting point, in this particular instance, it would seem to me that if a larger portion of the proposed units, let's say double the current number of units of St. Mary Street instead of 50, were allocated to increasing the affordable housing in the city, then this project would at least have a positive impact on the overall housing situation in Toronto. This is the kind of vision I'd like to see implemented for all development proposals in our city, and that I hope some of you will have the bravery to fight for. In my wildest dreams, the development plan for Toronto includes you blocking the demolition of 25 St. Mary Street, or at the very least deferring this decision so that a real working group, including the residents of the building, can be formed. This was something that was brought up and has never materialized, and something we'd really like. If, however, you are convinced, absolutely convinced, that such actions will end in a worse situation for us tenants down the road, then I suppose I would rather have this demoviction happen now. Not because I'm happy with this plan, but because none of us can afford to be dealt an even worse hand. If this is what happens, if this does go forward, what I look for from you is a commitment to plan a way to keep this city affordable for ordinary people. Because the city is becoming a place where ordinary people can't live, and frankly won't want to live. And the only people who are going to be left if we don't address this are those with enough money to live anywhere or those without enough money to escape. I thank you very much for your time, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Emily? No? Emily, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Next, I have Brandon Wong. Brandon, I understand you're online. Can you hear me? No? Not connected? No? Okay. We will go then to Monica Nick. Monica? Good afternoon, Monica. Welcome. Hi, Monica. You've got 5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
I'm here today to speak as one of the long-term residents of 25 St. Mary Street. Block 10 has proposed to vet an eviction package for residents, but the package doesn't cover the enormous financial burden of relocating or the unprecedented rent increases that will afflict on many seniors, low-income and fixed-income tenants of St. Mary Street, many of whom have currently protection under rent control as long as they reside in their current homes. The 25 St. Mary Street apartment building has been home to many residents for years, including senior citizens who have lived there for decades. Demolishing the building and evicting the residents would not only displace these individuals from their homes, but would also sever the sense of community that they have built over the years. Furthermore, eviction could be a traumatic experience, particularly for seniors who are more vulnerable and emotional and physically stressed, and can have adverse health effects such as depression, anxiety, and increased mortality rates. We must prioritize the well-being of our senior citizens, fixed and low-income residents. The developer proposed eviction packages does not consider the needs of these long-term residents. It places an enormous financial burden on them and does not provide them with the resources necessary to find a new home. This is unprecedented, especially for seniors, again, low income and fixed income tenants who may not have financial resources to cope with such an increase in rent or the cost of relocating. I understand that the proposed eviction is part of a larger development plan for the area. However, we cannot allow the well-being of our community members to be sacrificed for the sake of development. We must explore alternative options and prioritize the well-being of the current residents. Perhaps the building could be renovated or repurposed to meet the needs of the community, or the developer could could be required to provide temporary homes in other rental condo units that it owns nearby. In March 2013, the developer Lantier and the City of Toronto officials negotiated with the tenants of Sutton Place, now called the Brit. They offered the long-term residents financial compensations, thousands of dollars based on their year of tenancy, 6 months notice, and a temporary new home in condo units it owned nearby. This is taken from the Toronto Star article dated March 20th, 2013, real estate section. The residents of 25 St. Mary Street have built a sense of community and the home in their building over the years. They have lived through countless changes and challenges and have persevered through it all. For many of them, the building is the only home they've ever known. It is there that we raised families, made friends, built our lives. In conclusion, I implore you to consider the concerns of the community and prioritize the well-being of the affected individuals, particularly seniors, low-income, and fixed-income tenants. Let's work together to find a solution that meets the needs of all residents and ensures that we can continue to call 25 St. Mary's our home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Monica. Are there any questions? No? Monica, thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts and feelings with us today. Excuse me. Next, I have Julie Kellerman. Hi, Julie. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can watch your time over there. Okay? Start whenever you're ready.
So my name is Julia Kellerman. I'm a tenant of 25 St. Mary. I moved in when I was in my early 30s, and I've been there for about 40 years. And I was hoping that I would stay there until the end of my life, but this is not to be. In the last 5 years have been very stressful. The first 2 years of the lockdown of COVID, and then during that time I had the sorrow of losing my husband to cancer, not detected on time, pancreatic cancer. So I had to kind of take care of him during this lockdown and kind of survive the lockdown. So when the COVID finished, it was kind of a relief to get out and be able to kind of walk around, meet your friends, and resume the usual life that you did before. But then this was not this was kind of short-lived, because then we had the provincial government brought in the rent control. They abolished the rent control, sorry. And then they kind of started to encourage people to build condos, stating the shortage of houses. Condos really took off in great number. And I advise you to walk around, start from Davenport, walk along Yonge Street, go down to Wellesley, and make a little trip up on Bay Street, and look at all the condos that were built in the past 5 years. There are 15 completed condos. And if you walk back again, there are 8 more in process of being built. This whole area is unrecognizable. They keep the facade of the old buildings and put this huge high-rises behind it. The tenants were surprised when we received the news that our building might be demolished and replaced with 2 towers. Our apartment rental building is fully occupied by long-term tenants with many seniors who lived on fixed income. The demolition of 25 St. Mary Street is going to be the largest in the city of Toronto in a high-valued real estate. The discussions went along between the developer, the city, and the tenants with 2 or 3 Zoom meetings. Some people, of course, did not have Zoom or didn't have computers, the seniors, so they could not follow it. And the final offer from 10 Block. All the discussions were very one-sided. 10 Block stating, this is what we want and willing to give, implying that we, the tenants, are lucky to get all these offers. I would like 10 Block to reconsider the offer for rent gap payment. Accelerating the speed of rent increases, their offer of the rent gap might alleviate some pain and not even eliminate them. You, 10 Block, are building 2 towers, prime real estate location, and this will not be your last building. With your other real estate buildings, you will make a vast fortune. Everybody is aware of that. Take into consideration the seniors in this building who are going through so much stress because of relocation and money gap. Seniors just want to live out their retirement in peace. They might not even have a chance to return to the new building. It might take 5 to 6 years starting from now. Life is too short. Many of us cannot stop worrying and having sleepless nights. We need to sit down and come up with a fair solution. Please have a fair solution for the seniors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us today. Okay, members, we're next going to go back to the big top of the list. I understand that Annette Trevorrow-Gasher is now online and wants, or here and wants to make a deputation. Annette? Hi, Annette. Annette, if I could just ask you to sit down so that we can hear you through the microphone. Just settle in, take your time.
Hello everyone, thanks for having me here. I wasn't aware that I wasn't able to take the time to speak on behalf of another tenant, but thankfully Jeff will do that. But she is unable to be here today and has lived in this building for 55 years. When I first moved into this building, my mother had 2 strokes. And her wish was not to go to a nursing home and stay home with her girlie, which was me. She had several happy years in the building. She meandered around in her rollator walker, as many seniors do, in a safe area. It's a very coveted area. And I took care of her until she passed away. She died in St. Mary A lot of people have died in St. Mary, and recently several seniors have died in St. Mary. If you can imagine the stress of telling your own parents that they have to leave their house, especially if they are capable and cognitively safe and stable. To my own case, as a 23-year cancer survivor, thought it was 19 years, but I forgot about COVID. I'm on the cancellation list for phase 2 of the DF flap surgery at Princess Margaret Hospital to replace some damage that was caused during reconstruction with band recall implants.
Annette, the papers you're holding are hitting your microphone?
Sorry.
That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
I eventually had a 10-hour surgery, which didn't work out very well in 2020, so they repeated it in 2021. I'm currently on the cancellation list for an autologous. The autologous surgery was using my own tissue, which was something that wasn't available at the time of my reconstruction. I have been a very active member of society, starting my own business, founding my own business, writing my own curriculum for first aid material. There are many ways you can become financially advantaged, even though you've worked very hard your whole life. I spent 2 years out of the building after my mother died because I could no longer stay there with those memories of rotating her like a little bird. And I came back to St. Mary because there was so little rental units, because I was fleeing domestic violence when I decided to move in with my domestic partner at that time, because that was the solution. Going through a divorce, I was organizing a reunion for 48 antique Argo cheerleaders. Of one, I was myself. I was a professional ballet dancer and became an Argo cheerleader. I didn't expect to be 60 years old and to be, through no fault, evicted from the building. There are some points that I want to ensure that I get to. I have a thoracic surgeon, a gynecological oncological surgeon, an oncological breast surgeon, oncological reconstructive plastic surgeon who is the chief of surgery at Princess Margaret Hospital, with whom I have regular tests and treatment. I have rehab 3 times a week at Princess Margaret Hospital and Toronto Rehab. I need to stay in my area, and I feel like 10 blocks should pay for the full rental gap in this area, not just giving up or giving someone a leasing agent. Someone with special needs or disabilities or seniors need more help than that. They need to be found housing. I rescheduled an MRI and mammogram today to be here. My specialists are at UHN hospitals. I suffer from vertigo and other issues that affect my mobility on different days, which also affect my ability to meet certain obligations. I tried to transfer to a 1-bedroom in my unit because there was only a bachelor available when I came in the second time. So I've been at St. Mary's for 8 years in total. I'd like to discuss the rent gap has been discussed enough. My ex-domestic partner has, the no contact order has expired. I'm trying to get through some point forms here. I had to jump through hoops, even though I had supporting letters from supporting victim services, including social worker from domestic violence, safe house, that I had to go to because I was financially disadvantaged, because someone had taken my intellectual property, because
Annette?
of many things.
I have to ask you for one concluding thought, okay?
Thank you. My concluding thoughts are that the parking and bicycles are not sufficient for someone to have a PSW park there or an ambulance transfer, that you consider the special needs compensation and set a precedent for people with fixed income, increase our compensation, and a junior run 1-bedroom is a similar size to a bachelor, in a 307 unit, in an 07 unit, we have a large storage unit that needs taken into consideration when moving out. And the Sutton Place, my final thoughts are, in order to deter it, in order that we can retain a lawyer and address this properly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Annette. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing your story with us here today. Next, I have Ashley Lewandowski. Ashley?
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Hi.
we can. Loud and
Sorry about my name. I knew it's a tough one. Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Lewandowski, and I'm a tenant as well at 25 St. Mary Street. I want to thank everyone for listening to the tenants like me here today and all the fellow speakers who have attended and are supporting tenants and the neighborhood. As with anything, we all have individual experiences and perspectives, and I want to speak today, obviously, to share a bit of my experience and perspective on the path ahead as we move forward. I moved into this building in September of 2011 as a student. I arrived here from Manitoba, my home province, and I hadn't even viewed the apartment. I didn't know the building, so I really lucked out. This building, this apartment, they are the only homes I've known in Toronto, and I do realize that this will change for me in the next couple of years. Like many tenants, I do not want my home to be demolished. 5 years ago, I added a dog to my lifestyle and family, and if any of you have a dog, you know that they help show the community of people surrounding you. When this building is being demolished, the community of tenants is disappearing too. And like even last night, I was outside in the front yard in the green space, and 3 neighbors and myself had a chat for like a half hour just because we were there at the same time. And that's the kind of community that's created through green space. I don't think the proposal captures that, but there's a lot of aspects in the proposal that unfortunately doesn't capture what it is to be at St. Mary Street. It's just a community I'm going to miss, because the reality is we face of going forward not being financially able to stay in our community or even staying in the neighborhood. There's going to be hardship in having to leave, and I feel that. And there are folks here with decades, as you've heard, living here, that compared to my 11 years, it's nothing compared to how long they've been here. So it's scary to think about the uncertainty ahead, and this process is complex and confusing. So as we proceed, I do ask 10 Block with the representatives here today to please be considerate of the fear and the uncertainty and the hardships ahead for tenants, because this will be very hard. And I ask that because at the end of the day, I'm here to say that I support approval of the decision right now based on the realities surrounding us. I welcome the bylaws and processes in Toronto that requires compensation of varying degrees, rental replacement units, and other tenant protections. I would love it to be more, especially when we're enduring a housing crisis in the city. And I echo the sentiments of my fellow speakers about the financial gap being between the proposed compensation and the existing rental market. And I echo speaker sentiments opposing demo evictions and the need for more affordable rental housing. I know this proposal is far from perfect, and I think it's a matter of just trying to work together to make things work as best we can in a bad situation, in a flawed system. Because I recognize at the provincial level, government isn't working for tenants, it's working against tenants, and there's a risk of erosion of tenant protections. It's very real, and it's soon. There's going to be future tenants who stand where I am now, virtually or otherwise, and their protections are going to be far more precarious, which is incredibly unfortunate. Our current tenants, like Ellie, who spoke today, who joined the building more recently, and they will receive less protections, obviously, than tenants like myself and others who've been here longer. I have, and I'm sure many of you have, a tremendous amount of empathy for them and their own uncertain paths forward. So while I recognize the city can only do so much, when the provincial level is removing protections piece by piece. So I do support approval right now because sadly I think that for many tenants it will be worse before we eventually see a more promising future down the road. And I'm just going to wrap by saying I want to thank city staff for their efforts to date and still ahead in the process for us at St. Mary Street. I urge City Council to keep advocating as much as possible against tenant restrictions that are coming down from the provincial level that jeopardize existing tenant protections in Toronto and demolition circumstances. So please just thank you and do as much as you're able to do. And thank you as well, Chairperson, because I really appreciate how kind you've been today while navigating all of us speakers. That's all.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Ashley, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us this afternoon. I don't even know when it is. Okay. Next, Christine Fang-Denisoff. Christine, are you with us? Hi, Christine.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Toronto and East York Council. My name is Christine Fang-Denisov, and I'm a partner with Urban Strategies, and I'm here today on behalf of 10 Block, the owners of the 25 St. Mary site. I'm a planner and urban designer, and I've been working on this project for over 2 years, and I just wanted to speak very, very briefly today just to thank planning and housing staff for working collaboratively on this project. I don't want to take up too much time. I know that the agenda has been very packed, but I just wanted to offer to answer any questions that might come up as we've been helping with the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment. I also wanted to note that there is another speaker, another person on the project team who will be answering tenant questions or tenant-related issues, but if there's any questions related to the planning or urban design matters, I'm here to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the brevity. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you very much for making yourself available.
Thank you.
Randa Abu Al-Naja? Randa Abu Al-Naja? No? Okay. Jocelyn Deeks? Hi, Jocelyn.
Hi there. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of Toronto and East York Community Council. My name is Jocelyn Deeks. I am a partner at Bousfields, and I lead our community engagement practice. I'm engaged by 10 Block to help support in the tenant consultation and tenant matters with respect to 25 St. Mary Street. From the start, it has been important to us to take a tenant's first approach in all aspects of the project. The human element of this project has not been lost on any of us, and consideration of the people who currently live in the building has been top of mind throughout this process. The rental replacement process is complicated, and one of our goals has been to provide clarity and transparency throughout this process. We created multiple channels for conversations with tenants and shared those discussions with city staff so that they were aware of what was on people's minds, as well as consulted with city staff on the best way to communicate in addition to the work that they were already doing. Providing a package that was not only fair, but exceeded the requirements from the province and the city was also something that we strive to achieve in this process. The goal has been to mitigate the hardship to tenants and address the range of circumstances that has been presented to us. We understand that for tenants, these circumstances create fear, stress, and concern. Our intention is to continue to share information and work with tenants through the relocation process by providing the support outlined in the package in order to continue to mitigate the challenge of relocating or temporarily relocating. We hope that at the end of the day, returning tenants will have the opportunity to enjoy their new modern units as part of the community in the new development. While I certainly don't know every tenant in the building, I have had the opportunity to talk to many of them about this process and the package. And from those conversations, we have worked to improve the offering and the communication to meet as broad a range of needs as possible. I'm very happy to answer your questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Moise has a question.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Will you be providing professional moving services to the tenants?
There is compensation that is provided to the tenants to cover moving costs. They may use that money as they wish in terms of hiring movers, hiring a moving truck. So the amount of compensation is given to each tenant with the intention of covering those costs, but you don't have to provide receipts and you're not required to use that money for that purpose.
Okay. And are you aware of my motion I'm bringing forth today in regards to tenant relocation and assistance plan?
Yes, Councillor.
And your support of that?
Yes, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other questions for the deputy? No? Thank you very much for making yourself available to us today. That concludes, I'm sorry, sir. Sadly, you have to raise money and run for office and win an election to be able to ask questions of deputies, and it's no fun. I don't recommend it. That's the list of registered deputies that I have. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, if you could come up and identify yourself.
My name is Jeff Hayworth. I work for the Federation of Metro Tenants Associations. It's been my pleasure and privilege to work with the tenants of 25 St. Mary over the past few months, as well as the tenants of 145 St. George, 55 Brownlow, 48 Grenoble, 1265 Wilson, 1277 Wilson, 135 Isabella, and the dozens of other buildings and thousands of other tenants who are facing these demolitions. Today, I just wanted to read some of the written notices that tenants who couldn't be here wanted to send in. First, Jim Pfister from earlier. He's been a tenant of 25 St. Mary Street for 35 years. His primary concern is the removal of parking from existing tenants, which is essentially an eviction notice for tenants who are dependent on their vehicles, many of whom are seniors and persons with disabilities. Parking is essential for many displaced tenants and can be an undue hardship based on vocation, health, abilities, age, or lifestyle. Specific instances where vehicles are essential include work requirements, physical abilities, caretaking, and mental health, the reliance on vehicles for activities that reduce stress. Protecting displaced tenants and achieving governmental green goal objectives are not mutually exclusive. Parking provisions for displaced tenants would have no discernible environmental impact. However, removing parking for those dependent on their vehicle has clear and tangible effects. Some tenants may not be able to return to their home because of their vehicle dependence, essentially amounting to a constructive eviction. There are cost-effective options which would be employed to improve the few parking spaces needed for displaced tenants without delaying construction timelines. The cost to park elsewhere will be prohibitive. Parking costs will skyrocket, reflecting demand as new buildings develop in the neighborhood bid for limited 24/7 parking spaces. Parking compensation is not a tenable solution. The requirement is to protect parking of displaced tenants. Lastly, I'd like to comment on negotiating in good faith. Our notification of the plan to eliminate parking was first communicated at the end of December 2022 at a tenant consultation meeting. A year after the December 2021 meeting where tenants were told they could return with the same parking at the same price. This is a major issue that blindsided those tenants who are dependent on vehicles. There has been zero discussion on this matter, with the city taking the position that tenants have no rights to parking. My ask is for City Council to support tenants, especially for persons with disabilities and seniors, and require parking provisions be made for displaced tenants. At an absolute minimum, discussions should take place prior to any approvals of the building demolition so these issues can be addressed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I'll go quickly through these next two. This next one is the story of Jane. She is a 79-year-old divorced lady who lives alone. She moved to 25 St. Mary in January of 1968 at the age of 25, fleeing domestic violence. This has been her home for 55 years, her safety net and her loved community, and where she feels safe. Jane worked for a professional regulatory body until she was let go at age 50 and then became a professional dog walker until suffering an injury, which has severely limited her mobility. Jane suffered an injury to her right leg, and plus tendonitis, soft tissue, and connective tissue damage, which she attends physiotherapy weekly in the area. Her stress over the demolition has reached a peak a few nights ago when some trees were starting to be taken down and she went into a full panic attack. There was no connection with the office, so she had no idea what was happening, and suffered a significant mental health issue. Her pain is chronic, and because I'm running out of time, unfortunately, I have to skip to her last words, which are, in all capitals, "Please help me." Lastly, this is from Bernice Rohde. I hope I can get through it without tearing up. My name is Bernice Rohde. I am 81 years old, living on a fixed income. I have lived in a one-bedroom apartment at St. Mary since 1977. That's 46 years. I realize the building is old, but it is a good building and it is well maintained. It is also a great mixture of tenants, older and younger and in between. The convenience of nearby shopping, easy access to transportation for doctor, dentist, and other appointments, and of course a local drugstore is a major plus at her age. The thought of leaving this building and the neighborhood is very sad and obviously very stressful. It took her 3 days to write that note. Bernice Rohde, apartment 2404. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have someone from clerks get your details. Are there any questions? No? Thank you very much for sharing those stories with us. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation at this time? Yep, please, if you could come forward and identify yourself.
Hi, my name is Michael Brown, and we all know that 10 Block is a big player in the Toronto real estate market. So they've been doing this for several generations. I estimate maybe 3 generations. And as Mr. Perlman said this morning, his family's been doing this for many years. So when they started planning the reconstruction of this building or demolition of this building, this was like probably 7 years ago. And they had numbers based on old information. But when they develop this new building, they will be selling the new units at the current market prices. Yet 10 Block, which is this huge big company with highly paid accountants and lawyers working for them, they've decided to offer the tenants a compensation based on the CMHC rates, which is ridiculous. We all know that CMHC is historical rates. Why aren't they offering the tenants the current market rate? Because you know what? It's not to their benefit. They're not stupid. They're smart people. They've been in this business for 60, 70 years, as he was saying, right? And they already know these things. So they want to put more money to their pockets over the backs of the tenants living in this building. This is wrong. I mean, they have to be fair and they have to do things fairly. If they want a good deal, it has to work fairly for the tenants and themselves. I mean, this is absolutely wrong. That's all I'm saying. These people are smart, they know what they're doing, but they're willing to shortchange the tenants. There should be 2 things. They should give them a fair compensation based on the current Toronto market, not on 1 year ago and 2 years ago and some generality from CMHC. Everybody in City Council knows that CMHC rates are old, and they're not really current, and they will never be for a while unless the province changes this or the government changes this. So what we have to do is, if you want to be fair to tenants, you've got to pay them a current compensation based on current rates. That's only fair. It makes sense. If they want to, they will be making multi-millions of dollars on this construction. They already have the numbers based on old rates. They don't know what they're going to be making down the road 4 or 5 years from now, which will be, we all know, substantially higher. So why aren't we forcing these people to pay what's right? They're giving us these CMHC rates, really? That's wrong. Most of these poor tenants don't have that kind of information because they're not accountants and lawyers. In the meantime, the Perlmans, who are part of this whole 10-block operation, they already know what they're doing because they've been doing this game for 3 generations, a lot of these people, okay? So let's shortchange the poor tenants and we have a few more $1,000s in our pockets. Is that right? And yet they want a good deal and they want the tenants to say, okay, we'll take what we want. I think what they have to do is offer 2 things. Fair compensation based on current Toronto rates, which are not coming down. And secondly, they have to find rental agents to help people find comparable units in the neighborhood. I mean, it's not fair to get seniors to go to North York. When they're living downtown, they've had their whole lives downtown. Now they have to go to North York to find a comparable apartment? You go and find them a comparable apartment or find agents to do that because you'll be making multi-million dollars with 2 big towers in the city. And City Council has to address the housing problem in Toronto. It's a huge, big problem. It's the #1 problem in the city. If we don't address housing, we are going to have all these socioeconomic issues here. All those killings on the subway. Have you ever seen this happen before? The answer is no. And why is it happening? Socioeconomic problems. We have to address these things now, not 5 years from now, not 2 years from now. And the 25 St. Mary business is part of this whole picture. Let's do the right thing and do it now. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir, don't go away. Someone from the clerk's office is just going to get your name. Are there any questions for this deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you very much for your thoughts today. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Oh, over there. Okay. If I can, yeah. Just come on up. No, keep coming. Black t-shirt guy. There you go.
Sorry, it's my first community council meeting.
Welcome. Listen, this is more fun than going to the movies, and you don't have to pay.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. Your time is up there, and enjoy.
Okay. My name is Daniel Grushko. My sister is a tenant at 25 St. Mary Street, and I'm here to read some statements from tenants that couldn't be here today. So I'm going to start with an open letter to all stakeholders from Dan Barnabeck. And here's the background. Following the city community consultation meeting on May 3rd, 2023, the city-led tenant meeting on February 21st, 2023, the tenant drop-in session on February 28th, 2023, and the community council zoning approval scheduled for April 12th, 2023, it is anticipated that zoning approval will be granted to demolish the present structure, which is now over 50 years old, and a new 2 condominium towers will be erected by the developer, allocating 259 condo units for continuous rental to eligible longer-term tenants at similar rent once a new complex gets built, estimated at 3 years' time from the beginning of construction. While City Hall should take credit for at least securing a fraction of units where the existing tenants can come back at a similar rent upon new construction being completed and developers accepting those terms, there remain several major issues on how to complete this arrangement in a fair, equitable, and legal fashion. While compensation for each eligible tenant is on the table, providing 3 months' rent and a one-way moving expense payment of $3,000, a so-called gap payment is provided at about $15,000, which is spread over 3 years and comes to $416 per month. This is by far falling short of the going rate for one-bedroom apartment condo unit rentals, according to Urbanize, published on October 14th, 2022. Citing the National Rent Report from Rentals.ca and Bullpen Research and Consulting, the average rent as of September last year was $2,474 per month, which points to a shortfall of $250 per month. But there's much more to it. The above sources state that the condominium rentals and apartments have since experienced even steeper price increases, with an average of $2,555 per month, and in most cases, $2,988 per month in the case of condo units. Given the actual experience and the present going rate in the marketplace in the Central Toronto Zone 1, the tenants will be forced to attempt renting in condominium units, as there are virtually no available comparative rentals near the present complex at 25 St. Mary Street. It is therefore only natural to assume that an average condo rental comparison should apply, bringing the actual shortfall to approximately $1,200 per month, or $43,200 for the anticipated 3-year period. Another issue is the parking compensation, which for 3 years had been allowed at $2,000 per unit, whereas in fact an average parking spot can be obtained at minimum of $200 per month, for a total of $7,200 over a period of 3 years. Another issue is the problem with tenants on fixed income qualifying for comparable rentals. This is a very pressing social issue that has to be addressed in times to come, as no tenant should be treated as a second-class citizen. Finally, here's a request to adjourn the zoning approval scheduled on April 12th, 2023. I received an overwhelming correspondence from all the tenants, and the content of my above letter reflects their opinion. In order not to cause a public outcry, legal actions, and therefore time and money for all stakeholders, I decided on my own to copy this open letter for the consideration of City Council and the Minister of Housing, and ask tenants to partake and register and have their say by registering and speaking either directly by calling 416-392-7033 or by email to teycc@toronto.ca no later than noon on Tuesday, April 11th, 2023, as I myself am prevented from participating due to previous engagements. There is no sense in rushing the zoning approval before the issue of compensation is resolved by way of a legal agreement signed by the developer and eligible tenants and registered on the title of the property. This may take some time, and the city should impress on the developer to come to the negotiating table so that the matter gets resolved as soon as possible. Alternatively, the city may grant zoning approval to the developer contingent upon formalizing and registering on the title of the compensation agreement as discussed herein. And finally, as a notice to the media, as demolition of 25 St. Mary Street is going to be the largest in the city of Toronto, I ask you to take a keen interest on the further development in this matter. Regards, Dan Barnabek. And if I may, with some of the time remaining, I would like to start on a statement from Neil Sokol, who's a tenant in 25 St. Mary. Members of Toronto and East York Community Council, thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak today. To start, I am entirely opposed to this demolition. However, my experience with this process has left me bitterly disappointed with the city. We've been told time and time again by members of the City Council that there is essentially no hope at preventing the demolition of one of the last affordable, rent-controlled, high-rise, purpose-built rental buildings in this neighborhood. That even if Council was to somehow deny the application, the developer would just appeal to the Land Tribunal and almost certainly win. And on the slim chance that they did not, they would simply reapply with the new rules under Bill 23, under which there is no hope of appeal, and all residents would be just thrown out on the street with only 3 months' notice, minimal compensation, and no right of first refusal.
Afraid I have to stop you there.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Listen, you did great. Come back. Are there any questions? No? If you could just make sure you sign in with the clerk here. Okay. Excuse me. Any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation? Okay, that concludes the deputations on this item. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Moyes.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. This is to the housing staff. Can you explain the rental replacement package the tenants will be receiving?
Through the chair, so there's 2 types of tenants at the building. There are tenants that were living in the building at the time of application and tenants that have moved in since the application was made. So for all tenants, regardless of status, tenants receive 6 months of notice before they need to move out. This is to top up the 4 months required under the RTA. All tenants also receive 3 months of their rent and financial compensation pursuant to the RTA. And all tenants who are special needs, that's tenants that are older than 65 or tenants with a physical or mental challenge, they receive 4 months of rent as compensation. For those that were there at the time of the application or before, they receive further compensation since they weren't aware of this, the proposal to demolish when they moved in. So those tenants receive the right to return to the new building at similar rent to their current unit and a similar unit type at similar size. They receive the rent gap payment that's been discussed here, so that's based off of vacant market rents in CMHC Zone 1, which is generally the downtown area, and how that compares to their current rent for a period of at least 36 months, longer if they will be displaced for a longer period of time. They receive a moving allowance which is $1,500 for a studio or one-bedroom unit, $2,500 for a two-bedroom unit. They receive access to a leasing agent that will provide them with lists of rental vacancies, coordinate referrals and references, help them generally apply to rental units. And then for those tenants that had access to parking, when they return to the building, they'll be provided with $2,000 in compensation for that, the hardship associated with the loss of parking.
Thank you. So without the City of Toronto's rent replacement compensation policies, what would the tenants be entitled to under provincial law?
Through the chair, the Residential Tenancies Act guarantees tenants 3 months of rent as financial compensation in the case of rent evictions, and 4 months of notice to move out.
Okay. And how many tenants have a right to return and how many don't?
As of the time when we wrote the report, we received information from 10 Block that indicated there were currently 152 tenants remaining that were there at the time of application. The remaining 107 units had tenants that had moved in since the application was made. So 152.
Okay. Can you explain the parking compensation? Is this typical of a rental replacement agreement?
Okay, so I think first is the reason there is parking compensation here is because City Council adopted changes to the zoning bylaw that no longer require parking to be provided in new buildings. So consequently, we weren't able to secure parking as part of this, or no parking was proposed as part of this redevelopment application, which extends to the returning tenants as well. So I would say this is not typical because in the past there were requirements for parking, so we were generally able to secure replacement parking as part of the overall parking plan. So what's being provided here is $2,000 to those tenants who currently rent a parking spot. And this $2,000 is meant to help mitigate the hardship those tenants would face when they return. So it could help them rent parking offsite, help pay for permit parking, or help pay for alternative transportation measures such as TTC passes. What I will note is there are 40 tenants that currently have access to parking. All of those tenants pay additional separate rent for parking, so it's not included in any of their baseline rents.
Okay. And this is an important question. So what happens if the development takes 48 months instead of proposed 36 months?
So the rent gap payments, which I noted, start at a baseline of 36 months, or is sort of the baseline that's been proposed. But if the construction takes longer, tenants would receive additional months of that rent gap payment based on the differences. By default, we sort of expect that those are provided monthly. So basically at month 36, if tenants will have to be out for month 37, they would receive another 1 month rent gap payment and continue until they return. We could also negotiate like a different schedule. So on other projects, we've seen things like a top up every 3 months or 6 months to sort of minimize the back and forth. But essentially, tenants would receive rent gaps for the entire time they're displaced.
And I'll just ask one last question, because there's been comments around CMHC. So given that the CMHC report only comes out once annually in the fall, how do you factor in the volatile rental market?
Right. So the CMHC data is published once a year, and that's the data we rely on. In part, the volatility is reflected that there's additional compensation tenants receive. So for example, the rent gap payments are in addition to, not sort of included as part of the 3 months required by the RTA. So tenants are getting more than just the rent gap payments as part of this financial compensation, and that can help mitigate some of that volatility that can be seen.
Okay, just one final question. So could you give us more information on the provincial housing announcements made last Thursday with respect to rental replacement? How would this impact this project?
So through the chair, the province released contents for a draft provincial regulation that would impact the city's rental replacement and conversion bylaw. That is currently out for consultation, so we're reviewing the contents of that draft regulation, and we'll be submitting comments prior to the May 21st date that the province has put out. There's no impact to this application today. Right now, our existing official plan policies and rental replacement bylaw are in effect and apply to this site.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, to the city planning staff, I do have 2 questions. What are you advising the council to do with this application in this case?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
There's a number of recommendations provided in the staff report, almost 20 in total. Those recommendations range from technical bylaws that would adopt the built form and the land use change required to implement the development. There are recommendations associated with securing the daycare as a city asset. There are recommendations associated with the framework for the tenant compensation. And there are recommendations, other technical recommendations required to implement the proposed development. And the recommendations are for approval of the official plan, the rezoning, and the rental housing demolition application.
Okay, I'll stop there for now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I have a couple of questions as well. There were some issues brought up about the security of tenants and the rents if they move into a non-rent controlled building. How does the city handle that, or how does this agreement handle that?
So tenants are free to choose where they move, obviously within, the challenges of the rental market. Part of why the city secures a longer notice period is to give tenants more time to find suitable apartments. So if a priority is finding a pre-2018 building, for example, that would have rent control on those units, part of the idea of giving a 6-month notice is that tenants do have more time than the 4 months allocated by the RTA to find suitable accommodation. For example, something that has rent control for them to move into.
So let's suppose someone's unable to find that and they move into a building that's post 2018, whatever the year was, and we've secured this specific rent gap payment and the rent goes up. Is there any?
There's not, to the chair, and part of the compensation package is part of why it's based on the CMHC data is that is like for like data, so it's looking at, a similar vintage of purpose-built rental units versus newer stock of units.
So does the city have a policy of communicating with displaced tenants to make sure that, all of this is being properly handled by the applicant? How does that work?
So through the Section 111 agreement that's registered on title, there are communication requirements between the owner, and the landlord and tenants. Throughout the process, though, tenants are always welcome to reach out to the city to ask questions or make sure that the process is being followed as required.
So you guys remain available to them as all of this is?
Absolutely.
Okay. And just for some context, how many rental replacement projects do we do in a year, roughly? Order of magnitude?
Through the chair, I think last year on average there were about 20 applications that were considered by council representing around 700 replacement units.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions. Are there any other questions from members of the committee? No? Councillor Moyes to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. I do have an amendment. Perhaps staff can put it up and I'll speak to it in the interim. As some of the
Just keep going.
Sorry, some of the deputants did mention that I did pop into the building on Saturday. It was my intent to spend about 2.5 hours there. It ended up being 6 hours. And it was time well spent. A lot of people were home and I was able to listen and to learn, and again, to provide some information that I felt that was not out there. There was some misinformation as well. Because again, there's been a lot of misinformation out there. So we were able to provide real-time information. And so this was important. And so I'm very sympathetic to the hardship people may have faced or will face. My heart do go out to the community. My hope would have been, not to have this develop the status quo, people were happy with that. But again, within my scope or our scope as councillors here, there are limits as to what we can do. We are governed by provincial law. And I think some of the deputants referred to that, recognizing the limits of this council. And staff has worked hard to get the best deal possible for the people of 25 St. Mary's. And again, I won't repeat them because they were alluded to by staff and some of the deputants who are here today. And one of them being the parking for $2,000, the extra $2,000 for parking. So again, I am here to represent the community and to do my utmost best for them. And so even after I met with the residents on Saturday, I actually went back to city staff and I spoke to 10 Block. And they were able to actually even provide even more benefits to the residents. For example, Ellie in her deputation stated, about being there for less than 5 years, and 10 Block, with city staff has said first right of refusal for most applicant tenants who came afterwards. During my time there on Saturday, the residents spoke about the Sutton Place model, and that why can't that be used? And so again, I went back to 10 Block and city staff, and they have said that they will actually adopt that model. They have some properties or some sister properties, and they will do their best to actually get people to use those facilities. Again, that's something that I heard from the residents that was a concern, and 10 Block and the city is addressing it. And quite frankly, even this model that we're using today is actually better than the Sutton Place agreement that took place more than 5 years ago. And again, as mentioned, 50 additional affordable rental units is being offered as well. The parking compensation is being offered. And the lease agent will be there to assist the residents who need to be reallocated. So again, city staff has worked really hard to get this deal approved and brought here to us, working very closely with 10 Block. I just want to thank them as well. And I hope the amendment that I brought forth here, addressing the Sutton Place example, and those who moved in after June 7th, 2021, with the right to return, will address some of the concerns that I have heard. So, Mr. Chair, those are my comments here, and I hope, the committee will accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? No? I've had a couple of requests to speak. No, I'm very sorry. No, once we brought it into committee, we debated amongst ourselves until we come to a decision. Sorry, guys. I've had a couple of requests to speak. Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bravo. I'd like to speak. Anyone else? No? Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to both acknowledge the work that city staff have done to negotiate on behalf of these tenants. I just don't, we can't fool ourselves. There's nothing to celebrate here. A dim eviction like this is an upheaval in the lives of not only individuals who are finding out that their homes are about to be demolished, but it also demolishes a community. Neighbors, people who know each other, people who care about each other, people who have gone through a journey together and have found a place that is at least more affordable in an incredibly unaffordable city together. And they're not being asked whether or not this is the path that they want to go on. They are being told this is the path they're on. And they've got to get the best deal possible and figure it out. But the core of the problem is that the system that exists is crappy. It's awful. We have a provincial government that many years ago, and this is kind of the core of even the benefits, many years ago allowed for a section of the City of Toronto Act to be created. Many of you know of it now, probably got an education recently. Section 111, that at the very minimum, over 6 units allows for buildings residents to get a deal like has been negotiated, where you get, moving costs and the right of return to a relatively, similar rent and costs covered while you are going through the construction period, et cetera. But even that is at risk now. Even that is at risk. And so what I'm concerned about with regard to where this is going is that if this committee doesn't accept staff's advice, even though I know politically, by the way, it's so much easier just to vote against it and go, let's fight, and anyone elected here would love to do that. But it wouldn't be honest. It wouldn't be the actually ethically right thing to do, because there's 2 concerns here. One is, immediately this could go to the tribunal. And at the tribunal, which is an unelected, unaccountable body by the provincial government, all of these good negotiations, despite whether or not anyone thinks they're good enough, could easily be lost. So in other words, the new buildings go up and the package is gone. So if we just said no, that is a significant risk, and I don't think it's worth gambling that. I don't think it's worth gambling that, because if you've been to the tribunal, you will know the chances that it's going to be approved there are pretty darn high. Higher than the buildings themselves. And then the other concern is that any day, and this should be our biggest worry at a macro level, the provincial government any day could announce that they're scrapping Section 111. Any single day. So any other building like yours may not even have this Section 111. None of this package, nothing. You're on your own. You're on your own. Same government that scrapped rent control on all new units in Ontario. Same government that talks about affordability but is actually making things less affordable. So I say this all to just say it plainly. This is not a good news story. This is not something to celebrate. Lives are being upheaved, and this is going to be difficult. It's going to be a difficult journey. But the worst option is to let this go to the tribunal and then not have any chance to give any protections whatsoever. And I think rationally, it's the best choice.
I'm very sorry. Please let the members of the committee talk. Does that conclude your remarks, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Bravo?
Thank you, Chair. I'll be echoing the sentiments expressed by Councillor Matlow about the reality of the situation. 2 things are true, I think, in this situation. One is that you have, as tenants, are facing something that's terrifying, particularly people who've been in the same building and built a life in a community over decades. It's very impacting to hear your words. At the same time, it's also true, I think, that significant efforts have been made, including by Councillor Moyse and staff, to use the tools that are available to offer protections. But this isn't progress. I don't want to pretend that this is progress. A demo eviction is not the ideal. It's not what we're looking for. I just want to recognize that Canada, we live in a market economy, and the rules and the laws that govern how land is used include the right of people to profit. And that's just encoded in everything that we do at municipal government. And that's right from colonization forward. And so that means that this displacement is part of the rules. It's part of the laws that govern us. That's something really heavy to sit with. It's not, this is something that's also happening in my ward. I also want to recognize that we don't have a partner really in the federal government when it comes to this. There's existing good quality, affordable, purpose-built rental in Toronto, And we don't have a partner to purchase these buildings to protect them, as is being done in other parts of the world. I think we also can recognize that municipal tools are only really there to mitigate the harm, and that's what's being used right now. But the rules are controlled by the provincial government, and what we have in Toronto, as insufficient as tenants are telling us that those protections are the best in Ontario, because that's what the City of Toronto was able to pass and create as bylaws. And even what you consider to be insufficient, as has been said, may no longer be available to tenants in Toronto at all under provincial design. So I want to agree with the deputants who really highlighted that we need to change how we do things as a society, that protecting existing affordable rental is crucial. Incentivizing the building of new affordable apartments is crucial. And that what we need, what I would love to see more than anything, is a provincial change of policy and provincial change of direction that allows us to use every tool possible to protect people who are in the situation that you're facing and so many others across the city. And I just really want to thank you for coming here and telling us what is at stake if we continue in this direction, and acknowledge the harm that you feel.
Those are your comments, Councillor Bravo? Councillor Bravo, is that, you're done? Yes. Okay, sorry. So I'd like to add a couple of words. It does matter fundamentally that you came here today and told us your stories. It is extraordinarily important. Councillor Moyes has already told you that based on hearing you, he's gone back and tried to enrich and succeeded in some ways the agreement that we're offering tenants here. I wish it were better. But it doesn't get better unless stories like this get told, and get told in a public forum like this, and keep getting told and become part of a political movement. And we really want to underscore that. As Councillor Bravo was saying, it is just a fact. It is a legal fact that the rights of people with wealth to pursue profits through land ownership and land redevelopment are more important in Canada and Ontario than the security of tenure of the people who live here. That's a fact we have to change. And unfortunately, most of the conversation in the last 3 or 4 years about how we give people secure places to live, we've been losing ground. We've been losing ground. You hear all these people in the press, you hear the Premier talk about it, that, you know, the reason we have a housing crisis is because there are too many regulations. Or we hear, well, the reason we have a housing crisis is that developers have to put too much money into solving local problems that caused by their development. Or we hear that, and this one just blows my mind, the reason that we have a housing problem is there's too much local democracy. And guess what? We've lost ground in all 3 of those areas in the last 3 or 4 years. We are about to lose, potentially, the scant protections that you have here in the City of Toronto. We have lost a whole lot of tools that we used to have when developers appealed a City of Toronto decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. We've lost third-party rights in many ways. We've lost our ability to hold the developer to their original proposal. They've eliminated an office that used to provide support for third parties that were appealing decisions of council. And we have seen the size of council shrunk, and we've seen centralization of power in the mayor's office, and which he can use. He can veto council, or she. It'll be interesting to find out which. As long as it's something to get new housing built, whether there was an apartment building there or not. It's a deliberate attack to say that if you aren't somebody that has a lot of wealth and wants to make more wealth, and you aren't somebody who owns your own land that you live on, you have no rights in our society. And it is through struggles like yours that we are going to turn that around. It's not going to be today. These kinds of struggles take time. And I urge all of you, keep organizing, keep sharing your stories. Every time an apartment building comes to us like this, fill this room. Make the people of Toronto hear what's happening to tenancy and security of tenure in the city of Toronto. We have to put an end to this. The final thing I wanted to say is Councillor Moyes and city staff have a terrible job in all of this. They have to share the bad news with you, which is the limits of what we're able to do here at Toronto City Council within the law. It is an awful thing to have to be the bearer of bad news, but I can tell you from years of working with the group of staff who administer our Section 111 policies, and from working with Councillor Moyes, that you had champions in your corner who got you the best they could. It's not good enough, and that means we have to do some politics to make it better. And let's keep doing that work so nobody has to face what you're facing in the future. Thank you. Are there any other members of the committee who want to speak to the item? No? Why don't we do a recorded vote on Councillor Moyes' amendments and the item as a package? Okay, fair enough. So, all those in favor, please raise your hands. I have Councillor Matlow, Councillor Bravo, Councillor Bradford, oh my God, I'm getting tired. Councillor Perks, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Malik, and Councillor Sachs. Thank you all very much for being here and for sharing your stories. Okay? Councillors, so now there are a couple of updates I want to give you. First of all, it's become really clear to me that we are going to go past 6 o'clock. We will be calling a dinner break at 6 to 6:30. I also want to let you know that a number of members of the committee have commitments this evening. So we will have bare quorum at 6:30. And Councillor Sachs, that includes you being here remotely, so please promptly at 6:30. And I'm just gonna, if I could ask members of the public, if you need to have conversations, could you please take them outside the room? We have a lot more business to do this evening, or this afternoon and evening, okay? No worries. Deanna? Okay, I'm just going to give it a minute to clear the room so we can get back to work. I'll get some more water. I'm just about to do that. I'll move it, get rid of it, and I'll save your other one until you're back. Maybe after 95. Okay.
Discussion of dialectics on display. Two things are true at once.
There you go. There you go.
And out of contradiction and crisis comes resolution.
Well, you see, you got your thesis, and then you got the antithesis of the thesis. And through struggle, you get a synthesis that becomes the new thesis.
Oh my God. All right. Somebody did something really bad in their last life. Fess up. It was probably Bravo.
Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, testing.
Oh.
Testing. 1, 2.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Oh, wow. Oh.
On your mark, get set, go.
So update the regulatory regime to ensure the balance of being able to incent creative activity over the nighttime period, as well as protect health, safety, and noise. Business models are going to be a big focus of this as well, as we're seeing the number of hybrid business models challenging our existing regulatory regime come in to play in the nighttime economy. In order to inform those changes, we're undertaking a very broad consultation process that my colleague Margaret will speak to in a second. Last point I'm going to make is, while we've talked a bit about what's in scope, it's really important to talk about what is out of scope here, as this was a focus for committee its last questions. As much of the regime relates to provincial regulations from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, we are not looking, those are not in scope and will not be changed, nor are we looking at having entertainment venues via planning permitted across the city.
My screen has frozen. Okay. There we go. Okay, all right. So we will quickly talk about the consultation update. Great. So the consultations were designed to achieve three things. Depth of conversation with those most affected by the changes, by pulling together a representative gathering from every group. And we also wanted to ensure that we had broader, direct consultations and conversations, and then a large public survey as well. So the 7 targeted groups, as you can see: restaurants, bars and nightclubs, members of BIAs, artists and culture, live music, and residents associations. And those consultations have currently been completed. We are active now on 3 citywide consultations, and the public survey is currently open. I'm going to go through the consultation format quite quickly, but we wanted to ensure depth of conversation. So whether the consultations were targeted or whether they were larger and public, staff gave a presentation before each consultation. We answered questions. We left so that people could speak freely to the moderators. People were broken into breakout groups. They used online kind of chat tools and bulletin boards so that they could add further information. So we really did go for depth of conversation, and of course the public consultation as well. Now, I know that a lot of you are curious about the consultation content, so I will spend a little bit of time on this slide. Toronto Police Services and Toronto Public Health reviewed the questions for the consultation. The questions were consistent throughout, although of course each group had a slightly different emphasis. They included validity and relevance of the existing bylaw categories, noise, public safety, community nuisance issues, use of interior space for restaurants, potential of new allowed locations for nightclubs, very importantly, good neighbor practices, employee and customer safety, respectful community relations, access to culture and events not predominantly driven by alcohol consumption, and transportation at night. These were all issues that we pursued in the targeted and the public and the online consultation. In terms of the nature of the outreach, for the targeted consultations, like with restaurants, bars, and nightclubs, we had a few criteria that drove who we invited to these consultations. We went for a diversity of locations for the businesses involved. We went for the diversity, equity, and inclusion profile of each business, including the ownership or the audience. We looked at the business model because they're very varied, especially for restaurants. We looked at the size of the venue, the genre of the performance, the music that happens there, and so on. So we tried to get as broad and representative a group as we possibly could. Of course, in terms of the means that we use to publicize these consultations, you will know that we sent notices to councillors with content to promote to your constituents. This was included in Business TO, Culture TO, news release circulated by SPEC, of course, all our social media platforms, and direct invitations from Municipal Licensing and Standards, from Planning, from EDC, to our specific stakeholders. And again, Toronto Police Services and Toronto Public Health reviewed the list of invitees for our consultation so they could let us know if we were missing anybody. And then in terms of outreach, just one more point. The members of the internal working group, which are listed here, were also asked to provide us lists of stakeholders that they thought should be invited to the consultations. And just so you know, included in these conversations beyond the internal working group, we also reached out to the Alcohol Gaming and Gaming Commission of Ontario, and we also ensured that unions and youth and educational institutions, hospitality and tourism were included as well. Now, specifically in terms of outreach to Toronto and East York, we are 48 seconds over, but I'm pretty sure the chair will indulge me on this one. In terms of outreach...
I said guideline.
Okay, thank you, sir. Toronto and East York. So with regard specifically to resident associations, pardon me, 105 were invited. There was 20 days timeline between the first invitation and the event. 19 residents associations confirmed attendance, of which 5 did not actually attend. Now, I was rushing, so I didn't make the point that in the targeted consultations, they have a cap of 16 participants each because, again, we wanted to ensure depth of conversation. So 19 RSVPs is quite good. So generally that means 2 or 3 residents associations from each ward participated except Ward 19, and 2 umbrella organizations participated as well, Confederation of Resident and Ratepayer Associations and the Federation of North York Residents Associations. In terms of the impact of our outreach, we're very happy to say 7 of the targeted sessions were at or near capacity. The 3 public consultations are very well subscribed. The one that's happening in a couple of hours is full. Tomorrow's is almost full. The one on the 17th, again, almost full, 80%, 90% respectively. The online survey has 2,400 responses and 1,400 complete responses. So we have been very, very successful marketing the outreach.
And just to put that into context, we'll close here on these slides. This engagement is more than what was achieved across all channels for the EDC divisional strategy, for example, in 2018. So we're very happy with the numbers, with the variety of the input. And we thank the members of this committee for their efforts in getting that word out. As Marguerite noted, we have a consultation 6 o'clock today. And we were instructed by committee last time to make available VibeLab, our consultant. So from Amsterdam, we have Merrick Milan available to us and is online should committee members have any specific questions from the consultant about the process. And with that, Chair, we'll thank the committee for its time.
Okay. I think Councillor Malik has some questions for you. Councillor Malik, go.
I have some just simple questions to start. Did you mention what the capacity of the virtual meetings is?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Malik, the virtual meetings tonight and tomorrow night are and actually the in-person meeting here on Monday are capped at 60 participants to preserve the engagement and conversation for participants who attend.
And what's the capacity of the in-person?
That will also be 60.
Okay. And did we see the questions that are being asked at the consultations?
I believe, through the chair, that Marguerite ran through very quickly the general conversational topics having to do with the main areas that will be dealt with, but we haven't shared, nor can we at this point, the specific questions that will be asked, because that is something that city staff will not be present for. That will be handled by our consultants, Vibe Lab, with the participants in camera, as it were.
So city staff are not attending the consultations?
City staff will be doing an overview presentation at the beginning, as we did with the targeted stakeholder groups, and then absenting ourselves so that people can speak freely to the consultants.
Okay, and is that just in a big forum, or are they breakout?
There are breakouts. So unfortunately, we did go through all this in the slides. So unfortunately, it became mincemeat. But even for the groups of 60, they break out into 5 breakouts. So there'll be 12 people in each breakout.
Okay.
Those sessions are 2 hours long.
Give me the logistics of it. I'm very concerned with the response from the residents associations. So what is being planned to address that? 19 is good. I mean, 19 eventing organization is good in our wards. But with the amount of invitations that went out and how critical their input is, I mean, 1 round is great, but or maybe Vibe Lab can talk about, I think that would call for like a regrouping and figuring out a different strategy or another opportunity for engagement.
Well, I'll certainly throw to Mirek, but would say before doing so that I certainly hear you on that. We want to make sure that consultation is robust. To our knowledge, with the outreach that took place, when we got a bounce back email, for example, we tried to find a phone number, we tried to find an alternate email. So all those steps were taken. To our knowledge, no one that wanted to participate was turned away. And there are the public consultations and the online survey yet to go. That said, if the committee decides that more consultations are required, we will find a way to do that. And I would throw to Mirek or Councillor, be directed by you.
Those are your questions?
Sure, I thought we were going to hear from Mirek.
Through the chair, hello everyone. Is my sound coming to correctly in the room?
It's good enough for City of Toronto.
Well, through the chair, I would like to say a few words. Thank you for the comments so far. I believe that the City of Toronto has used a robust process that we engage with for these consultations. If you look at that, we will have, including, so we have 105 people participated in the first closed consultations that were an invite. The public consultations will take place tonight, tomorrow, and beginning of next week. Then we have more than 300 people participating in these small group conversations, which I think is a good amount, a fair amount, on top of the survey, of course, which is also out there, which is, our estimate was around about 1,000 people finishing it. I think we are double in that size, and it's still open for more or less 2 weeks. So I think a lot of the appropriate steps have been taken to give everybody a voice. And as the council also knows, this is of course not the final conversations that we're having. This is to inform the work which will be presented to committee, I think before the summer, if I'm correct.
Okay, just the final note on this. There was very clear direction from Community Council last time about the dedicated engagement with residents associations. I have 19 alone in my ward, so if overall across the city 19 showed up, that is a cause for reflection in this review process. and figuring out a way to be able to address that. I've raised this before, making sure that in this process, we're going back to the residents associations and making sure there is an opportunity for them to engage if there were some challenges about reaching them or contact information or even just being informed about this. As we get closer to final, everyone all of a sudden hears about things. So I don't know if we need a motion to encourage the review committee to take that seriously and come back to us with what is being done to address the participation of residents associations. You can choose to answer that now, but that is a high priority for us.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. In working with your office, some of the gaps in the system with respect to the up-to-date information for addresses, et cetera, are being addressed now in a combination of the 3 divisions here, strategic communications, and the city has a public engagement unit. So we're working to ensure that we have the right up-to-date information so this doesn't occur. As Marguerite alluded to earlier, we are happy to engage with any that feel that they were left out of this process, and we can do so in parallel and still meet the timelines through to council in the summer. And we have other opportunities Marguerite spoke to, including a town hall in June where the public will be able to attend as well, including the residents associations.
Councillor Bravo, did you have questions? No? Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, and sorry for walking in front of you. I noticed that you didn't say anything in the presentation that I saw about enforcement. So we have a bylaw right now, and we have a lot of authorized activities that are making the life of the people nearby an absolute misery. So where and how are you dealing with that?
So it's Carlton from MLS. I'll take that question, and thank you for it. We're at the beginnings we're looking at regulations, we're looking at what works and what doesn't in 2 components, one with noise and one with bars and restaurants. And we have reviews going on concurrently with with the nighttime economy. So we are well engaged. We are looking to provide certainty, which there is not now. The problem is our regulations are outdated. As you've noted, some of them aren't working or aren't enforceable. And the clarity between the licensing categories and the zoning are all really important factors to allow us to have effective enforcement. Right now, we are challenged on a number of fronts, and we are aware of those challenges. And again, we are trying to address those both in the noise bylaw review and the bars and restaurants review, and also this nighttime economy review.
Okay, are those your questions, Councillor Sachs? Okay, I have one of those questions where I'm going to talk for a while and then say, do you agree, kind of thing, okay? Sorry. So one of the concerns that I've had through this is we've actually been around this block a whole bunch of times at the City of Toronto over the years, and I'm not really feeling from the presentations that you're making that you've looked at lessons learned from some of those previous iterations and issues. Mr. Grant may be able to inform you about our wonderful adventure in hallucinatory land trying to deal with the AGCO. And I encourage you to look at that. Like, we actually, for a while at the city, stopped issuing licenses altogether because the AGCO behavior was so terrible. So I'd encourage you to look through that history. Some things that I think you should also consider referencing are CAMH's 2010-15 Safer Bar recommendations, which were about violence prevention and all of that stuff. We tried to get that imposed. The province blocked it here, but there are lessons there. Also, I would encourage you to dig out some of the work done around raver culture in 2000 and so. Councillor Bravo has fond memories. I'll leave that there. And some of the work we did with electronic dance music at Exhibition Place. So there are moments when we've thought through this before Wouldn't you agree it would be good if you could go dig all that stuff up to inform you?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Absolutely agree. We've taken notes on those specific items, and we'll ensure that we review them as well as others, and that they're included in our report back to Council.
Okay, and next question, are you consulting with harm reduction workers for things like drug checking services, stuff like that?
So TPH has been involved in the work so far and will be very much involved in the work going forward as recommendations are developed.
Are you, the core team, talking directly to harm reduction workers?
We are talking directly to TPH.
Who have assigned Toronto Public Health. Dr. Davila has advised us, and the staff with TPH who work with harm reduction have been included in the working group.
I would strongly encourage you to talk to people who are in community agencies like Black Cap and FUN and all of those other organizations who do frontline work. That's not really what TPH staff do, okay? They can tell you what it's like at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to help people out, right? Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nope, okay. So anyone want to speak to the item? I'm here all week. Okay, listen, I really do appreciate you guys making the extra time to come here twice. As you know, Toronto East York Community Council will, or the area will have a lot of impact from the work that you're doing, and I want to be able to build the nighttime economy in a way that is creative and creates a lot of activity, but is also reducing harms. And good luck with that. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. I move that the item be received for information. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then Councillor Sachs, is your item ready to go yet? Or are you still negotiating? Still negotiating. Okay, we withdrawn 44, so I think we just go back to agenda order, right? That takes us to TE 4.16, which is 1366 Yonge Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application decisions report. It's a, yeah? 14? Oh. I don't have. Oh, sorry. I see what I did wrong. No, it's okay. I'll find it. We're going to go to TE 4.14, which is Church Street zoning bylaw amendment application, removal of the holding symbol decision report for approval. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this issue? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? No? Okay, so I think that's Councillor Moyse. He's given me no advice. All right, we'll hold that till Councillor Moyse returns. Damn it. Item TE 4.15, 21 to 31 Sherburne Street North, part lot control exemption application decision report for approval. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff. Councillor Malik? No? Councillor Sachs? It's item 15. There's no deputations. Okay, so they move the staff
I move the
recommendation.
staff recommendations. Thank you.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Councillor Moyse, welcome back. We were just about to turn over item 4.14, which is in your ward. It's 241 Church Street. There were no deputations or questions of staff. Do you have, so the floor is yours on it. Item 14. Yeah, it's 241 Church. It's the redevelopment there, or the H symbol.
I support staff's recommendations on this item.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we can get to the deputation item.
Item TE 4.16, 1366 Yonge Street Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application, Decision Report, refusal. The first deputant I have listed is Brenda Daglish. Brenda. Brenda's not online. I'll call one more time. Brenda, are you here? No? The next deputant I have listed is Carolyn Newman. Carolyn? Carolyn, can you hear me, Carolyn? Carolyn, you are connected to the meeting, and we've turned on your microphone on our end.
Okay.
Hi, Carolyn. Welcome.
So we could try.
No, Carolyn, you've got it. Don't try anything else. Oh, too slow. We'll give Carolyn a moment.
Fluvoxamine.
There you are. Hello.
Lower risk of insomnia. Fluvoxamine really doesn't have a weight gain problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Can we cut that, please?
Okay, back up.
Can we cut that microphone, please? Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll go to someone other than Carolyn. And perhaps we can send her an email or something to see what we can sort out. Ned McCauley? Ned? Okay, Ned is not here. Kathy McDonald? I haven't seen Kathy here. Kathy's online. Kathy, are you with us?
Yes, Kathy McDonald here.
Hi, Kathy.
Not joining you in person today.
Fair enough.
Okay.
You're an old hand at this, Kathy, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
So, yes, you have a long meeting, so I will be short. So I'm representing today the Deer Park Residents Group. I'm currently the president. So we're have residents in the area around Yonge and St. Clair where this application is. We very much support the recommendations of the report to refuse the application. There are many reasons listed in the report. I won't go through them. But it appears that the applicant has been unwilling to make any of the needed changes. Our area has been subject to many development applications, and we've been worked with the city planners on most of them to ensure that they work for us, and we've been very successful in making a lot of changes. But this applicant has unwilling to do anything, and that's rare. So one of the major concerns that has been raised about this application is that it will result in the loss of a very important existing medical building. We recently lost our longtime hardware store to a nearby development. So I think a lot of the concern that neighbors have raised, and there was actually a petition with a number of signatories objecting to the loss of the medical building. So Yonge and St. Clair has been a complete community for many years. But in areas like ours across the city, redevelopment is resulting in the loss of really important local services with redevelopment. And new retail spaces in the new buildings can be unaffordable to many tenants they replace. In this, for this building, I know that Councillor Matlow was actively trying to find space for the many tenants of the medical building. So negotiations with developers seem to be the only option to retain these important services, and we need better planning tools. That's the call from our neighborhood. So those are my comments on this application.
Thank you, Kathy. Are there any questions? No? The next person I have listed, Kathy, thank you for making your deputation. The next person I have listed is Kathleen Wells. Kathleen? No? Have we been able to contact Carolyn Newman? No? Okay. Are there any other members of the public who are here to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No? To speak, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Sachs, I'm going to need you in your seat when we vote on this one. That's okay. Councillor Bravo should be back in about 10 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a screen that we can post things on, or should I just read my amendments?
Sent it to the clerk?
Oh, yeah, no, it's all set up.
Yeah, they can post it for you.
So please.
It goes up over here.
Oh, I didn't see because it's behind me. I'll paraphrase it in a nutshell for you so you understand what I'm doing. Staff, I'm supporting, I'm moving staff recommendations. They've made their position known with regard to refusal. That being said, something's going to be redeveloped here, if we're to be honest. And the core concern, eventually, the core concern from the community is the loss of a building that is full of medical offices, whether it be family doctors, labs, and otherwise that support the health and well-being of the community. There is also a large demographic of seniors in the neighborhood that really do rely on the close proximity of these offices to support their well-being every day. And the way that I see this is it's about the site-specific, but it's a larger matter for all of us. You know that together we've been working to improve the quality of care and long-term care in the homes that we have, focusing on making them more emotion-focused rather than warehouse and institutional environments. But not everyone is going to want to go to a long-term care home. We're losing them in our neighborhoods. You may have read an article about that recently in the Globe. More people are going to want to be able to age in place in their communities. And if they don't have the services and supports to be able to live in naturally occurring retirement communities in NORCs, then they won't have those options. I believe that we want to plan communities so that whether it be medical offices and other types of assistance to be able to feasibly live in your home till your very last days, we want to make that possible, because that, I believe, is the future of aging in the city if we plan it well. So I want to acknowledge that even when, the different parties have some frictions here, Roy Verricelli, and I want to name him by name, from the Developers Party, has acted like a true human being in these discussions. And we've worked very well together on an agreement for these amendments to both work toward retaining the lab in whatever new build will happen, whenever it happens, however it happens, but also working together to ensure, even if it's partnering with other developers in the area, to make sure that we retain these medical office spaces in the St. Clair and Yonge neighborhood, so that the demographic, no matter what demographic you're a part of, who relies on these offices in close proximity, will continue to have them for years to come. That is what I consider the way forward. That has been our focus, regardless of the built form at the end of the day, and I'm really happy that we're making such progress. Thank you.
I have just a couple of questions of the movers. If we could have the motions back up.
Yeah.
Yeah. On number 2, which is, to paraphrase, to try to find, to find appropriate space for medical offices. Mr. Lintern is a man of great gifts, but it would seem to me that if you included staff from economic development, that might be more useful. Would you be willing to amend it to do that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Just to clarify, this will also include ultimately the applicant, because we're going to be working with whatever partners, even other property owners.
If I could just separate the 2 pieces, so you're happy to include the staff from economic development there?
Of course.
One question, though, I had about number 1, and it also ties to what you were just saying about including the applicant. So what we have before us is a refusal. So I'm not sure the context for this. Is this a context for settlement discussions? Is this, I'm not sure, and if I were city staff, I don't think I would know how to interpret this.
I was advised that it would be appropriate to do it even in the context of a refusal recommendation by staff, because no matter where this goes, whether, one way or another, it's either going to be resolved between staff and the applicant, there'll be a settlement, or however it's resolved. I'm not going to, sort of where it goes. That there's an agreement that regardless of, where we go with it, that this be done together. And what, certainly given that the applicant is agreeable to that, it gives me more confidence to put this in at this point, no matter what the path it takes.
Okay. If I could just have your undertaking, you'll chat with staff a little bit about how this ties to the process at the OLT, then that's fine. I can support that.
Everyone is comfortable with what we're...
I'm just getting myself comfortable.
And I want you to be comfortable.
Okay, so with the addition of the general manager of economic development, look at that. I say it and it appears. So with this, I think we're ready to vote. We'll take the amendment first. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Then the balance of the item, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, thank you. Just check. We have... The next item is TE 4.17, 109 through 127 Strawn Avenue, Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Applications Appeal Report. We do have deputants listed. First, I have Rosalby Rodriguez. You're terribly positioned. Members, I understand that if you recall Carolyn, we tried to connect her and then couldn't connect her on the last item. She is now properly connected and would like to make a few remarks on the item. So I'm going to move that we reopen it. All those in favor, opposed, carried. And now we'll hear from Carolyn on item TE 4.16, 1366 Yonge Street. Carolyn,
Hi, thank you.
Hi, Carolyn. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. And I can see you too.
I appreciate it. Okay. My name is Dr. and I have worked at 1366 Yonge Street as a family physician for the past 8.5 years. I have a number of objections regarding the owner's demolition proposal, and they are as follows. My most serious concern is the effect on this neighborhood of losing 4 floors of medical and health services. Secondly, I want to address the fact that over time, this community is losing its identity and livability due to the rapid loss of independent restaurants, retail, and services. And lastly, I want to express my concerns about the review process as someone who practices in the area and in this building and who lives close by. I feel that the ability of this community's workers and residents to be heard for their concerns and to be their concerns to be seriously addressed have been eroded over time by the current review process. With regards to health services in the area, we have already lost many medical offices as other such buildings have been demolished in the GTA. If we look specifically at 1366 Yonge Street, we can see that there's a number of essential health services in this building, including medical doctors, lab, imaging facilities, rehab services, optometry, audiology, chiropody, pharmacy, specialists, dentistry, etc. I don't want it to be lost on the review committee here today that the significant value comes from all of these services being in the same building. Timeliness of treatment for patients often depends on having patients visit these other services with a limited delay. Many of our patients are elderly or in other ways have limited accessibility. And having these services in one place is not only a great convenience, but a significant advantage to their health and overall outcomes of treatment. Our proximity near the subway also adds significant benefits by further enhancing accessibility. Many come from throughout the GTA. In addition, we are in the midst of a significant healthcare crisis. I'm sure you're all aware how difficult it is for people to find family physicians in this province. What should not be lost in this evaluation is the fact that disrupting a physician or other health practitioner's practice in this manner will very likely push them out of the area, and for older physicians and practitioners may well result in their giving up practice entirely. I personally know a number of physicians that are 5 to 10 years away from retirement and are not interested in reinvesting in a move with its leasehold obligations and other significant expenses and challenges that come with a forced relocation. The new location possibly loses subway accessibility as well. Many would rather retire early, creating further gaps in an otherwise
Really sorry, guys. We don't have a lot of time today, so I'm going to,
Finally, I also feel that the decision-making on these projects has been removed from the people that are impacted the most, those that work and live here. By all appearances, it looks like these decisions are made in back rooms via meetings with developers and cabinet ministers and their staff, as well as review agencies that do not have intimate knowledge or investment in this area. I also see a disturbing disconnect whereby considering the approval of a new construction project is not balanced against other serious factors such as current healthcare crisis or negative community impacts. Having said this, not only our municipal leaders but our provincial ones must take a stand if this building is to be saved and patients' care remain intact. In conclusion, I want this council to understand that the demolition of 1366 Yonge will have a serious and long-acting, long-term negative effect and disruption on health services in Midtown Toronto and beyond. Most certainly, it will contribute to the loss of family physicians and other practitioners. Council needs to consider that we need to act now to preserve what's left of Midtown Toronto uniqueness, as well as independent businesses. And I would like to assure that the Review Council understands that stakeholders are feeling disenfranchised, ignored, and have minimal platform to express dissent and affect meaningful change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Carolyn. Are there any questions for Carolyn? No? Carolyn, thank you for your heroic efforts to finally connect to the meeting today. Okay, so members, I need Councillor Sachs. Sorry, Councillor, we have to vote. Councillor Sachs? Okay. Sorry, guys, we're at bare quorum for a little while. Councillor Bravo's got an online thing she has to do. Yeah. Councillor Bravo is moving it all, or
Bravo. No, hi.
Councillor Matlow is
We
moving
get
it all.
confused all the time, I know.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah, it's your socialism that confuses me.
read my platform. I move the report along with the amendments that I described earlier.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Sure you guys want to be mayor? I mean, like, look at how this goes, right? Okay. We'll return to TE 4.17, 109 through 127 Strawn. We were just checking to see if Rosalby Rodriguez is available. Rosalby, are you with us? No? She's there? Rosalby, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
There you are. Yep. Wonderful. Yay. Oh, I'm so relieved. Okay. So you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you so much. And thanks for your time. I have been here since 10 in the morning, listening to everything. I'm here to express my concern and frustration about the proposed building of 111 Strawn, which is from 127 to 109. My understanding is that a mid-rise building is defined as not taller than the right-of-way wide. So Strawn, the right-of-way of Strawn is 24 meters. So this building is over 6 meters tall, so it's 133 meters tall, and it's passing the 24-meter right-of-way wide. So it's not considered a mid-rise building anymore for the street, which is Strawn. So when I expressed my concern to city planning, and they mentioned that on the context of King West, it is not justifiable to ask the builder to cut the construction in half. But this is not King West, this is Strawn Avenue. So if it's not justifiable on King West, it's justifiable on Strawn. This is a smaller street, and we are very affected by whatever happens south of us on Liberty Village, on Lake Shore, etc. There's a lot of density coming here. This building wants to go to the triple of the size that is allowed in the area at the moment. We are asking for 8 stories, not 14 stories. So this is my first concern. My second concern is the quality of the homes being proposed. The majority of the proposed units are 13 feet width and 14 feet long. So longer than wider, very small and very narrow. And with an average of 400 square feet, around 70% of the units are around 400 square feet. This is not appropriate for families and not for a long-term living. So pretty much these are shoe boxes that people have to be living in as presented as an affordable housing. So there is no quality of homes, and the city is allowing this to happen in many areas, not just on Strawn. We are advocating for a development with affordable, decent access to options that serve a diverse population. If you want to build a city for future families and not for a short-term building or living, consider please these options. You guys were elected by us. A lot of us feel that we are being failed by what is coming up in this neighborhood. The builders can easily decrease the gross floor area and widen some of the units, but this building is going to be here for years. So whatever is decided right now, we, the residents of this area, are going to live with these decisions for years to come. And we feel that we are at the mercy of the builders, we are at the mercy of OLT, and we are at the mercy of living in sardine cans, which is not right. It's not appropriate for a city of Toronto. My other point here is there were not public notifications on the building, on the signage of the builders for community consultation. So Again, there's a failing for public to engage in these meetings. I have neighbors that had no idea what is happening here today. There are neighbors that have no idea what happened when we had community consultation by the builders. And that is, in my opinion, quite wrong, because we need participation and we need to be heard. What we're asking for here is a pause to get a comprehensive neighborhood plan that addresses a lot of issues that you're gonna hear. There's a few of my neighbors in line to speak as well. And we need to address those issues and involve us as neighbors, not just the builders and the city. I wanna quote another information that I got from city planning, which was, just because the proposal doesn't change to reflect the residents' opinions, it doesn't mean that we are not listening to you. So to me, how are you listening, but you don't do anything about the decisions made and consider our concerns? We live here, our point of view, our reflection of the neighborhood. That's not being considered, but at the same time, we are being listened to. So for me, this is a formality only. It sounds like everything is already made. So please don't ignore our concerns. Don't work on isolation from the neighborhood. It is not right. We're asking here, we have been here all day, open to speak to you, for you to listen to us, not just to the builders and not just what the city considers appropriate just for you guys. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Rosalba. And we do appreciate your patience. I know it's a long day. It's in order to allow everyone a chance to talk, we just have to take the deputations as they come in, and I can't always schedule everything so you know in advance. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Thank you for your time and your patience. Next, I have Daniel Cowling. Daniel is online. Daniel, hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Daniel. Thank you for joining us. You have 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And am I able to share a screen? I believe I am.
You can share your screen if you wish. Yeah, we should have given you that ability.
Okay, so that's not working right at the moment, so I'm just going to go ahead in the interest of time. Good afternoon. My name is Daniel Cowling. I live on Strong Avenue, north of the subject site. By profession, I'm a registered architect and a partner in a Toronto firm whose work includes multifamily residential development. The site we are discussing is located on Strong Avenue, north of King West. The site is located within a neighborhoods designation under the official plan. The designation limits the height to 4 stories. According to the Toronto road classification of city streets, Strong Avenue is a collector road. King Street West and Queen Street West, however, are classified as major arterial roads and are classified as avenues under the official plan. The staff report dated the 23rd of March, 2023 for the proposal under consideration recommends that council endorse the proposal for a 13-story residential condominium project on this site. The site is opposite 3-story townhomes that front onto Strachan to the west and 2.5-story Victorian row houses that front onto Stafford Street to the east. The staff report states that the mid-rise building performance standards were used in the evaluation of this application. Mid-rise building performance standards are intended for avenues, of which Strachan is not one. Mid-rise buildings are defined as a maximum of 11 stories, not 13 stories. This limitation and distinguishing factor between mid-rise and tall buildings was intended to protect access to daylight and as well as mitigate shadowing and overlook. Should the mid-rise standards be applied to this site, an 8-story building would be the result, as the right-of-way for Strachan is 24 meters. However, these standards should not be applied to this site. Strachan Avenue and the surrounding neighborhood consists of primarily 2- and 3-story buildings, of varying tenure and use. Strawn is also an historic street, connecting the site of Fort York to the south and the gates of the former Trinity College to the north. This proposal dwarfs the neighborhood. I would be able to illustrate that to you if I could share the screen, but I can't. It also brings into question why our planning department is supporting the proposal. The proposal features primarily narrow, deep units, over 70% of which are either studio or one bedroom. There are no affordable or rental units in the current mix. It cannot be said that supporting this proposal is in response to a housing crisis. Toronto does not have a housing crisis, in my opinion. What we are experiencing is an affordability crisis. This proposal does nothing to address that concern. As such, it should not benefit from relaxing the guiding principles of planning within our city. Toronto has always been a city of neighborhoods, something we all take pride in. Why then are we actively dismantling a neighborhood in this instance? The scale and tenure of the proposal as it stands is not appropriate to its context. I would ask that you defer endorsing the proposal before there can be further scrutiny and consultation by the planning department, the community, and the developer. I realize that the developers made the aggressive move of appealing the proposal to the OLT. I realize that the provincial government has greatly diminished the powers of planning departments. I also realize that this forces council in the planning to negotiate, but at what cost? Should we not stand up to bullying? Should we not stand for our city and its neighborhoods? If not, what do we stand for? Succumbing to threats sets precedents for similar actions in future, including aggressive development proposals. Please consider deferring a decision on this item and advocate for an 8-story maximum for the proposed building to better align with the surrounding area. This would represent a generous concession given the existing 4-story limit under the official plan and Strawn's status as a collector street. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Daniel? No? Daniel, thank you for taking the time to share your thoughts with us today. The next deputant I have listed is Vihu Sharma. Vihu, I understand you're connected to the meeting. Are you ready to go? Hi, I see you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome. You have
Great.
5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Thanks. I hope to not take 5 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of the Stanley Park neighborhood group. I'm a lawyer in Toronto, and you heard Dan Cowling before me, and you heard Rosalie from the group, and there are other members who could not be here today. One of the issues that the neighbors want to put forward is the lack of notice and communication in relation to public consultation and meetings. The report of March 23 references virtual consultation in June 15, 2023, but beyond that, there hasn't been any public consultation. We're aware that the matter has been appealed to the OLT by the developer because it wasn't considered by council within the required time. And then community planning worked with the developers to come up with concessions, which is documented in the report. And we're grateful for that. But more importantly, there hasn't been any substantive component of public engagement and neighborhood engagement. And there are serious concerns, which the neighbors would like to put on the record and speak with the city as well as the developers. A few of them include the lack of affordable housing options, the lack of accessibility. There is also a concern regarding sewage and stench in the summertime and the capacity for this neighborhood to sustain an additional population of 352 units. There is a concern around traffic and bottlenecks and the neighbors want all of these heard and would like to review this with the developers. So the ask today is to to organize some sort of a meeting where the neighbors can be heard, and before this is put forward to City Council, because we understand that the City Planning Division is seeking direction for the City Council to endorse the revised proposal, but that's not enough. And a few examples of the revisions that have been negotiated that don't seem enough are exploring, on page 5 of the report, exploring the provision of on-site affordable rental units. Now, that doesn't mean anything, because exploring on-site affordable rental units does not mean it'll translate into there being affordable rental units. It would be important to have a commitment from the developer regarding affordable rental units. The second is exploring car share spaces, which is accessible to neighbors. Again, these are explorations. They're not binding. They don't mean anything. This is a fairly recent proposal from the developer in terms of the timeline of when this was made, and there is time, and there should be more time, and this should be deferred so that the neighbors can provide input. There are architects, there are historians, there are artists, there are community members who are active and have very useful contribution to make. And if there are any questions, I can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? No? Seeing none? Thank you so much for making yourself available to us this meeting and for your comments. Those are all the deputants I have listed on this item. Are there any members of the public who are here to make a deputation on the item? Seeing none? Any questions of staff? Yes, questions of staff? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. We just heard concerns from the community, and I've been hearing them too. And my first question is around the concerns from the local community regarding the height of this development. And we understand planning staff made commitments to lowering the height. Can you tell me what is the difference in meters from the initial application and the final height? And I guess, is it an appropriate height for the location?
Through the chair. So the initial application came in at 14 stories. The proposal you have before you is 13 stories, measured at 43.5 meters to the top of the 13th floor and 45.5 meters, including the mechanical penthouse. And just a reflection on the height, this is a transition down from the Palace Arms development, which was approved by City Council in June of last year. The Palace Arms is 14 stories, 44.5 meters to the top of the roof, and 50 meters to the top of the mechanical penthouse. So it does reflect a 5-meter transition down in height from south to north. We feel that the height is appropriate given the context of King Street West and given the adjacencies in terms of how the development steps down to the north and to the east and west.
Do you have in meters the amount of difference between the 14 and the 13 stories on this?
Yeah, so the original application at 14 stories was 44.75 meters, including the mechanical penthouse. So now they had to do some readjustments according to structural and mechanical equipment transfer slabs. And so the actual mechanical penthouse height now in the application before you is 45.5 meters.
Thank you. Concerns, which you also heard have been raised regarding infrastructure capacity at the site and the need to meet the needs of growing neighborhoods. What process for assessing infrastructure capacity must happen at the city for applications to be approved? And has this revised application met the city's requirements for the necessary site studies?
Through the chair, so I could say that the residents have raised this issue of sewage capacity and the odor occurring at King and Strawn, and I can confirm that there are a number of local and trunk wastewater collection interceptor sewers, including 2 sewage force mains, which pump sewage to the east and north, and there have been noted historical odor issues at this location. Toronto Water and Engineering and Construction Services staff have confirmed to us that the odor is not a capacity issue. It's related to the pipe infrastructure that exists today. In order for this application to proceed, they need to provide a revised functional servicing report, stormwater management report, and grading report, and those will need to be addressed to the satisfaction of engineering and construction services staff in advance of the, we've requested that council requests that in the advance of the Ontario Land Tribunal issuing any order for the site, that these issues be addressed, and should infrastructure upgrades be necessary, that financial securities be in place to secure them.
So far, the revised application, it's in the process of meeting the city's requirements?
They've submitted an initial set of servicing reports, and there are revisions that are required. And so in advance of the OLT approving anything, we've requested that those revisions be made, and should infrastructure upgrades be required, that those be addressed.
What is the specific increase in the number of 3-bedroom units so we can ensure a diversity of unit sizes, which was also raised, and accommodate for, you know, our growing communities and inviting more families to be in the neighborhood?
Yeah, so the residents have brought this up, and we appreciate that. The city has the growing up guidelines reflecting the need for buildings to accommodate different family sizes. So the 3-bedroom count on the proposal has increased from 29 to 37 units, so now reflecting 11% of the total units, which meets the growing up guidelines of 10% 3 bedrooms or more. The 2-bedroom unit count is now at 54 units, so that represents 17%, again reflecting the growing up guidelines recommended requirement of 15% of the units being 2-bedroom or more.
We understand some public realm improvements have been made at this site to upgrade cycling infrastructure and livability in the immediate vicinity. Are you able to speak more on those specific improvements?
Yeah, this is, through the chair, this has been a big focus of this application. So currently on the site today, we have a car rental shop and an auto body shop. So it's not the most, what we would call best utilization of the site. We're excited about the prospects of improving the public realm, and that's been a key focus for us. So the proposal before you proposes to eliminate 5 curb cuts, to have 0 curb cuts on Strawn and Adelaide, and have all the servicing access through the laneway on the east side of the site. In addition, the current sidewalks at 2.1 meters on Strawn and 1.2 meters on Adelaide, we're looking to increase the sidewalks to 4.5 meters on Strawn and a full 6 meters on Adelaide to be able to enable us to have appropriate tree plantings and greening of the streetscapes. So certainly we think that the project does address and improve the public realm.
Appreciate that, thank you. Neighbors have also come to me raising concerns regarding the need for a neighborhood plan for the area to help guide planning decisions. What is the current planning framework used to make decisions on development applications in this area? And is a more specific targeted plan for this area in the city's planning's radar?
Through the chair, again, this has been raised by the residents, and we appreciate the concerns brought forward. So when planning staff are adjudicating an application, we typically look to provincial policies initially, and then we look at all the municipal policies in place. So we have the growth plan for the Greater Golden Horseshoe, which is currently being amended along with the provincial policy statement as recently as last week. We look at our official plan, and in this case, we also have the Garrison Common North Secondary Plan. As Dan alluded to, we look at the mid-rise building guidelines, the tall building guidelines, and other guidelines with respect to pets and child-friendly buildings. So I think some of the concerns originated from the remnant industrial zoning in a large part of these areas, and certainly that's something that is well acknowledged. The Garrison Common North Secondary Plan does acknowledge the fact that this area is ready for intensification. And before you, you have a redesignation proposal to turn this site from neighborhoods into mixed-use areas.
I appreciate that community engagement on development has been more difficult than before due to provincial changes. Can you confirm if this application has gone through a sufficient process for engagement with local residents? Has it followed the typical guidelines? Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Yeah, so we held a virtual community consultation meeting in June of 2022, last summer. That meeting was advertised through mail out. Standard mailing radius was used. The applicant appealed the application, which is always unfortunate, right shortly after that public consultation meeting, due to council not making a decision within the required timelines. So the decision-making then gets referred to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So a community case management conference was held in February of 2023, again with standard notification. There is a second case management conference on May 26th of this year, hence the reason for this appeal report before you. So again, the decision-making is now outside of City Council's hands. It's before the Ontario Land Tribunal, and that's where our notification efforts are limited. So this is what would be called the statutory public meeting before Community Council. However, we don't have a final report before us. This is an appeal report. And so the standard notification requirements for signage and things were not followed in that it's an appealed application.
Thank you. And this was raised by the speakers to the Community Council. It's something that's an important priority for me, and I think for all of us, around addressing the housing crisis. And I'd like to hear a little bit more about where things stand with securing a long-term affordable housing on this site so residents can actually afford to live downtown.
Yeah, so there was a residents meeting on March 1st, which I attended, and I did make a commitment to put forward best staff efforts to secure affordable housing on this site. To date, we have not been fruitful in our discussions. There's a bit of an impasse on the valuation of what units can be regarded from a financial perspective. We are endeavoring to have urgent conversations with the applicant with an attempt to secure as many affordable housing units on this site in kind through the new community benefits charge framework prior to City Council hearing this application. So the goal is to have a supplementary report potentially go on the City Council agenda, reflecting the conversations we have in the upcoming the upcoming few weeks. This is not something we can obligate someone to do. However, we are certainly, the applicant has told us that they will be engaged and would like to secure the affordable housing units. We just hope to be able to reach an agreement.
Are there any other questions of staff? No? To speak, Councillor Malik?
I do have a motion, and this is a motion arising from, the commitment to affordable housing for myself, from what I've heard from community members, and it's to ensure that all avenues are being explored to secure affordable housing on site, and as where appropriate, as we just heard from planning, to be able to report that back to us. I'd like to just start by thanking the community planning team and specifically Eileen Keng for her work on this file so far, as well as other city divisions who have been involved in assessing the application for the responses to my question, and also in the responses to the question, seeing some of the improvements that we can look forward to thanks to their collaboration. As a local councillor for Spadina Fort York, my priority is to fight for a livable and vibrant downtown. While housing is desperately needed, we as a city must work and grow alongside new density and development to expand our parks and public spaces, to ensure real community safety, improve public transit, and most of all, prioritize safe, affordable, and secure housing. And I appreciate so deeply how much residents and neighbors have been engaged on this application, and I thank the speakers who have come out today and for all of the communication and engagement that we've had over the last several months. My office convened a meeting with local residents and planning staff at the end of 2022, and a representative from our office attended a community-led meeting on the application earlier this year to hear residents' input, feedback, and concerns. We have been engaged with planning staff for the past several months to ensure that ongoing discussions and negotiations on the revised development are productive and that resident feedback is incorporated and has been heard in the final application. And our goal is for a final application that supports our existing local communities and welcomes new residents in the best way to our rapidly growing neighborhoods. Like I mentioned, there is a housing crisis in our city, and residents may know that there are some recent changes by the provincial government that have shifted our planning framework at the city and have unfortunately limited our tools, the tools that are at our disposal to secure meaningful community benefits. I firmly believe that those that work, enjoy, and have ties in our community should actually be able to afford to live here. And I sincerely encourage any developers and the ones that are engaged with us on this application to be mindful of how they're contributing to the local communities that they will be joining, and to set ambitious targets with us for affordable housing so these spaces are accessible. We understand these affordability talks are ongoing, and me and myself and our team are in discussion with city planning about how best to continue to push that forward with the specific aim of making sure that our downtowns can increasingly be more affordable. And we have been encouraged by city planning, working to achieve the best outcome on this application. I'll leave it at that, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? No. All those in favor, opposed, carried. The next item is TE 4.18, 2721 Danforth Avenue, Official Plan Amendment, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, and Draft Plan of Subdivision Applications. Appeal report. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to adopt the staff recommendations. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
I haven't been promoted.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Yeah.
On the motion, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Members, Councillor Bradford has a pressing personal matter at 5 o'clock. So there are two items that I'd like to just deal with now. I think they should be fairly straightforward. So with your permission, I'd like to do 30 and 35. All okay? Okay. So there are deputations listed on 30, but I understand, Councillor, you want to defer the item?
That's right.
Okay.
For one cycle.
So if you could just explain to the members of the public what happens. Yeah.
It's my desire to defer this item for one cycle to next month's meeting so that we can have more time for discussion. And I understand that there were 3 deputants listed. I believe that they are joining remotely if they are joining. So they can depute now if they would like to, or they could hold their deputations for next month when we actually do the item. Is
Okay.
my understanding.
Yeah. Yeah. So I should have done that, but whatever. It was actually, testing your chops, right? Okay. So we do have 3 people who are listed to depute on this item. And as was just explained, you can either depute now or next month when the item comes up. I would strongly counsel you to make the deputation when the item comes up at the next meeting, but if that's something that you don't think you'll be able to do, what's the date? May 24th. May 24? Really? Wow. So the first deputy I have listed is Mark Bishop. Mark, are you connected? Mark, would you like to make a deputation now, or would you prefer to do it on May 24th? I'll take that as May 24th. Rebecca Strop.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Oh, yes. Hello, there we go. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. It's Mark Bishop here.
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, Mark, we can. Would you prefer to make your deputation at this meeting or when the item comes back on the 24th? The intention is to defer it. May 24th.
Thank you. I think it probably makes the most sense. If you're in agreement, I'm happy to defer until the 24th.
Perfect. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much.
Rebecca Stropshire. Rebecca is not connected, so we'll attempt to get in touch. I assume the clerks will get in touch with her and let her know it's been deferred. Alex Carney. Alex Carney. Alex?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Alex. I don't know if you heard this.
Yes, I did. I've been in touch with Mark, so that's fine on our end, for sure.
So you'll come back to the May 2-4 meeting? Can't believe it.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. Sounds like a party. Okay. All right, so that takes care of the deputations. So if we could have the motion to defer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move that we defer this item for 1 month to be considered at the May TEYCC.
Okay, all those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Okay, the other item of business that you needed to deal with was item 4.35, appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. There are no deputants on this item. You had a motion?
Yes, please. Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to move a motion to amend the appointment of the nominees to the Board of Management of the Danforth Village BIA.
Okay. Questions of the mover? No? Anyone else wish to speak? We'll take it as a package. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries.
Thank you, everyone.
We will return to agenda order now. And you need 6 is when you need, when do you, yeah? So I'll get to your stuff 5:30-ish, 5:45, something like that. Okay. All right. The next item we have in agenda order, I believe, is 419, yeah, which is 41 to 53 Fraser Avenue, 135 Liberty Street, and 42 Pardee Avenue, alterations to designated properties, demolition of a building on a designated property, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement approval report. I do not have any deputants listed. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak to the committee on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No? Councillor Malik.
I move the staff recommendations.
Excellent. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.20. Oh, did we need to do anything with 19A? We don't have to do anything, no. Item TE 4.20, 127 Strawn Avenue, alterations and demolition of a heritage attribute to a designated property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? No. Councillor Malik.
I move the staff recommendation, please.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.21. 63 Old Forest Hill Road, alterations and demolition of a heritage attributes to a designated heritage property. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.22. 164 Bathurst Street, alterations to a heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none, are there questions of staff? No. Councillor Malik. Yeah, it's 164 Bathurst.
I move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 4.23, 72 through 78 Berkeley Street, alterations to a designated heritage property and authority to enter into a heritage agreement. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? No. Councillor Moyse.
I move staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. See, we can go fast when we want to. Okay, there are deputations on the next item, which is TE 4.24, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13 Charles Street West, 11, 13 Irwin Avenue, 10 Isabella Street, 145 St. Luke Lane, and 750 and 756 Yonge Street, inclusion of 11 properties on the Heritage Register. We have 3 deputants listed so far. First is Candace Bogdansky. Candace, are you with us? Candace, you're online? Hi, Candace. Welcome.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hi, I can see.
Thank you so much.
The floor is yours. You've got.
Thank you. So I'm Candace Bogdansky. I'm a heritage planner with ERA Architects, and I am deputating to this item on behalf of our client, Kingset Capital. We had initially spoke to this item when it came up at the Toronto Preservation Board meeting and had sent a letter on behalf of our client to both the Toronto Preservation Board as well as to Councillor Moyse. In particular, we are objecting to the inclusion of 145 St. Luke Lane as part of the staff recommendations for listing due to unclear rationale that support its inclusion. We would also like to express concern for the other properties included in the staff recommendations, namely 750 and 756 Yonge Street, respectively. We would also like to express our concerns regarding the intention for this staff report to move forward unimpeded without consultation to the property owners, and that it was not issued in response to a planning or development application. Finally, with regards to 145 St. Luke Lane, the staff report indicates that all of the 11 properties were included as contributing to the approved but under appeal Heritage Conservation District. However, 145 St. Luke Lane, which faces the laneway, is not included as contributing in that approved HCD list. And it is also substantially modified, particularly on its at-grade level, with openings either enclosed in cinder blocks or with grates. And so I am here to speak both on behalf of our client, KingSett Capital, and Tom Giancos, I believe, is here as well, and also available to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, thank you for your deputation and for making yourself available. Next, I have Tom Giancos. Tom, are you with us? Online? Yeah? Tom, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Councillor. How are you?
Ground control to, oh, look what I did there. Tom, you have 5 minutes to make your remarks to us. Please proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I share my screen? Is that possible?
Yes, you may share your screen.
Can you see what I'm showing?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to be very brief. Tom Giancos, KingSett Capital. So our issue with this item is there's several properties that have been listed. We own several of those properties. We don't have an issue with a lot of those properties being listed or included. And as you may know, KingSett Capital has retained and worked on many heritage properties in the City of Toronto. We're the proud owners of the Royal York Hotel, and it's undergone extensive heritage restorations in consultation with city staff and several other stakeholders. And what we would ask is that 145 St. Luke's Lane be removed, and I believe it's a batch listing from this batch listing. And what you see is 145 St. Luke's Lane is located north of Breadalbane on St. Luke's Lane. On screen, you see a building that's been heavily modified, repaired with cinder blocks, covered in louvers, etc. There's really no heritage value to this building. And if retained in situ, what that does is it cuts off any future access to the development block that we own on Breadalbane and Yonge Street, because you can't have a truck access through this building if this building stays. So there's nowhere for the garbage, the loading, etc., to come off the laneway. It acts as an impediment. And again, no issue with the buildings on Yonge Street being included in the register, but this building here serves no heritage purpose at all. And as Candace mentioned, when this was in front of a preservation committee, one of the members actually moved that it be excluded from the list. That did not carry. And I don't want to be forced into a position where I'm forced appealing this decision of the inclusion of 145 St. Luke's Lane. I'd ask that it be removed, and if council may consider some type of a motion to remove this building from that list. That's essentially it. I'm happy to answer any questions if there is any.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Tom? Is that a hand up? No? Tom, thank you for your presentation today. Next, I have, I lost my place. Michael McClelland.
Is Michael connected to the meeting? No, I don't see Michael in the room. Nope. Okay, those are the scheduled deputants I had. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? This is Councillor Moyse, Councillor Sachs. Who wants to take it?
I'm going to move staff's recommendation on this one.
Okay. All those, questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? No. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Okay. Item TE 25, 4.25. Trying to get us through this, guys, as fast as we can. Okay. 63 through 91 Montclair Avenue residential demolition applications. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? No. Councillor Matlow, there are three options.
Are there?
Yes, there are.
Why?
Door number 1, door number 2, or a free trip to Florida.
My staff have helpfully said support staff recommendations, but did not provide me the doors. So if you could hold that for a moment, I'm going to clarify.
You will hold that for a moment.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's write that down. Item TE 4.26, 85 Raglan Avenue residential demolition application. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? Which door are we picking?
I'll take door number 2, please.
That is approve the application.
Yeah. In all sincerity, I move staff recommendation 2. Yeah. Yeah, just to make sure we formally.
Okay, that's to approve without conditions. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us to item TE 4.27. 23 Strathern Boulevard residential demolition application. We do have a deputant on this item, Richard Wengel. Richard. You and Lords have to figure it out so I have a sight line, okay? Richard, you're connected to the meeting. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You have 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. It's been a long day for you. We're just responding to some letters that were sent in opposition or of concern, claiming that we were cutting down city trees, which is not the case. We've been through this with urban forestry. There's tree protection zones, particularly a large ginkgo tree that's a historic tree. It will be slightly injured during the demolition, but is to be preserved as well as all the city trees on this property. And I know that there's a report recommending approval with no conditions. That's what we would like to see as the house is being built as of right in this case. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for making yourself available today, and have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Are there any other deputations on this item? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow.
This is, 26.
27.
27, okay. Yes, with the acknowledgement that the tree will remain, I'm going to support recommendation 2.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 4.28, 1 Bloor Street West noise exemption permit refusal appeal. I have a couple of deputants listed. Dina Awad. Dina, are you in the room? Sorry? We're at the item, Councillor Sachs. What would you like to do? What would you like to, should we hold this down, or are you ready to handle this? Pardon me? 1 Bloor. Please hold it down. Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that item. No. I'm trying to get the depths. Item TE 4.29, 6 Fallis Avenue, application to remove a private tree. We have a deputant there, Angela McIntosh. Angela?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Angela.
Yep.
So
Hi,
you
how
have
are you?
5 minutes to address the committee. You can begin as soon as you're ready.
I'm trying to share and I'm getting a message saying you can't share unless the host or co-host makes you the presenter.
I'm told we've just given you permission. Try again.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Has my screen come up? Because I've lost all sight of everyone.
Yes, it has come up. You may proceed.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Yes, so I'm Angela McIntosh. I'm the owner of 6 Fallis Avenue. I just wanted to do a little timeline about this tree I have in my backyard that I applied to have cut down. Basically, we bought the property. We had a tenant move in 2018. Everything was fine, except in the summer of 2020, they mentioned some issue of sap damaging their car. We had some maintenance pruning done by Goodwood Tree Limited. Jamie Matheson's a certified arborist. And unfortunately, that didn't arrest the sap flow and it became worse. The tenant was quite unhappy because of the mess to the back area and the stairs, and also more importantly, the damage to their car's paintwork. They moved out and then we moved in. When we moved in, it was cool, so we didn't know about the sap, but then in the spring of 22, it really started flowing quite badly. It's caused permanent damage to our vehicle, and I'll show you some information shortly. We consulted again with Goodwood and were advised the tree has a terminal disease called Diplodia tip blight, and that removal was recommended. And the girth of the tree is just on the borderline of, needing a permit, so we did decide to go ahead with that to do the right thing. But Mr. Matheson contacted us in October 22 saying the application had been denied. However, then a public notice came out, was erected in our garden on the 5th of November. And on that notice, it indicated the tree was healthy. Then we received a formal notice from the city dated 22 November saying that we'd been denied, and that's when we looked at some alternative treatment options and were informed it was noxious chemicals. And so that's hence the appeal. So here's some photos of some damage on my car. The ones on the left, the white is the sap. So it's very sticky. It goes very, very hard. And then in trying to get it off the car, it's damaged. And this is sort of all over our vehicle. And if we wanted to rent the property again, this will happen to tenants' vehicles. Here's a copy of the arborist report. I believe the information, my presentation's been circulated, so if you wanted to read through it, but basically in this application, they noted it was going to create unnecessary damage, and he also said he didn't think it would be worth the investment for the maintenance. And just to point out, all this yellow, this is the Diplodia. And so, as I said, it's a terminal disease of the tree, and the car, it just drips straight down onto the car, and then there's decking sort of here, which is the back entry to the property. So here's the notice of public consultation, and on the right here it clearly says removal of a healthy tree, even though the arborist report said it had this disease. And again, the fact that it was a false consultation was, we just didn't understand. They denied the application and then did the consultation. And even though in this false consultation no objections were received from any of the neighbours. This is information from the Goodwood Tree in correspondence with their spray technician that saying about these noxious chemicals, that they're not effective and that it's a copper and fungicide, and also it's expensive. So I looked up Health Canada information and found out that this is about the copper treatment of fungal and bacterial disease. And just to draw your attention, do not apply in a way that will contact workers or other people, especially through drift. Now, we live in inner city Toronto. We're packed in like sardines down here, so I don't know how that would happen. And also do not allow children adults or pets to enter. And so this is quite concerning to us and also our neighbours. And we have got letters here from our immediate neighbours to our left and right, both of whom have young children. One has a cat as well, and they're quite concerned, and their support that they do not want chemical spray to treat this, and they are supportive of the tree being removed. And of course, we will revegetate. So yes, thank you so much for your time and just the consideration of the facts of my appeal. And I hope I've stopped sharing.
The chair is on his way back.
Thank you. I'm getting a good workout today. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. I believe, so Dina, thank you very much for your time today. We have another deputant, John Rothwell. John, are you with us? No? Oh, we're on 29? Oh, my Lord. Guys, I am so sorry. I'm trying to do 100 things at once. That was the list of deputants. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? No, not one Bloor. We're doing 29. That was my fault. We're doing 29. 29. Okay. No other deputants on item 29? Are there any questions of staff? No. To speak, this is Councillor Sachs. Yep. Have you got your mic on, please?
I move that we support the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. That takes us to item TE 4.30, 104 Scarborough Beach Boulevard. What? Oh, we've deferred that one? Okay, item, what? Okay. Item TE 4.31, refusal of an application for a sidewalk cafe permit located at 1161 Queen Street East, Berkshire Avenue flankage. We have a deputant listed, Mike Taxon. Mike? Mike, are you in the room? No? Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions of staff? No? Councillor Bravo?
On behalf of Councillor Fletcher, I move deferral.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Next is TE 4.32, 219 Quebec Avenue, application for fence exemption. We have deputants listed on this item. Someone looks very excited. You've been waiting all day, right? Okay. Are you Mike? Mike, come on down. It's, you know what? You picked a great one. It's rarely this much fun.
Trivial that I'm here for. There's so much more important things.
Is your microphone on?
Very impressive.
Can we just check is there a little red button lit up in front of you there?
Well, it was.
Could you move closer to it, please?
Hello, hello, hello.
There we go.
Oh, okay.
So, Mike, you've got 5 minutes, and please begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay, I'm ready. Hi. As you know, there's they're calling it a gate in my driveway. It's a roll-up door that was installed by a company in north of the city that was replacing a wrought iron gate that had spikes on the top. And in their backyard, there is a swimming pool and trampoline, and it's very easily accessible to, I'm 100 meters from Humberside Collegiate. And sometimes I'm away on weekends and there's people having a swim or things happening in the backyard. And so in replacing that gate, I put a roll-up door because of our climate. It goes up and down vertically, and having an actuated gate with snow and different things doesn't really work So I put a roll-up door, and it's 2.7 meters instead of 2 meters, which is allowed to be. And I wasn't aware of the city rule, and also to address the fact it's 75 feet back from the sidewalk. So it's on my driveway at the back corner of my house. There's a roll-up door that's 75 feet away from the sidewalk up my driveway. And someone from the city of Toronto was called by a neighbor about a fence that was to the south of them, but by mistake, the city of Toronto, the inspector came to my house, which was directly north of them, because they thought a swimming pool was installed during COVID, when in actual fact the pool has been there for 33 years, built by the previous owners of my home. And then after they realized the pool was in fact done legitimately, they decided to comment on the roll-up door in the driveway. I'd like to keep the roll-up door for security and just for it's a very practical way. And I see a lot of laneway homes in Toronto, alleyways that have the roll-up doors in the back of their properties. I don't see how it differs that I have a driveway with it at the back of my, in the middle of the driveway. It's not right on the street. I don't know. I did send photos and letters from all my neighbors, original copies with a check to the City of Toronto to address this situation, because it's to bring it, I don't know how to lower it without having to remove it or do something entirely different, which is not cost effective. And I'd like to keep the gate there, the roll up there. I have photos on my computer to show. I was set up for next door with a dongle, but I don't see one here to share any photos with you guys. I guess my time's up though. Yeah, I have some photos on my laptop, but my time's up. Was the clock going while I was talking, or have I? I don't think the clock was going. Sorry. Yeah, it's just a MacBook Air, so it just takes a little Do you hear me here? Okay, there we go. So there's a photo of my SUV going underneath the roll-up door. You can see if you look at the screen behind you guys, you'll see that with the ski box, it just kind of clears. I don't know if anybody wants to take a look at that. So, and then I also have a photo. You can see how far it is from the sidewalk. That's from the sidewalk back to up the driveway at the back corner of my house where that roll-up door is. And here's a photo with it closed. So there's the roll-up door that's in question. It's 70 centimeters, I believe, too tall because they consider it a gate, but it's really like a garage door. And I feel this is very trivial, and I don't want to take up any of your time, but I really don't want to remove it. It was installed professionally, and I was unaware that it was something that you can't have. I don't know what to say. Yeah, there you go. And yeah, I know it's not that important. And then...
No, it's all important.
Yeah, so, and then this is like a photo looking back at the roll-up door, just for security reasons. So it's a fully enclosed backyard, so I don't want, people to, go back there, either hurt themselves on the trampoline or, swim or whatever. That photo was taken yesterday. And I've also pulled people out of my car, rummaging through my car in the, when my dog was barking. So I just try to keep things secure and, blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you.
Any questions of the deputy? No?
And yeah, so I'm sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead.
It's okay. Sorry, we're trying to manage a lot of issues today.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? No? Okay.
My only question was, I sent photos and letters from all the neighbors and everything regarding this issue, but
Yes.
it's only the report of the inspector that was attached.
So you know, all correspondence on items are circulated to members of council if you sent them into the city clerk.
I did, yeah.
And we get them as attachments and we review them.
Okay.
Okay, so all the members of the committee have been updated on this.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah. Okay, any questions of staff?
Just one question, maybe to the deputy.
Oh, sir, could you come back?
Your immediate neighbor in one of the pictures you showed there, are they okay with it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's John and Laura, and they've sent a letter. I sent a letter from them.
Thank
Also,
you.
the neighbors across the street, and also the neighbor to the south.
Are there any neighbors who are opposing the?
No.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
There are no others, questions of staff? No, to speak? No? Okay, I am going to move option 2, which is to grant the exemption, grant the application for the exemption permit. Something I almost never do. I just like the peanut gallery back there going, where's Gord Perkson? What have you done with him? Yeah. Okay. It's not a parking pad. Okay, so on the motion to grant the exemption, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. I gotta say, I'm having the most fun I have ever had in my life up here today. It is just a delightful day. The next item is TE 4.33, 20 Fisher Street, application for fence exemption. I have 2 deputants who have registered today. I'm sorry, I've just drawn a line through one of the names, so I may get it wrong. Nicholas Sanier? Is that even close? Nicholas, are you here? Not online? Okay. Barbara Opolinski? Not online? Okay. Oh, no, that's not them. Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? No. Councillor Bravo?
I move recommendation to grant the exemption.
See, I weaken once and the floodgates open. Okay. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 4.34, 273 Lauder Avenue, application for a fence exemption. Are there any members of the, I do have Andrew Shields. Andrew, are you with us? Andrew's online. Andrew, can you say hello?
Hello.
Hi, Andrew. You've got 5 minutes to address the committee. You can start when you're ready.
Thank you. I'll just, can I get permission to share my screen, please?
You should have that now.
Thank you. Hey, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Yes, we're applying for an exemption, a fence exemption here to 273 Lauder. This is a site plan of our property and the rear decking at back. Our neighbor to the north, 275 Lauder, had built an addition to their basement with a raised concrete deck, as shown here, which is about 3.5 feet above grade, which resulted in a situation where the raised deck shown by this section here was substantially higher than our grade. So there were severe privacy issues. The fence that we built was 8-foot high fence, really just because that was standard sections of the lumber that they came in. We were not aware of the 2-meter limit at the time. However, I would note that if a 2-meter limit was built from the top of the neighbor's new raised deck, that would be allowed. So our fence is actually lower than what the allowable would be if it was built just on the on top of the decking. It's just some photographs of the condition. There's just a lattice fence that was built for privacy and for some safety and security issues, which I'll address in a second. And a photograph from the other side of the neighbors where they built this raised porch. You can see the existing fence was sort of dilapidated and it's just been left in place. This is actually just a backing that was put onto a raised planter bed that we built. We feel that this additional height in the fence is really required for our safety, actually, and our enjoyment of our property. We've had numerous incidents with our neighbour. There's been at least 2 police reports of incidents where we've had to endure verbal assaults, in some cases physical, and I actually had to apply for a peace bond with the neighbour as well. So we really do feel like having some form of privacy and security is vital in this condition. And I'll leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Is there anyone else who wishes to make a deputation on the item? No? Questions of staff? No? Whose is this? Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move option 2 to grant the exemption.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed, if any? That carries. Honestly, like, we're just gonna be a city of fences. I don't know. Okay, so members, we have item 35. Did we deal with 35?
That was good.
Okay, we've dealt with 35. Members, Councillor Matlow has some pressing engagements at 6 o'clock, and we're going to have the dinner break at 6 o'clock. I think we can clean up everything. I don't think we can clean up 66, which is the Avenue Road piece, but everything else that you have an interest in?
I will, may I leave? I'll let you know the amendment, or I did. Are you okay with moving that? Okay, I'm
okay.
Fine then, thank you.
Okay, and that leaves item 52.
25 is ready too.
Okay, let me just deal with 52. Paperless meetings. Huh. We do have a deputant on item 52, which is the Construction Hub Coordination, Yonge Street and St. Clair Avenue. Kathy McDonald. Kathy, are you with us? Kathy's online? Kathy?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Kathy.
Yes, I will be very, very brief. So I'm representing the Deer Park residents group who have supported the idea of having a construction hub arrangement like at Yonge and Eglinton. We've had, I think it's like about 17 development applications in the Yonge and St. Clair area, but only one is being built currently, and I don't know the timing of the others. we currently, with Councillor Matlow, have an excellent system of requiring construction management plans and also consultations with the nearby residents, and that process works extremely well. So until the time comes that we have so many applications actually under construction, that kind of arrangement is satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Questions of staff? None. Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kathy, if you're still listening. Thank you to our community. And to simply put it, this is about working together to coordinate all the different developments that are happening in the area in a way that the construction is done in a safe way that understands the impact on people.
Councillor Matlow,
Navigate.
did you have a motion?
Oh, yes. I'm moving the staff recommendations.
And
an additional responsibility of coordinating construction management plans and construction liaison committees between the applicants and the community.
Excellent.
Like that.
Okay, yes.
And that all being said, just in a nutshell, because I've had a couple of questions, I can do that easily. You know what? Just thoughtful coordination, getting everyone working together, making sure it's safe, navigable, good idea.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak to this item? All those in favor, we'll take it all as a package. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. Alrighty then. Feel like I should ding a bell like we're at the main event. Item 25, oh, you had another one, Josh. 25?
I got a few, yeah.
I thought 25 was the only one outstanding.
Don't worry, Ontario Place for All. We're just rolling these quickly, okay?
Okay. Item 20, TE 4.25, 63 through 91 Montclair Avenue residential demolition applications. Are there any members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Seeing none. Any questions, staff? No. Councillor Matlow.
Recommendation 3, I'm moving.
Which is to demolish with conditions?
The conditions, yeah.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, if any, that carries. I think that completes your list.
Those all the items that I gave you?
And you've dealt with with Councillor Sachs on 66, right?
So Councillor Sachs is going to take carriage of my amendment.
On 66, and I think that's your list.
Okay, thank you very much. May I just, because I won't be here for the item, just in one line, I endorse Ontario Place for All and Councillor Asma Malik's efforts. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, so members, that leaves us at bare quorum. I am going to take a 3-minute sanity break because everything that could conceivably have gone wrong has gone wrong today. And then we'll reconvene and start the Ontario Place item. Okay? Will you like me better without sanity? Is this the... Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Okay. Okay. If I could have some quiet in the room, please. Oh, yeah, you didn't bring my gavel. Okay, before we dive in, so we're going to go until 6 o'clock, and then we're going to take a half-hour dinner break so that these hardworking people who make me look like I'm halfway competent can have a chance to eat and refresh themselves. Before we do, I want to share just an observation, which it is the non-linearity of local democracy is what makes it so exciting and fresh. Okay. With that, I'd like to get started on the Ontario Place item before we'll do them at 6:30 if you could. We will start with the deputations on Ontario Place for All. Well, actually, that's not the official title of the item. The item is TE 4.36, Ontario Place Official Plan Amendment and Zoning Bylaw Amendment Status Report. We have a number of deputants. The first is Norm DiPasquale from Ontario Place for All. Norm? Okay, if I was the speaker, I'd say, please don't applaud, but whatever. Okay, Norm, you've done this before. You have 5 minutes. You can start when you're ready.
My name is Norm DiPasquale. I am co-chair of Ontario Place for All. We formed in January 2019 when the Ontario government said there's nothing worth saving on Ontario Place. We can knock down the Cinesphere, the Pods, and Trillium Park. So we organized quickly. We joined with groups like the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, and we defended the Cinesphere, Pods, and Trillium Park from destruction. We now, after this mega spa development have come in, we have over 11,000 letters of concern about Ontario Place redevelopment written from across Toronto and indeed across Ontario. Momentum has really shot up since this development application has come into the city. I plotted out our supporters, and Toronto and East York actually has the greatest amount of supporters in the city. So there's a lot of concerned residents about the proposed redevelopment. What happens at Ontario Place is a key issue for Toronto because the issues at stake at Ontario Place are also essential ones for our city. Issues like what kind of public space should we provide for each other? What kind of waterfront do we want? Will we stand up for Toronto? I'd like to thank the local councillor, Councillor Malik, for leading on this file at City Council and refusing consent for the land swap with the province. We've also heard mayoral candidates say that they'll refuse a land swap, so this decision should certainly not be made before the conclusion of the mayoral election. The new mayor should be allowed to have their say and share their vision on Ontario Place. I'd like to thank city staff who have shown the right way to lead a consultation on Ontario Place. Starting in 2019, when then Councillor Joe Cressy worked to create the framework for city participation in Ontario Place redevelopment, including this development application process, to the upcoming consultation on Saturday and a virtual consultation next week, the city is to be commended for committing to a thorough consultation process at Ontario Place, starting today at City Hall. This is in sharp contrast to what we're getting from the Ontario government, which is no consultation at all with respect to the mega spa at the West Island. Since the development application was filed with the city, a growing chorus of voices from the public, urbanists, heritage experts, media, and even the Waterfront Toronto City Design Review Panel have raised major concerns that are now laid out in a high level in the update report from city staff. The city has, through the report, highlighted important issues such as the massive size and scale of the entrance building in Mega Spa, how the 5-story underground parking lot goes against city and provincial policy, how the Mega Spa proposal doesn't conform to official city plans, and the glaring lack of an environmental assessment for West Island. It's obvious that the massive Mega Spa facility and entrance are planned at a scale of, at a max of 14,000 visitors a day that is entirely unsuitable to the Ontario Place site. The Mega Spa was called a large cottage on a little island by the Waterfront Toronto Design Review Panel. I'm here to tell you that Therme cannot fix the issues identified in this report due to that fact. Through being a chair of No Jets TO, I learned an analogy I want to share with you. So think of the spa and the West Island sort of as a turtle. When I tuck in the head, the legs and the tail stick out. It is a big cottage on a little island. It is not a good fit at Ontario Place. The usage, when you think about 14,000 visitors a day, it's a mismatch for the site. And the effect of this mismatch is to entirely obliterate the iconic prominence of the Cinesphere, pods, and destroy the fabric of the Hugh Zeidler design. Another impact is the distance an Austrian spa franchise takes us from the original intent behind the creation of Ontario Place, which is to reflect and celebrate Ontario and show Ontario's best and give every Ontarian a backyard. Replacing a public park that has a long history of access and participation with a commercial European spa complex that most Torontonians can't afford to visit says nothing positive about Ontarians. In 2020, we commissioned a report from HR&A advisors on the value of public space. Public space can have a lifespan of 50 to 100 years, while commercial space has a lifespan typically of 20 to 30 years. And when we talk about commercial space, what happens if the spa fails? We're asking City Council that, forward-thinking cities across North America are actively investing in public space and reclaiming their waterfront assets for public use. We're asking City Council to have the same forward-thinking vision and stand up for an Ontario Place for All. I'd like to close off by reading a letter that Ontario Place for All received from a young Torontonian from Parkdale High Park. Hello, I'm 13 years old. I live in Parkdale. I don't want to lose Ontario Place. I go there with my family every weekend. I've gone to camp there for 4 years and I really love it. What you want to build at Ontario Place caters to the rich, wealthy, and upper class. Right now, Ontario Place is somewhere where you can go with your family and friends to enjoy the lake and walk around. It is also a very important place for wildlife. I've seen tons of birds and other animals. What you're doing is a grave mistake. Please think about the majority of Torontonians who won't be able to afford this spa and won't have a nice, calm waterfront place to hang out with friends and family. And that was Sumi from Parkdale High Park. I'd like to thank you very much for your time, and I'm available to answer any questions, available anytime for a briefing, and can give you an Ontario Place for All pin. I'm hearing dinner.
If you're hearing dinner, you have synesthesia. Okay. Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Next, I have listed Emily Agulu, and then after Emily, we'll take the dinner break. Okay?
Good evening, Chair and esteemed members of the Toronto and East York Community Council. My name is Emmy Agulu, and I'm a youth activist at Ontario Place for All. Ontario Place is more than just a location. It's a symbol of our shared heritage, a treasured public space, and a parkland that has brought us together for generations. As our city continues to grow and evolve, we must ensure that the revitalization of Ontario Place creates a welcoming, green public space that remains open and accessible to the youth. Regrettably, the province's current plans threaten to erase this legacy, replacing it with a private spot that would be unaffordable for many young people in our city, who already grapple with unemployment, poverty, student debt, and rising inflationary costs. My fellow city councilors, we have a choice to make. The $650 million of taxpayer money proposed for the construction of a spa in Ontario Place could be reallocated to finance reforms that could effectively reduce poverty rates among youth and children in Toronto. We can take policy action on affordable housing and youth homelessness. We can implement set and geared to income childcare fees for low-income families. We could invest in greater mental health services in our schools, or more significantly, the City of Toronto could prioritize working with the provincial and federal government to help launch a national school food program, since we're the only G7 nation that lacks one. According to the Fort York Food Bank, 1 of every 7 children used to rely on their food charity. Now, for the first time in 25 years, the number of children using food banks has increased to 1 in 4. Teachers like Lindsay Steves at Kathy Weaver Elementary School could understand this reality, since she provides non-perishable extras to classroom cupboards to offer nourishment to students in need. Despite the pressing issue of child and youth hunger, recent reports from the Toronto Star reveal that community groups working tirelessly to address our city's social crises are confronted with the harsh reality of city funding cuts. This reduction in financial support not only undermines their efforts, but also risks deepening the existing problems faced by children and young people struggling to access sufficient nourishment and the necessary resources to thrive. We must ask ourselves, what message are we conveying to these vulnerable communities when we, as a prosperous city, a global financial center, and a member of the G7, prioritize allocating $650 million to a luxury spa instead of addressing the urgent needs of our children facing hunger and deprivation? Furthermore, the province's redevelopment plans for Ontario Place contradict our climate change goals. Cutting down 850 trees and destroying natural habitats is a step in the wrong direction. Our city and the provincial government must prioritize sustainability and work towards meeting our net zero emissions target by 2040, as well as Canada's United Nations pledges to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. The future of Ontario Place should reflect our commitment to the environment and the well-being of our communities. So in light of these concerns, I urge the Council to take the following policy recommendations into consideration. Firstly, prioritize public interests and accessibility in the redevelopment of Ontario Place, ensuring that it remains a welcoming green public space for young people. Secondly, encourage the province to reallocate funds initially designated for the foreign-backed redevelopment project to instead address urgent community needs, such as affordable housing, mental health services, food security, and other essential initiatives. Thirdly, collaborate with the provincial government to align the redevelopment plans with our city's climate change goals, including preserving natural habitats and working towards our net zero emissions target, as well as our biodiversity pledges at the United Nations. By actively engaging in the public consultation process and voicing our concerns, we can help shape Ontario Place's future, preserving it as a cherished public space for everyone. Together, we can create a vibrant, sustainable, inclusive public space for Ontario Place, reflecting our values and commitment to future generations. Let's seize this opportunity to shape a collective vision that embraces inclusivity, sustainability, and caters to the needs of all citizens, respects our natural environment, and cherishes our history. Let us work together to build a brighter, more prosperous, and equitable future for Ontario Place in Toronto, demonstrating our ability to make a difference, choose wisely, and fulfill the promise of a better tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity and the kind attention. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Emmy. Are there any questions for the deputant? No, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Guys, we'll reconvene at 6:30. And I just want to remind the members of council we are going to be at bare quorum all evening. So please, if you have anything you need to do, do it now. Okay.
We haven't had it.
Just so members of the public know, Councillor Sachs, people, I just want to update you on something. If I could just have a moment of quiet. Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Councillor Sachs had to go home to continue her participation in the meeting. She has to connect through WebEx. We're just waiting for her to make that connection, okay? Because we need her for quorum. All right, so it may be a few minutes. Also, fair warning, there are a couple of other matters I have to clean up. It'll take 5-10 minutes. Okay.
Hello, if you're waiting for me, I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call the meeting back to order. First of all, huge thanks to Councillor Sachs, who I think achieved a land speed record getting home and onto WebEx. Thank you very much, so that we could have quorum. I do have a couple of things I need to clean up. First of all, we made an error. We made an error. I won't say who. And a person did ask to make a deputation on an item that we dealt with earlier. It was the St. Mark's Road item, TE 34.38, Road Safety Review, St. Mark's Road between Humbercrest Boulevard and Varsity Road. And first of all, my profound apologies. We try to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to speak before committee, and we goofed here. So I'm going to move to reopen that item. All those in favor, opposed, that carries. And then I'm going to ask Erica Fraser to come up and make a deputation on the item with our most sincere apologies. Erica, if you'd like to come up. And Erica, by the way, has been here patiently since the beginning of the meeting. So thank you very much for bearing with us. And yeah. Okay. As soon as you're set, Erica, you have 5 minutes. Okay.
And my words right there today. So this is my second speaking activity today. I gave a eulogy to my grandmother in front of 100 people, so hopefully this is more joyful than that. Okay, I'm just gonna get this started. So good afternoon, or I guess it constitutes as evening at this point. My name's Erica Fraser. I am here representing Warren Park as the interim chair of the Warren Park Ratepayers Association, as a neighbor, as a founder of a tech company, as a parent of 3 young children, and one of which climbs the hill, St. Mark's Hill, each day with my husband. I'm here today to tell you that safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. In February 2022, when 6 cars piled up on the sidewalk 20 minutes before our kids walked to school that day, where they have no other route to school but to go up this hill, our community came together and founded a group to say that safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. At the site walk referenced in Transportation's report, representatives from our community groups and schools came to say that St. Mark's Hill safety matters. On January 29th, over 50 families came to Winter Safety Fest, an event that we hosted, to say that safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. On February 1st, over 20 parents and students gathered at 8:20 in the morning for Ontario Active School Travel's Winter Walk to School Day in support of increased safety measures on St. Mark's Hill. Not only were there current students, but future walkers in strollers. They're there to say that safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. Across the month of March, over 40 students participated in Warren Park's Urban Planning Design Challenge, brainstorming and designing a complete street solution to St. Mark's Hill. The passion for a safe route to school drove their projects, which has been shared with you along with feedback from our guest judges in the documents. The students, educators, parents, volunteers all worked, making this an incredible learning opportunity for students, inspired by this real-life Toronto challenge, because safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. I've shared 8 letters of support for safety improvements on the Hill. In these, you will find parent council letters representing over 630 students from across the 2 elementary schools who are asking for a safe, walkable route to school. Not all of these students do walk to school, but it is their neighbors and their friends, to clarify. They are asking for reduced pressures on aging and limited school parking and drop-off infrastructure. They are asking to support encouraging active school travel, student health, climate action, and St. Mark's Hill is their only walkable route to these schools. They are saying safety on St. Mark's Hill matters. You'll see letters from local businesses who are affected by potential patrons hesitating to walk the hill and visit their businesses, and conditions that affect their business operations, limiting deliveries and such. Sorry, I'm gonna turn this sound down because it's distracting. So having a good time. You'll find a call for increased student walkability and safety on St. Mark's from Eco Schools Canada Co-Executive Director, Ontario Active School Travel's Sustainable Travel Coordinator, Urban Minds founder, and behind the scenes, there's employees and volunteers from these organizations and others who are providing mentorship and continue to support to our community. Letters of support will continue to come in. We simply just didn't have the time to collect them and work with all the groups. Turning to Transportation's report, the improvements to signage visibility and most importantly, winter maintenance has had a measurable impact on our community. Thank you for your work, Gord and Transportation Services, the team that worked on this. Reliable commutes to school, drop-offs, reliable TTC service and other driving conditions matter and drivers are happier. However, it still remains the issue that we do not have safe and accessible access for pedestrians and safe conditions for cyclists. On November 2022, a meeting with Barbara Gray and Roger Brown and Dane Clement revealed that Cafe TO barriers are sitting in storage, and so the cost revealed in the report doesn't seem to reflect that, and it would reduce it to the cost of temporarily installing the barriers and removing them end of season. However, I respect that that the road improvements it would not be worth installing those barriers given that the road improvements did improve so much with the additional maintenance. And so I'm here today to ask to look for a different solution. So you know, in all of our student projects put forward was the idea that we needed an additional route up the road, not just the sidewalk that's on the north side. On the south side of the hill, we have a ravine area that could be used in a very low-cost way with a recreational trail even that allows at least part of the disabled and younger students who would want access to the hill, but parents don't feel comfortable allowing them to walk to school. It would help to mitigate some of those risks and allow families, commuters, seniors, an alternate route up the hill. That land is available, and I'm asking today that we look at possible considerations to make use of that in a low-cost way that still helps to serve our community and respects that there is a long-term plan to create a more complete plan for the hill that accommodates all users. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Erica? No? Erica, thank you for coming and making your deputation and your consistent and persistent work on this. We'll be having lots to talk about.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this? Seeing none, I have no questions of staff. Anyone else? No? Just a little note so folks understand this. This road was built to a standard we would absolutely not permit today. The slope is ridiculous. The road is way too narrow, and it is it is one of only a couple of routes in and out of this community, and it really has been an impact on them. It's an issue that makes me mindful that we really need to emphasize investments in safe street design and street reconstruction in future budgets. That hasn't always been the case in the last while under certain people's leadership at this council, and it's something that I know all members of Toronto East York Community Council believe should be a higher priority, and we will fight with you to try to get that moved up on the priority list. Okay, with that, I'll move again the receipt of the staff report on the item. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, another piece of administration. I'd like to return to the Ontario Place for All item. Members, it has been a reasonably consistent practice at this community council and others that applicants are given an opportunity to speak at the beginning of an item. There is nothing written about that, and it's not a rule that I've ever enforced, and you know, I've always taken the lead of the local councillor on it. So I have been asked by representatives from the applicant if we could put them up now. I'm going to take the will of the body on that. Are there any motions on it? Does anyone wish to speak to reordering the deputants list? Councillor Malik, I'll take your lead.
I do appreciate that, and I wasn't aware of the practice. I guess I would just say that everyone has been waiting a long time today. So if it's all right, we can stick with the sequence that the deputants are listed, and we'll be aware of that for the future. Thank you.
Okay, so no, there's no motion to reorder the agenda. My apologies to the applicant. I should have done that work hours ago, but as you know, it has been not our best day. So we will proceed with the deputant list as we have it. And if I can find it, there we go. Next we have Shanda Bezic. Shanda? Hi, Shanda.
Okay.
So, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, thank you. My name is Shanda Bezic. My pronouns are she, her. I'm an educator, actor, director, coach, proud ACTRA union member, third-generation Croatian settler, Jays fan, prolific walker, and resident of Parkdale for the last decade. I've never spoken at City Hall before, but I felt deeply compelled to do so. Being an artist and a gig worker, my time is extremely valuable to me. By spending my entire day here waiting to speak, I've lost money by telling clients I'm unavailable, missing shifts at the event venue I am employed part-time at, the historic Great Hall and refusing teaching and performance opportunities, but I had to stay all day long. I can't help but feel that putting this very popular item on the agenda so late in the day is a tactical move. We begun the day with over 50 people. We are not paid to be here. Many had to leave. Everyone's time is valuable, so I will try to keep this as brief as I can. I am still here and I'm not going anywhere. I would first like to thank Ontario Place for All for their countless hours of free labor that they've done educating me and thousands of others about this important issue. Aside from a blog TO paid ad disguised as news, paid for by the very company trying to take our land, until very recently, and thank you mayoral candidates and journalists at the Toronto Star, there hasn't been much discussion about this issue, which is shocking to me. Many people I know who use Ontario Place daily, and people in my community and neighborhood had no idea this was happening. Ontario Place is extremely important to me, my loved ones, and my own mental health. It has been beloved by generations of Torontonians long before since we white folks and immigrants occupied this land. The Ford government's intended land exchange to a private company with intentions to create a private spa on this beautiful land, crucial wildlife habitat, is appalling, ridiculous, and mostly hurtful to the citizens and wildlife that enjoy and thrive in this valuable space. It's already a free getaway to all its citizens, and this proposal will change that forever. This proposed spa, funded by our tax dollars and making accessibility of the waterfront almost impossible, as a taxpayer and citizen of this city, is unacceptable to me. The increase of driving emissions to the neighborhood, my neighborhood, that is already not built to sustain its own growth that it's currently experiencing, is unacceptable. The construction that will last years, if not a decade, reduced access to our beautiful waterfront, damage to important wildlife habitats, destruction of 840 mature trees, and the cost to the taxpayer is unacceptable. As a child, I have deep memories of playing for hours in Ontario Place. Sorry, I'm an artist, so I get emotional. I felt free. I felt lucky to have an affordable place to go with my family. As a resident of Parkdale for 10 years, I honestly don't know what I'd do without direct access to Lake Ontario. As someone who suffers with diagnosed major depressive disorder and ADHD, trips to Ontario Place have helped my mental health, connected me with my community, nature, and wildlife, and given me opportunities to observe free art exhibits that have inspired my own practice as an artist. It is also the place that my partner and I fell in love, being one of the only safe places that we could go together during the pandemic that was free and accessible and beautiful. So many citizens have similar stories about this valued place. It's been a pleasure. Well, I haven't heard anyone speak yet, but I'm sure it will be a pleasure to hear everyone speak who have been here. Our two speakers already have been very informative. Thank you. I feel inspired to keep fighting for what I believe is actual value for this city. And thank you again to Ontario for all their free labor and education. I feel deeply emboldened to spread the word and share petitions and further meetings with people my age, in my artistic communities, and within the neighborhood I call home, which is Parkdale. The name Toronto is derived from the Mohawk word Takaronto, which means where there are trees standing in the water. I worry if this proposal goes through, there will be no trees for my children. There will be no access to the water. Seeing this proposal makes me question the values of my government. I know many citizens who see values beyond dollars and cents.
Enda, can I ask you for just one final sentence, please?
I am one sentence away. I'm sorry. I got a little emotional there.
That's fine.
I encourage you all to consider the value beyond dollars, to think of the value of generations of lawmakers and citizens who will be here long after we are gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Shanda, don't go away.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Please sit down.
Sorry, it's not quite a question, but just want to say thank you, and thank you for sharing all of that with us. And I think for you and to everyone to not apologize for the emotion. This is a really important issue. It is about Ontario Place, but it is also about the values that we share and the future that we want to build. So I really appreciate that, and thank you for being here, for your patience and for your advocacy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much, Shanda. Okay, guys, with the loud woos, remember, I sat in an echo chamber all morning, okay? The hearing. Okay, next we have Debbie Dollar. Debbie? No? Okay. Ellen Schwartzel? No? Gil Penalosa? Gil's online? Is that the blurry background I see there? That's that's Councillor Sachs's background. Okay. Just waiting to see.
Hello?
Hi, Gil. Gil, you've done this before. You got 5 minutes. You can start as soon as you're ready.
1 second. The video doesn't show, or?
It's your turn, Gil. Just go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was trying to put on the video, but I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think we've given you screen sharing.
Okay, but yeah, no, okay, you don't see the video, you don't see my camera, right? Okay, so 5 minutes, starting now. Sorry
Go ahead.
Okay, so no, basically, I think that the committee should give enough importance to Ontario Place as to have a full committee meeting only to talk about Ontario Place. We cannot give the same importance to what is happening to Ontario Place to the removal of one tree in one private home. I think this is totally disproportionate. Okay, now I got the video. So I think that you should give much more importance to Ontario Place. Second, I think that Ontario Place, we should have done a master plan for Ontario Place, an exhibition place, over 20 years ago when Liberty Village was planned. Not now. That was the best time to do it. The second best time probably was 8 years ago. Imagine if the city had done a fantastic master plan of all of exhibition and Ontario Place with extensive citizen engagement. So when Ford had come up with the idea of a spa, it would have been on people's mind that Ontario was a public waterfront park. But no, the city didn't do anything 8 years ago or 6 or 4, even 3 years ago. When Ford came up with the idea that it's not a park anymore, it's going to be an entertainment center, Mayor Tory was standing next to him. When he did the tender, Mayor Tory was standing and council didn't do anything. When he awarded, Tory was there and council didn't do anything. Well, those were the best times because the longer that it goes, the more difficult that is to change. So those were the best time to do something. The second best time is now, today. You must make this a political issue. We must stop this. First, because waterfronts are sacred. All waterfronts should be public, free access. Waterfronts on creeks, on rivers, on lakes, on oceans. So there is absolutely no need. Also, we don't even know what is the future of that. People on the street tell me, and I don't know if they're right or not, but they tell me that it's a casino through the back door. So if Ford was going to do 2,200 parking spots for a casino, it would be scandalous. But if he does 2,200 for a spa, and then the spa goes broke 2 years from now, and then the casinos show up and say, oh my God, we're gonna do a favor, we're gonna take over. And by the way, we're gonna give the spa a little bit somewhere, maybe in Woodbine or something. Where Therma is, that's where they do their parks. But anyway, this is horrible. I think that council must stop it. This is not a technical issue, how much land is city, how much land is Ontario. By the way, all of us in Toronto are Ontarians too. 40% of the money that Ontario government has comes from Torontonians. So we have a big say. It's not that, oh, what are they going to know? We got to make this a political issue. Of course, I would never, ever suggest to do a spa in a public place. You can do all of the spas that you want in private place. But if Ford wants to do it, we should convince him, which is what Tory and City Council should have done 3 years ago. Do it on exhibition place. Do it on the parking lot. And then create a 100-meter wide green bridge connecting BMO Field, the spa, the exhibition place with the public park. Let's do a 2023 public park, magnificent. Yeah, the reality is that Ontario Place is not in very good shape. It was really nice 50 years ago, but it's not about the memories. Let's keep in mind also, half of us who live in Toronto, we were born in another country. So most people that live in Toronto never went to Ontario Place in their youth. And even now, it's not in that good shape. I go there almost weekly. I love it. I think the view, the nature, the trees, the possibilities. So what I'm asking council is to do all you can to stop this. This is not only a legal issue, but make it a political issue. We have seen that Premier Ford actually does go back on his things when it becomes a hot political potato. So let's make it something very, very important. This is about the environment. It's about mental health. It's about physical health. It's about economic development. Imagine if one day those 9 floors of the spa become a casino. Forever, Toronto's gonna be known by the pictures from the lake facing Toronto as the city of the water, Toronto, the waterfront casino city. No, it has to be a public park free of entrance. So I thank you for this. I hope that you give it more and more importance and that you make this a very high political issue for Premier Ford so that it will be a public waterfront park for everyone.
Thank you very much, Gil. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. The next deputant I have listed is Keith Nunn. Keith? Keith's online. Keith, can you hear me? Keith? Oh. Keith, have you got your microphone attached? No, Keith, we can't hear you. I mean, you look great.
About that.
There you go. Okay, Keith, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and councilors. My name is Keith Nunn, and I'm a citizen of Toronto. I'm a small business operator, and I pay 2 additional employees. I'm, like many people, giving up work time to be here. This is not a complaint. I name it simply because I wish to make it clear that it takes an effort and a loss of income for me and others to be here, even online. And I am not a crank with time on my hands. I grew up in small town Ontario, but I came to Toronto to visit my grandparents in East York. And as a teen, I moved here with my parents. And in that time, I spent a lot of time at Ontario Place. As a child, first in the adventure play area, the pods, which were totally amazing at the time, the Cinesphere, those are all strong early memories. And later, I came to concerts at the now lost to us Forum, the somewhat less wonderful amphitheater built in its place, and the frequently renamed Waterfall Stage. And in that time, I really developed a love, not just for that space, but for this city as a whole. I grew up and really came to know Toronto in that time and partly in that place. In the years before the closure, I brought my own children to play, splash, watch films, and walk around the site. It was a great place in spite of its relative isolation from more active parts of the city. And I was pretty angry, like many others, when with no notice or consultation, the site was closed by the province. In the years since, I have hoped for reinvestment in this wonderful space, only to be disappointed time and again. And now our premier seems to be claiming that this opportunity is the only viable option. I believe that to be a total lie, and much as I want reinvestment in Ontario Place, I think that doing nothing with the site would be preferable to this current proposal. It's very clear to me that the goal of this plan from the premier is not revitalization for public good, but it's a ploy to capture public investment and value created in this site over 5 decades for public good and turn it to a private profit. Public amenities, especially green space, are in short supply and increasingly pressed as our population grows. Too much is already lost, and creating new green spaces is almost unimaginably difficult. In my part of town, we've just lost a significant piece of Moss Park, and temporary or not, it is a huge loss in the neighborhood, and there is nothing comparable within walking distance. Let us not repeat this error here. I urge you to protect this public land and green space for the use of all citizens. Where public enterprise is admitted to such spaces, it should still be primarily for the public good, not for private profit. I'm not opposed to profit. I'm a business person, but it should be profit from my own investment, not one based on a risk taken by the public. When the financial risk is public, the return should be public as well. In urban construction, too little attention is paid to wind impacts in the pedestrian realm by tall, sheer buildings. This giant building is just another one that's going to dump wind into this ribbon of public space that they propose around this monster building. It's a sop. It's not a real offer of public space. It's clearly an attempt to make the proposal seem sweeter while stealing real public value. And while the city is not on the hook for building the proposed parking garage, it is certain to be an expensive engineering boondoggle and cost more than is currently being estimated. Also, I know that this is a city that is starting to get its head together and promote active transportation and public transport. And to have a gigantic parking garage going in what should be a public green space is just madness. We all know that Lakeshore Avenue is already kind of a mess, especially the west side of town. There are just so few decent east-west alternatives. To bring some kind of spa traffic madness down there, it makes no sense. So I would urge you to use all of your planning powers to block underground parking on this site and limit parking on the site to no more than the current level. I hope for much more than that, but at the very least, I hope that an action like that would cause the developer to have second thoughts. As part of that, I would hope that you would require an emphasis on active transportation and public transportation. I believe that all of you love this city, certainly much more than our premier apparently does. And I would urge you to protect these lands for public good rather than private profit with every tool at your disposal. I urge you to make this a serious political issue.
Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none? Thank you very much, Keith. Next, we have Ross Burnett from Urban Strategies and Benjamin Hoff from Urban Strategies. I take it you want 5 minutes each?
Yes, and if it makes some sense, maybe we both speak and then take questions collectively, and we can take them off, either of us.
Okay, but I'm going to time each of you for 5 minutes, all right? And then we'll take questions for both of you.
I'm Ross Burnett. I'm with the Infrastructure Ontario, not Urban Strategies. So good afternoon, or good evening, Chair, staff, and members of Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ross Burnett, and I'm Vice President of Development with Infrastructure Ontario. In November 2022, we submitted the Ontario Place development application on behalf of the Ministry of Infrastructure, the ministry that's mandated to lead all the work related to the revitalization of Ontario Place. Opening this session, I'd like to take a few minutes to share with the group today what the province's commitments are for the renewal of Ontario Place. Ontario Place is a 155-acre, provincially owned destination in the heart of Toronto. Designed by Craig Zeidler and Strong, with landscape design by Hoff, Stansbury and Associates, Ontario Place was always intended to be a special destination that is much more than a neighborhood or a city park. It was designed as a bold tourist attraction to welcome millions of visitors from across the province and around the world. Since opening in 1971, Ontario Place has been in a constant state of evolution. Many may be nostalgic for the site as a destination for children's play, water slides, the Atlantis nightclub, the swan boats, the log flume ride, but all of those were new additions to the original design. Other than the iconic pods and Cinesphere and remnants of the village buildings, very little has actually been left untouched by incremental modification over the years. In many ways, the landscape of Ontario Place has evolved and diversified as much as the province that it represents over the past 50 years. By the time Ontario Place closed as a ticketed amusement park, it was significantly different to its 1971 form and function. Today, more than a decade after the last ticket was sold, the province is looking to bring Ontario Place back to life 365 days a year with no land sale, no condos, no casino, and full public access to the waterfront for everyone. To do this, the government is addressing many long-standing issues with the site: flooding, soil remediation, shoreline repair, water quality, servicing updates, and ensuring greater accessibility for all visitors. Once completed, Ontario Place will have a beautiful, free, and accessible public realm across the entire site. New parks that look and feel like Trillium Park are being proposed, and new community and cultural event spaces are planned. A safe new shoreline will be introduced to allow more opportunities for people to directly access the water. Ontario Place will be a park unlike any other on the city's waterfront. It will not be a city park, it'll be a park for the province and all visitors. It'll be animated with 3 all-season attractions, one for music and culture, one for recreation and wellness, and a 20-acre event and celebration space across the entire East Island. This is a huge new park space at Ontario Place that's currently mainly asphalt. Importantly, unlike Ontario Place of the past, where you had to pay at the central gates to access any of the site, Ontario Place of the future will be fully ungated and free for anyone to walk in and enjoy. The plan for Ontario Place is ambitious and much bigger than the local. The plan harks back to the original intention of the site as a provincial and national destination in the heart of the city. To realize this vision, the province is committed to a collaborative working relationship with the city that adheres to the term sheet as part of the Ontario Place redevelopment agreement, as approved by City of Toronto City Executive in January 2022. This agreement was developed between the city and the province so we could work together to enable the advancement and delivery of the Ontario Place redevelopment project as envisioned. Ontario Place can and should be a neighborhood amenity, providing much needed local park space. I live in the area. I use it as well almost every day. It should also be a city building project that provides jobs and investments, and it should be a provincial tourist destination that is unique to Ontario and North America. A revitalized Ontario Place can meet all of these intentions. In closing, I'd like to thank city staff who've been involved in the application and pre-application since early 2021. We appreciate your ongoing efforts and look forward to receiving your formal written comments as part of our submission. Thank you for listening tonight.
Thank you. Ben?
Yes, thank you. And if I could just pause the clock for a second while I just get this screen going. Oh, sorry. There we go. Okay. Great. Thank you. So I'm just going to have a few visuals to go along with my notes. So good evening, Chair, members of Council. My name is Benjamin Hoff, planner and partner with Urban Strategies, as I introduced myself earlier today. I first wanted to say that I'm really encouraged by the enthusiasm of Toronto residents who have been advocates for Toronto's central waterfront for many years, waiting patiently as the vision for the waterfront is realized, with every investment in parks and open spaces from Tommy Thompson Park through the Humber River. So that's very encouraging to see the excitement and enthusiasm. I'm also very pleased to be assisting IO and leading the development approvals for what is a complex and contentious but ultimately exciting project for Toronto and Ontario. The revitalization of Ontario Place represents an opportunity for a generational investment in what was once an important waterfront destination. And Ontario Place hasn't been the success it was hoped to be. It now requires major investment to not only reinforce its role as an important waterfront destination and landmark park, but simply to keep it open and operational. The ambition can and should be more than just another park on the waterfront. Toronto is building these, and they are remarkable across the waterfront. Unlike Toronto's other parks, Ontario Place should also attract people from all over as the major provincial and international tourism destination it was always intended to be. So Ontario Place requires a bold vision that both Ontario Place and its surroundings have not seen in many decades. The challenges are many. Ontario Place has been in a constant state of evolution, chasing the elusive success of its early years. Though still valued as a public park, Ontario Place lost its standing as an important tourism destination many years ago. Even the Zeidler Pods and Cinesphere have never actually found a long-term use worthy of their iconic design. And physically, Ontario Place is deteriorating. Built in the late 60s, the incredible feat of lake fill and the creation of the park was not subject to environmental and engineering standards of today. So climate change and the unrelenting lakefront environment threaten the islands themselves. So while major investment is required to address these issues, and that will be large and disruptive, the opportunity with Ontario Place is to build back bigger and better. This includes the opportunity to renew Ontario Place as an important link within the waterfront open space network, a signature waterfront public park, and a year-round destination for Toronto, the province, and the world. The proposed revitalization, including the Therma Water Park Recreation and Wellness Facility, will provide for new and exciting ways to experience this part of the waterfront, including with an anticipated 5 million visitors per year. The Ontario Place revitalization was guided early on by a series of ambitions that collectively provide the ingredients for a great waterfront park while accommodating existing and new attractions, as shown here. It was also, the proposed master plan for the revitalization is based on 6 key structuring elements, and these are very important to the plan. The first is to restore and enhance the water's edge and secure continuous public access, to connect Ontario Place with Exhibition Place and New Transit and the city beyond in ways that improve on existing connections today, to prioritize rehabilitation of the Cinesphere and Pods, but also to focus on heritage renewal in a broader way across the site, to enhance long-term resilience and environmental performance and sustainability, to upgrade the public spaces and the beach and create new and expanded waterfront parks across all of Ontario Place, and then to deliver exciting programming for all ages 365 days a year. This plan just shows is a rendering of that vision as it currently stands today. It's important to note 2/3 of this is public space and will remain as public space. The third is for those existing and proposed ticketed uses that Ross spoke to, which include Therma, which is 13% of the Ontario Place area. Similar in size to the planned 12% for Live Nation itself that currently sits on the site. In terms of next steps, we have been working closely with staff over the past year to advance what is a very complex application. The first submission was made in late November. Since then, we've had continued to work closely with a broad group of staff and agency stakeholders to really grind through the details of the application. We're also entering an important period of public engagement, including intensive in-person sessions this coming Saturday, and really looking forward to that engagement. The public realm plans continue to be refined, and the design team is right now exploring significant changes to the Therma building in response to staff and public feedback. So we're looking forward to resubmitting this summer to advance these changes. And finally, I want to thank staff for their dedication and focus to this process, to what is a complex and charged application. In particular, Colin Wolfe, Dan Nicholson in Community Planning, and Meg St. John in the Waterfront Secretariat.
I hate to interrupt you complimenting city staff, but you're at the end of your time.
They've been working diligently with us, and we look forward to your continued effort in all of this.
Okay. Thank you very much for your deputations. Are there any questions of the deputants? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for your patience and for joining us today and for your presentation. I guess my first few questions are just clarifying the role of Infrastructure Ontario. So as far as I understand, the province has designated the Ministry of Infrastructure as a development lead for Ontario Place, and Infrastructure Ontario is acting on its behalf. Is that correct?
That's right. We're the delivery agency for the Ministry of Infrastructure.
And Infrastructure Ontario is a public agency of the Government of Ontario?
It's an agency of the Ministry of Infrastructure. Yes.
Okay. So how do you see your relationship to the province then?
Well, the Ministry of Infrastructure is a provincial ministry, and so the Infrastructure Ontario is an agency of the province or of the Ministry of Infrastructure.
So it would be fair to say you're a public agency?
Yes.
And are any of the lands included in the development application proposed to be sold?
No.
So, and I'm also kind of picking up on what was shared through the report that was in front of us. So, understanding your role as a public agency, would you agree then as a government agency undertaking landfill work on public lands related to development on the West Island that you would be required to complete an environmental assessment for that work as you're doing for the other areas of the proposal?
So under the Ministry of Infrastructure Class C environmental assessment, which is what this project falls under, it is not available to private sector entities. And as Therma is on leased land and is designing, constructing, designing, building, and maintaining their asset, it is not considered to be a public undertaking.
So even though the other areas require an environmental assessment, what is it about this particular area that would make it exempt, since the sites are related and connected and part of the same waterfront?
So it's, to clarify, it's not an exemption, is that they don't have access to the EA because it's being delivered privately. The rest of the site, the parkland, the pods and Sinosphere renewal, the mainland, is all being delivered by government as a government investment in a public asset. So that therefore it's subject to the EA, to MOI's Category C EA.
So a private developer is not required to deliver an environmental assessment?
In the provincial MOI Class EA process, a private sector partner cannot access the EA process. The EA process is intended as a public process for public lands, or public projects, I should say.
And I guess just to also clarify, what is the purpose of an environmental assessment if the province on the public areas are required to complete it?
It's an engagement tool, and it's a tool that assesses environmental impact of public undertakings on land, which is what the government has been doing since December 14th, 2021.
And that would be important for the West Island too, to have that information?
The West Island is collecting that information. Government has done significant due diligence on the environmental, including filing 2 record of site conditions with the Ministry of Environment. We've done significant due diligence, and the tenant is also doing due diligence. I would say it's of an equal standard to what would be required for an EA if an EA was actually available to Therma. So it is important, absolutely. It's just it can't be under that umbrella of a public EA process.
And I'm sure you can understand that that's of concern, the lack of transparency and publicly available information about the, I guess, criteria that would be kind of involved in an environmental assessment.
And much of the environmental analysis is available in the development application as well, the environmental due diligence that was done, and the record of site condition, I believe, will be publicly available.
Guys, I appreciate that you're keenly interested, but we really have to let the members of the committee, okay? If you could speak more clearly into the microphone.
Much of that environmental information is available as part of the development application, and I'm not certain myself when the record of site condition becomes public information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And members, be aware we can have multiple rounds of questions if you wish. If maybe just one line, and then we can go to the next person. Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. I was listening to your presentation and you used the slogan, "Build Back Better." Why do you feel it appropriate to use that in your presentation? I mean, I've heard it across various ads across the province, but why do you feel that it was necessary to use that slogan here?
Yeah, actually, I didn't realize it was used by provincial ads. I think it's a bit of a term used in that I think we picked up in COVID. What I was referring to is the challenges facing Ontario Place. You know, the entire site is fill, built, filled in the 60s, and then built on. In many cases, that work was done very well and excellently, like the pods in Sinosphere, which the province is currently, as we speak, investing in to maintain them and bring them back to a workable state. But many of the other parts weren't built very well, and so there's soil quality issues, there's erosion issues, and even some of the facilities that were constructed were, kind of made of plywood and not quite duct tape, but not built to last. And so many of the existing conditions on the island are in a state that after 50 years they need to be renewed, and the intent is to renew them with current standards of excellence that will be built back better. And that's the reference that I had intended.
Okay, if sure, but again, during the last provincial election, that was a slogan that was used, as I recall. So it's just. I'm just surprised you haven't made the connection. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Yeah. Let me just see if there are any other members. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, thank you very much. First question, it's perfectly possible, isn't it, to repair the infrastructure, renew any damage without building a giant parking garage, correct?
Yes, I would think that there's some infrastructure improvements that could be made.
In fact, everything that you've described could be done without building a giant parking infrastructure, correct?
What I would say is that the existing and proposed attractions have a certain parking demand associated with them, and a parking demand that's actually quite low relative to all major destinations throughout the city of Toronto, including in downtown Toronto. The modal split is actually for a peak period is actually 10% drivers. So the issue. So from
let me try again.
Sorry.
Let me try again. We have in the city of Toronto a very clear direction, given the climate crisis that we're in, to change the modal split. So whatever the assumptions that you're making about how many people should access this site are simply assumptions. It's certainly physically possible for the province of Ontario to repair any damage to Ontario Place without building a parking garage. Let's start there. Do you agree?
Well, I'd want to clarify that the actual modal split that is looking into the future is a reduction in the current modal split of how Ontario Place is used today. So right now we're looking at 25%, and in future that's going to be reduced to 10%. So we're improving.
I really would appreciate it if you would try to answer my question.
Councillor Sachs, Councillor Sachs, I appreciate your frustration, but if you could just let them finish their answer. We have time for multiple rounds of questioning, so we can air things out a bit here, okay?
Well, I appreciate that, but I would also like them to be answering the question I'm asking. And my question was, it's physically possible to do the necessary repairs to the structure of Ontario Place without building a parking garage?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay. And it's perfectly physically possible to do the repairs that are necessary to Ontario Place, the climate damage and other things, without building a giant private Austrian-owned spa on it, correct?
Yes, with the correction that it's a recreation center, primarily a water park. So I know the term spa gets thrown out a lot, so I did want to make that correction.
And I also I would like to make the comment that Ontario Place is being designed and modernized to be used all seasons with many different types of uses across the site. If we wanted to freeze the site in time and renovate it to its current standard and use, then what you're saying might make sense. If we want to increase the use, create a destination on the city's waterfront that benefits the city, and advances or evolves Ontario Place, then those type of destination uses will require parking and will require investment to accommodate that.
Well, investment is one thing, parking is something different. And in terms of so I think what we've got so far is it is perfectly physically possible to repair the climate damage that you alluded to and to repair the infrastructure that you say wasn't well built without putting either the giant thermal facility or a parking garage. So in terms of what best suits the public interest, do you accept that the Council of the City of Toronto has a legitimate voice in what best serves the public interest on the Toronto waterfront?
Yes, I would expect that council has an interest in the betterment of the waterfront.
And a legitimate voice in determining what occurs to it?
Yes, we are here today at Community Council. Yes.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions for the moment. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Any other? Councillor Bravo, go ahead. No. I'm just busy chairing.
Thank you, Chair. So some of my questions have been asked already, but I guess I just want to confirm that Infrastructure Ontario's mandate is to develop commercial solutions and manage assets, correct?
Yes, we manage the province's real estate.
Right. So, and minimizing costs and expenditures for the provincial government, minimizing provincial costs, and ensuring that private sector partners can participate. This is one of the objectives of this project?
One of the objectives is ensuring value for money to the province.
Right, so value for money. So Infrastructure Ontario defines a purpose as value for money, and one of the things that you're doing here is minimizing the cost of the province of managing this provincial public asset, public land, and maximizing the opportunity to have a private sector partner participate. I'm just reading from the website, actually. So I guess I want to ask a couple of questions about how Infrastructure Ontario views questions beyond, Councillor Sachs already asked about climate objectives, but I guess do you have a definition of the public purpose of public land?
I don't believe IO has that defined specifically. I think different projects like hospitals or courthouses or other public assets have different purposes and benefits.
But the social purpose of land is something I would say it's unique, because the hospitals, the schools, they're all built on public land. Does Infrastructure Ontario have any working definition of the social purpose of public land?
So Infrastructure Ontario is a delivery agency.
Yeah.
We're not policy creators, and so our policy.
Okay, sorry, I misspoke. Did the minister, in the creation of Infrastructure Ontario, ever imbue the agency with the notion that the stewardship or management of assets like public land, is there a social purpose to land? That's all. I understand that you didn't create your own mandate and mission. It was created by the ministry.
Well, Infrastructure Ontario works on delivering social projects on behalf of many ministries across the province.
So in fact, it wouldn't be part of your mandate to say to steward things like, climate objectives, as Councillor Sachs described, or other things like obligations that we take seriously, I think, in the City of Toronto, like the notion of reconciliation. That's not something that's a priority in how you explore the opportunities, I assume?
Those have all been considerations in the project as it's developed, and there is significant engagement with communities across Ontario on this project. So yes, I would say that those are considerations.
And ultimately, though, as has been asked, the remediation, the renovation, the reinvestment into Ontario Place could take place if the provincial government chose to make that investment. But currently, the model and the mode that is being prioritized here is to find a private partner to be able to raise the funds to make this happen. Is that correct?
No, the intention of revitalizing Ontario Place was to create an all-season destination with different activities across the entire site that could be utilized for free, ticketed by families, by many different experiences and audiences. So bringing it back to a park was not the intention of this project. This project was to create a 365-day-a-year tourist destination and city park on the water.
The tourist destination being a privately operated enterprise that then necessitates the kind of parking, et cetera, that we're talking about.
The tourist destination is private, yes.
Okay. So, what I'm really asking is if the provincial government chose to make the investment into Ontario Place that it neglected to do for many, many years, we would not need that partnership, and this could be an entirely publicly owned, publicly operated piece of land that meets social purposes that have been laid out, including very much in policy by the City of Toronto. So, thank you.
Second round, Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to return to the environmental assessment, and I thank you for sharing and clarifying kind of the position you're in. And I guess also what the staff report also kind of laid out was similar to an environmental assessment isn't an environmental assessment in terms of its accountability and its channels. So my question is there a way to require an environmental assessment? Could the Minister of Infrastructure require an environmental assessment for the West Island? Is there a way to address some of the limitations of the legislation you cited?
So I'm not an environmental assessment expert. My understanding is that new legislation would be required to amend the MOI EA.
Okay, and so there wouldn't be a way for kind of, I don't know, ministerial authority to to require it?
There may be.
All right. So I do want to address one of the things that has come up in some of the deputations that we've heard so far around the kind of change of use of what is being proposed. So previous plans for the site proposed a casino that were ended due to broad public opposition, and I'm sure other factors as well. And you're proposing a large structure. It was also in the report about the size of it relative to the site with a very specific tenant. Are you willing to exclude any possible change of use or prohibit change of use, such as a casino, should your proposal be successful in moving forward?
I believe that's outside the authorities of Infrastructure Ontario. I think that would be a government decision.
So the use could be changed if this was to move forward?
Well, the commercial agreement we have is for a water park and wellness facility.
Okay, and so there's nothing that would stop it from becoming something else?
It would not be adhering to the terms of the lease if it was to operate as something else.
If the lease ended, time's out, there's always an end date on a lease, and so the purpose and the use of it could change?
If the lease terminates, then like any commercial agreement, you'd go back to the market to try to find an appropriate use at that time, depending on what the appetite is by government at that time for new use.
Okay, and I guess, like most agreements, both parties have some terms about how they could end a lease. It doesn't have to be at the end of the lease. It can happen at any time, right?
There's specific terms in what's required to terminate the lease.
Maybe I can just add on this question of what's permitted. Just from a municipal perspective, the proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment are very specific.
Sorry, can't hear you.
The proposed official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment attempt to specifically define the issue, the use that's proposed by THERMA. And so from a municipal perspective, the implementing instruments would restrict the use to the water park and wellness use.
Okay, so that would essentially prohibit a change of use?
Well, there's a number of permissions within the open space zone, but the site-specific permission for the West Island is specific to the water park and wellness facility. So there's some underlying open space permissions, but definitely no casino permissions in the zone.
So, yeah, I guess if we're going to cut to the chase, could that site at some point, depending on the terms of the lease, could it become a casino?
Well, I think Ross has answered no from a lease perspective, and from a municipal bylaw perspective, if approved as it was written today, no.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, now I do have a question. Under Ontario planning law, any property owner can at any time come forward with an official plan amendment, and council is obliged to consider it, correct?
Yes.
So the underlying permissions in the application here could be amended, or could the owner or the lessor or Infrastructure Ontario could come forward with a proposed official plan amendment at any time after that, correct?
Anywhere in the city, yes.
Thank you. Well, you want a third round now, do you? Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, each time you answer a question, it sparks something else. So, yeah, and I really do appreciate this. So I guess just going back to the terms of the lease and being a tenant, and also what we've learned from the experience of Ontario Place that was successful and then dropped off at a certain point, that has kind of brought us to the space where revitalization is being kind of implemented. So what if the spa fails? What if it is not viable? What if the business model is not what's anticipated? What happens then?
Well, the business model and the financial offer and track record was assessed as part of the evaluation process. And THERMA has a successful track record across Europe and expanding into the world.
Sorry, can't hear you.
So there was robust economic analysis, financial analysis done of that. Again, like any commercial agreement, if there's a failure at some point in the future, then it's revisiting what could happen at that time in that specific economic climate and political climate.
So can you say more about the kind of considerations? You know, we just came through a pandemic, so, you know, as airtight as things can be, I guess the concern is, or again, this is also related to change of use, but what are the reassurances if part of, as Councillor Bravo was alluding to, this is supposed to be also something that's economically viable for the province, and if it ceases to be that, then what are the steps that you can share with us? And that will be my last question.
Well, if the lease is terminated for any reason, then the lands continue to be owned and operated by the province. So there would be a new process put in place. I'm not sure I'm answering or understanding what you're.
That's all helpful. I appreciate it.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, are there any other questions? Guys, you've been brave. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hang on, I have a question. I have a question.
Oh, okay. Gather your courage back.
One more question.
Councillor Sachs, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. So I understand that the proponent wants to acquire some pieces of land from the city. Why do you acquire that land, and can you, what happens to your project if we won't sell it to you?
Yeah, we have been working with the city since early 2021 on this land transfer. In order, you know, there's a piece that the city does own that runs through the site, and the intention has always been for that to be consolidated under provincial control. And we're investigating and have agreed to a land swap that's favorable for both parties. If the land is not secured, then any future lease would need to be tri-party with the City of Toronto, or we'd need to redesign our facility.
Right, so you recognize that we have a new council now, quite a number of the councillors have changed, and of course we'll have a different mayor. So to be clear, if we refuse to give up our land, this facility cannot go ahead as planned. Is that correct?
Councillor Sachs, I'm just going to draw a little bit of a boundary here. There are separate decisions council is making about the land swap. The item we have in front of us is the land use. I'll give you latitude on the questions, but I just want to caution, I'm not taking motions or I'm not taking motions on the land swap here today, okay?
That's fair. I'm not bringing a motion, but I do have the question.
Yeah.
So let's be clear, gentlemen. If we refuse to give up our land, will you please confirm, is it true that this project cannot go ahead as currently proposed?
Well, there's an opportunity for redesign to accommodate if the city decides to withhold their land. Then buildings can be redesigned. To clarify, the land that we're seeking is public realm, public space. So the actual design implications on Therma are limited. It would be a redefinition of a lease boundary.
And to be clear, what Ross is referring to, some elements of the West Island, but also on the mainland, and where, for example, we are proposing a boardwalk as an alternative in addition to the Martin Goodman Trail. So that kind of activity falls on the city lands, and I think is a shared objective for the renewal of the waterfront.
We certainly share many objectives, but we also have many disagreements. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe, I'll try again, does that conclude the questions for these deputants? Yes, it does. Go home for a well-earned rest.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Sarah Fronis. Sarah, are you with us? Online? Yep. Sarah, can you hear me? I see you, Sarah. Say something.
Am I unmuted?
There we got you.
Yeah, okay, great.
Great.
This is my first time ever doing this, so thank you for allowing me to speak, and that was riveting. Very, very fun to be a part of this democratic process. I want to thank all of the council members for your amazing questions and all your hard work today. And also to Ontario Place for All for their hard work, and everyone who's spoken today on behalf of Ontario Place, and what the space means to Torontonians of all ages, for animals using the area as their home, about the importance of environmental protection and reallocating money proposed for the building of a mega spa, whatever that means, and its massive underground parking space in water, where that money is probably far more needed in other places. So I am a local of South Parkdale. I live about a 20-minute walk and a 7-minute bike ride from Ontario Place. My friends and neighbors and I spend a great deal of time at Ontario Place, not just in the warm summer months, but all throughout the year, including when it is snowy. Even when I lived further away in the annex, I still ventured down to the Ontario Place often. It's one of my favorite natural places to go in the city. I'm originally from Vancouver, British Columbia, and it is a city, Vancouver is a city, that has a great deal of natural beauty in places where the public, local or tourists, can enjoy the ocean, mountains, forests, all free of charge. I love Toronto as a city, and I have no desire to go back to Vancouver at all. But the easy access to nature is definitely something I miss about being there. Most of the time in Toronto, we often forget that we live on a lake. Not only is there a highway running across the border of the lakeshore in downtown Toronto, but much of the lakefront through the city is completely obscured from view by buildings that come right up to the water at the border of the harbor. It's rare to find a spot along the waterfront where you can completely immerse yourself in the beauty of nature that is our lake. Regardless of where you are on the lake, you can hear the highway, you can see concrete and buildings, and you are ever reminded that you are in the middle of a giant metropolis. But this is not so at Ontario Place and Trillium Park. It is very special. My favorite spot to sit at Ontario Place is on a little pebble beach where one can relax and look out at the vast expanse of water that is Lake Ontario. I love going there to watch the waves and see the sunset and the boats as they pass by. In warmer weather, I dip my feet into the water, and on very clean water days, I even venture out for an actual swim. I do that fairly often, and I love it. Ontario Place is a beautiful and peaceful sanctuary that I myself and other Torontonians love to use. It's tucked away from the highway and the big city streets. It is an oasis that is incredibly important to me and many people I know in the city who feel a need to be able to feel like we are with nature and get away from the hustle and bustle around us. As a registered massage therapist and an owner of a private massage clinic in Toronto, I have a unique perspective on the idea of a new mega spa in our city. Registered massage therapy clinics are obviously different from spas. I don't necessarily want to put my foot in my mouth and say anything negative about spas at all, because they're wonderful. But I am opposed to the idea of a mega spa on the waterfront. When we think of spas, we imagine pools and saunas, possible relaxing massages and facials. I don't know if these guys are talking about water slides and stuff into, hot pools or anything like that. But that all sounds lovely. And while spas are certainly wonderful and have a special place in the wellness industry, North America, spas are often incredibly expensive and for the most part are inaccessible to the majority of Canadians. For all those privileged enough to be able to afford access to the relaxation treatments and amenities at a spa, we already have many beautiful spas in downtown Toronto that throughout the pandemic have been struggling to keep their doors open. I know clinics that have closed during the pandemic. Gone bankrupt. RMTs are regulated health professionals, and we were deemed essential during the pandemic. However, most spas employed workers who were not regulated healthcare workers, and their amenities like gyms were not deemed safe during the shutdown periods. Therefore, they had to continue to stay closed during the pandemic shutdowns. The fact that any of them were able to survive the difficulty of being shut down so many times in the pandemic, not to mention reduced traffic in the spas even when they were allowed to reopen, is a miracle. To open a brand new spa during a time when many of these spas are finally able to get back on their feet seems like a low blow. Drawing traffic away from these spas towards one on the water is not going to help these local businesses to thrive. As for the use of a new mega spa, I cannot personally afford a $200 or $300 relaxation massage as my form of relaxation or self-care, and I would venture to say that neither can most Torontonians. The majority of people who wind up using many of these spas are therefore wealthy, they're likely tourists, and or are doing so at a great financial expense for a very special occasion. The likelihood that most Ontarians would never use this, the likelihood that I and most Ontarians would ever use this new spa is therefore pretty low. The idea that we would need an underground parking lot for the small trickling of people who may or may not want to use the spa or would be able to afford to use this spa is also unlikely. No spa in Toronto, to my knowledge, has underground parking, nor do they need it, and nor would we feel comfortable parking in a fishing bowl around water.
Sarah, you're a little bit over time.
Are we done?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Anyways, thank you for hearing me. That was pretty much it. I was going to say something nice to all of you again, so.
Oh, maybe I should give you an extra minute. No, just kidding. Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Sarah? Seeing none, Sarah, thank you for sharing some of your time with us this evening. Next, I have Bill Greaves. Bill, are you with us? Hi, Bill.
The Architectural Conservancy of Ontario, where I am the chair of the Ontario Place Committee. I want to commend staff on a report that does an excellent job of outlining the many ways in which the provincial government's proposal for Ontario Place is deeply, and in our view, irredeemably flawed. What I'd like to do today is call your attention to and raise the alarm about the imminent threat to cultural heritage that this proposal presents, to outline the deeply flawed process the provincial government has followed to get us to this point, and to urge you to refuse to participate any further in that process and resist the destruction of our waterfront that it proposes. Ontario Place has been widely recognized as an internationally significant example of 20th century architecture and landscape design. In 2020, the World Monuments Fund included Ontario Place along with only 25 other sites from around the world in its watch program that identifies sites of great heritage value that are at risk. The World Monuments Fund and many others have noted that in addition to its design virtue, it is also a cherished public space that celebrates Ontario as it was explicitly designed to be, and that this public character is integral to its cultural heritage value. Ontario Place has also received the highest possible level of designation by the provincial government under the Ontario Heritage Act. That designation specifies that Ontario Place is, quote, one of the most important expressions of late 20th century modernism in the history of the province. And that level of designation comes with rules. Unfortunately, the provincial government's actions over the past 3 years have made clear that they view Ontario Place as a piece of waterfront property to be commercially developed, not as a heritage treasure to be protected. But the Ontario Heritage Act is clear that when it comes to sites like Ontario Place, the provincial government must act as a steward, not a developer. Specifically, it states, Ontario's cultural heritage resources belong to the present and future generations of Ontarians. Managing provincial heritage properties wisely is in the best interest of Ontarians. So how should the government, or the provincial government, wisely manage this site, and what have they done to date? Well, under the OHA, what they should have done first was to produce a strategic conservation plan, a legally required foundational document that is meant to guide all decisions about change and conservation at heritage sites. Instead, a call for development was issued in 2019. Its terms specifically stated that anything on the site could be demolished with the exception of the already leased Budweiser stage. After a public outcry, they backed off and agreed to protections for the Cinesphere, the Pods, and Trillium Park. But crucially, this ignores the fact that Ontario Place is a unified composition of architecture and landscape. You can't just carve it up and have it retain its value. A view of the Cinesphere framed by a 50-year-old weeping willow is not the same thing as a glimpse of it behind a hulking spa. Worse, they carved it up and handed it out before they had consulted anyone, including the City of Toronto, a part owner of the site. This tainted the whole process from the start by insisting that everyone accept the privatization of the site for Thermae, Live Nation, and the rest as a fait accompli. That's something ACO does not accept, and neither should this committee. This process has resulted in a scheme that clear-cuts a forest to build a convention center-sized spa right next to the Cinesphere and pods, dwarfing them. What would we think if other governments treated their iconic modern sites like this? What if in Australia, the city of Sydney decided to put an enormous spa in the park next to their opera house? What if in Toronto, we decided to build a condo tower on top of the skating rink at Nathan Phillips Square? It seems clear to us at ACO that the original vision of Ontario Place is still very much needed. A green place to enjoy the city views from the breakwater, swim from the Pebble Beach, wander in the trees on the West Island, see a film at the Cinesphere, go to a restaurant in one of the villages at the water's edge or in one of the spectacular pods. We urge the City of Toronto to refuse to participate any further in this irresponsible plan that will lead to a generational mistake, privatizing and irreparably damaging a cultural heritage treasure and cherished public place on our waterfront. And the city should certainly not agree to sell or swap its portions of the land to make this project possible. Especially not while this is an active issue in the mayoral campaign and a majority of candidates have taken a position on the issue that fundamentally oppose this scheme. Finally, I'd like everyone to try to think of another public site in Canada designed by Canadians that represents a more significant contribution to 20th century architecture and landscape design. And you can't pick Expo because it doesn't exist anymore. If you can think of one, ask yourself if you want to be part of a scheme to build a giant spa on top of it. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and your patience and your deputation. I'd like to go to the World Monument Fund. And can you tell us about the World Monument Fund and what position it's taken on Ontario Place in a little bit more detail?
I can, and I also have a copy of their Watch magazine if you want to have a look, which is every 2 years the World Monument Fund selects 25 sites from around the world to highlight sites that are of great heritage value and that are at risk. In 2020, when they became aware of the provincial government's plans and the request for application, they placed it in that program along with, let's see, along with what else was on it? Easter Island, I think, and Notre Dame. So I don't know, I don't want to give Thermae any ideas about their next location, but yeah, so that's the program that they included in. And the World Monuments Fund is one of the globally leading organizations for cultural heritage. I mean, the world is watching us. It's going to be seriously embarrassing if this goes forward.
And so say a little bit more about that at-risk definition and designation. What is the significance of that we should be aware of with, you know, that kind of level of attention and I guess sitting in that category?
Right. Well, what the World Monuments Fund does is they look around the world and they identify sites that are at risk for any number of reasons. It can be because of war. It can be because of damage, damage that is not going to be properly repaired. And very often it's the case that it can be because of governmental decisions that will do things like remove public sites into the private realm, sites where their heritage value is part of its public character is part of its heritage value. So yeah, that's I don't know if that answers your question, but essentially what they do is they just highlight some of the most important sites around the world that are at risk of being lost and then advocate with local organizations and globally to try and prevent that loss from happening.
I appreciate that. And I mean, that's a high level of importance, right, and attention. And I think that can't be lost as we move forward in the decision-making around this proposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further questions? No? Thank you so much. Next, we have Kyle Patrick Yanutsi. Kyle Patrick? No? Okay. Leslie Johnston? No? Anne Elizabeth Sampson? Yep, anywhere you like. Welcome.
Hi, thanks so much for having me today. It's my first time doing anything like this, so I'm a little nervous. I'm a resident of Toronto, an immigrant to Canada, a mom, an open water swimmer, a rower, and a rowing coach, and I've become an activist because I care about the world we're building. I know you're doing the official business of reviewing the application, and between the environmental and climate concerns, the enormous expense of the thing, the design, blah, blah, blah. Any of these issues are enough to make any of us pause. But what I want to ask you today is for a bigger, better vision for our city and our province and for the future of this amazing shared resource we have. And I'd like to do that by way of sharing a few thoughts. I've lived in downtown Toronto for 22 years, and I've raised my 3 teenagers here. And I've watched many new condo towers get built along our waterfront, Queen West and King West. I've watched Liberty Village spring up and provide vibrant downtown neighborhoods for thousands of people. But with all of that incredible development we've added to our city core, we've hardly added any additional green space for all these people to enjoy, to get in nature, to get out of their condos. We have a packed Trinity Bellwoods Park on a nice afternoon where you can hardly find a patch of grass to put your blanket. We've added some small areas here and there, but nothing really to address these massive needs. I've visited some great cities with great waterfront areas, places that have invested in public spaces, as we have in other parts of our waterfront. But these are like Trillium Park, Queens Quay, and many others, but these are small, slow and steady. Cities like Barcelona, which built an entire new beach or waterfront for its Olympics, San Francisco, which took a federal airstrip at Crissy Field and made it a wonderful beach and waterfront park, and Boston, which undertook the Big Dig to make it to improve access to the waterfront and instigated revitalizing the seaport. We need to extend our vision of what Toronto, Ontario's capital and largest city, could do with its own waterfront. I don't exaggerate when I tell you, and it sounds like some of my fellow speakers today, that during the pandemic, Lake Ontario saved my family. My 3 teenagers were in pretty bad shape in the early days. No activities, no school, no reason to get out of bed. They were listless on some days and raging on others. It's a story that many, many parents across this province can relate to. But we began to go to the lake. One of us took up rowing on the lake, another swimming in the lake. Yes, in March and April, and all of us going on long walks, putting our feet in the icy cold water at the beach at Ontario Place. And having this incredible resource allowed us short respite from monotonous days in front of screens. I am convinced that if this had not been available to us, if Ontario Place had not been available to us, the health of my family, the mental health of my children would not be as strong as it is today. And so I'm called to do everything I can to ensure this space remains open and available for everyone to use and enjoy. When I see the proposal that's before you, an enclosed, temperature-controlled glass behemoth that will require a steep price to enter, I'm horrified. I don't understand who this spa is for, nor who it will benefit. It's not Ontario taxpayers who are being asked to foot the bill and give away the land and access to the water without full information. We don't know where the money's coming from, where it will go, what we are getting from this plan other than a few meters of a path along the outer edge of a wall. Our beach will be gone or moved, the trees cut, and the connection to our actual lake severed. I've not found anyone, either in Toronto or outside, who would want to go to this spa, much less pay for it. Nor would other cities or towns stand for it on their waterfront. Imagine proposing this in Collingwood, on Georgian Bay, or in Ottawa along the river. The concept of wellness that's being pushed on us is not about truly being well. To stay well, we need nature, not imported palm trees. We need the sound of the waves and the wind and the birds, not techno music from a spa's DJ or ambient relaxation sounds. We need exercise, not sit around in a soaking pool with nary a swimming pool to be found. We need fresh air and a place to truly find some peace in our great city. We will not get any of this with this proposal. So I'm asking you today to just think about this application not as a development application, but as a vision being put forward for the kind of city and province we want to live in.
And Elizabeth, can I ask you to conclude now?
Oh, shoot, yes. This application has no vision other than to make someone somewhere money. It's not about what kind of place we want to be, and I'm asking you just to take a step back and think about what your vision would be.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Francesca Buanun. Hi, Francesca.
Hi, thank you. Also my first deputation, so I'm a little nervous. So good evening. I really wish that our meeting today was about Ontario Place and the amazing possibilities of a vibrant, accessible green space, maybe with opportunities for really unique placemaking for Toronto, supporting local business, acknowledging the waterfront's Indigenous heritage, and celebrating the water. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of the report before you. And I'm really grateful that it specifically outlines a whole raft of reasons why this proposal is totally wrong for Ontario Place. So I'm going to begin right at the proposed new entrance building to the West Island. City staff found that it prioritizes private uses and access. It acts as a barrier to direct pedestrian path for non-paying public who want to access. A branded ticket building is what future visitors will meet when they go to the lakeshore. And I think that really epitomizes this whole development application. So along the water's edge, there'll be increased parking to 2,800 spaces, mostly in a 5-story underground parking lot, to be paid for with public money at an estimated cost of $450 million. This city has one of the most ambitious targets in North America dedicated to climate strategy and resilience. So please help us understand where this has a place in that plan. The marketing of this project sells the creation of a wellness destination, but the proposal before you is really about destruction and loss, not creation. It would privatize actively used public land, require the cutting of hundreds of trees, and flatten parkland, all to be replaced by a 45-meter-high glass building home to a spa and water park. It's 65,000 square meters, and staff note they have not yet identified a solution for capacity for either water or sanitary servicing. It's really hard to consider this construction seriously when such a major structural issue was submitted unaddressed. The scale of this complex requires serious attention. The perimeter of the building, the report flags a path of 6 meters in some areas that won't accommodate large volumes of people. The extent of public space around the building is totally overwhelmed by, not in proportion to the tall building. This is a hostile structure at our waterfront. Because this building is so large, the public perimeter requires massive lake filling. It honestly inspires no confidence that this proposal is handing over public space in perpetuity to a company that markets itself as, quote, a catalyst for wider activities around biodiversity and urban greening, end quote. Yet here we are requesting an environmental assessment. I'm one of the thousands of people who use this park space frequently. It's obviously been embraced further during the pandemic. I have no connection to Ontario Place and the nostalgic history for many, but I absolutely love this space, and I don't think you have to have that history to see that it's well loved. I observe and record wildlife here, and it is an absolute sanctuary of nature during periods of the pandemic. I continue to witness the incredible diversity of urban wildlife. It really is a myriad of birds, insects, mammals, fish, and reptiles. I honestly wish I had 5 minutes just to talk about all the species of wildlife I have seen there. We could be fostering a healthier ecosystem within our urban green spaces. But for the species at risk on site, rather than facilitating or strengthening habitats, the mitigations for nest destruction and acceptance of habitat loss are baked into this proposal. Toronto was one of the first cities in Canada to receive bird-friendly city status from Nature Canada. A glass complex on the water's edge, the size of 7 football fields, will be an upsetting blight on that record. So why does it need to be here? Why are other sites not considered? This proposal claims 14,000 visitors on a peak day. What if it fails? Who is responsible? Therme has only been operating for, as far as I can see, over 2 decades. There is so much public money subsidizing all aspects of this construction. We're only compensating for how much it doesn't fit. Any tweaks that occur will ultimately not be enough to modify or change the foundation of the spa franchise's building. I don't think there's anything wrong with a spa or water park for people to visit, but it obviously shouldn't be here. Preserving public space, a critical link in Toronto's waterfront network, is honestly a strategic investment for the city and its environment. So if there's any interest in conserving Ontario Place as a green space that benefits public health, local ecosystems, and bolsters local business, remains openly accessible to everyone, it is simply not this development proposal. Please don't let the privatization of Ontario Place and the Lakeshore become a legacy of this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Next, we have Rick Amos. Rick? Feels like we're sort of in that last push of the marathon, right? Just keep going, guys. Okay.
I have to wear glasses to read, and otherwise you're all out of focus. My name is Rick Amos. I'm with the Westside Community Council, and I'm also with the board of the Parkdale Residents Association, and I'm glad to see so many Parkdalians wanting to speak about this. Thank you very much. I represent 13 residents associations around the catchment area of Exhibition Place, i.e. also Ontario Place. The property, Ontario Place, opened in 1971, is essential to the history and cultural character of all Ontarians and Torontonians. The loss of the West Island to private interests with a huge provincial subsidy is antithetical to its original mandate. These development applications have long-lasting impacts and repercussions on the city's waterfront to the west of the downtown core, specifically to Exhibition Place, Master Plan, to the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, and to the Western Waterfront Master Plan. At this stage in the process, not fully rationalized by the province, nor considered by the city, are the unknown last-mile transportation plans, impacts on grounds and existing tenants at Exhibition Place, or loss of public park space to the local residents surrounding these lands to the west, north, and east: Parkdale, Liberty Village, Fort York, City Place, Niagara. For these folks, the waterfront is their cottage country in an urban context. Ontario Place needs to be part of our waterfront parks network. The center island, or further afield, Chicago's waterfront or Stanley Park in Vancouver. There are unknown financial implications attributed to this development. What are the infrastructure costs to the city to bring sewage, water, and hydro to this site? What will be the impacts on transportation? What will be the environmental impacts of water filling on the West Island? These are many unanswered and unclear aspects of this application for this development to proceed and as it currently stands. The Westside Community Council does not support this official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment applications submitted by Infrastructure Ontario on behalf of the Ministry of Infrastructure for the development of this project. We request that the city deny this application and ask the province to go back to the drawing board and include robust public consultation regarding this 155-acre site at the foot of Exhibition Place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Rick, thank you for spending your day with us. Barb LaRocque. Oh, no, sorry, Steve Mann. Steve? Steve's not here. Okay, thank you. Barb LaRock? No? Arushi Nath? Arushi? Danielle Guevara? Hi, Danielle. Welcome.
Hi. Hello. My name is Danielle Guevara. I'm a professional lighting designer. I worked with the Canadian Opera Company from 2014 through 2022. Currently, I am continuing my studies in architectural lighting design with a focus on sustainability at the Toronto Metropolitan University. In 2020, I had the privilege of creating an art installation on the West Island at Ontario Place for the Winter Light exhibition. And as someone who has seen this site during the day and night, I know that this site is very special and is enjoyed by thousands of people. I am severely disappointed that the proposed developments at Ontario Place are privatizing our public land. This sets a dangerous precedent. Our waterfront should be accessible for all citizens and not just for an exclusive group of people who go to a spa. Ontario Place is part of our city's heritage, and the pandemic showed us how critical parks and green spaces are for our health and well-being, and they are worthy of protection. The proposed huge glass structures and mass amounts of glazing worries me. This spring marks my 3rd year volunteering as a bird rescue patroller for Flat Canada. I know firsthand this design will be lethal for many migrating species of birds and wildlife. Last year, FLAP volunteers recorded almost 5,000 collision records in the GTA. This is a drop in the bucket. A low estimate of 1 million birds die from window collisions in Toronto alone each year. Last September, the 2022 US State of Birds Report sent out a notice that 75% of bird populations are in decline. Conservation efforts are urgently needed. So the West Island is a refuge and home for barn swallows, which are a species at risk. They're important insectivores that control populations of insects. And for the swallows, the tall glass structures will be deadly. This species is very susceptible to collisions. Barn swallows will collide with these structures and they will die. 1.47 kilometers away is Hanlan's Beach. And this beach in 2022 had one of 5 nests of the critically endangered piping plovers. This species is critically endangered, but this nesting site has been proven to be successful for chicks. In fact, 2 of them made their first southern migration south, and hopefully they're on their way back. Both the barn swallow and piping plover are protected under the Provincial Endangered Species Act, the Federal Species Act at Risk Act, and the Migratory Bird Act. Any new buildings must consider the ecological sensitivity of the area, and this means realizing a sustainable design and significantly reducing the amount of glazing. City councillors, this is where I'm excited about revitalizing Ontario Place. But it requires proper consultation and environmental assessments. This is truly a unique opportunity to build something world-class. We have the chance to showcase what sustainable waterfront architecture and lighting really looks like and what it can be. City councillors, we need to build a beautiful legacy that we are proud of for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for coming this evening, and this afternoon, and this morning. Ken Ferguson. Ken? Hey.
I will try to be quick.
I appreciate it.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Ken Ferguson. Thank you for allowing me to speak. This is my first time being here, as others have also said. I've been living in the city since 2011, and like many Torontonians, I come from outside the city, from a small rural town in Ontario. There are countless people from other countries and other provinces that are also new Ontarians that make Toronto our home. And what's Toronto but made up of all different kinds of Ontarians? To everyone watching that doesn't live in Toronto, this is your city too. Toronto is our capital. It's where you go for the Jays, the Leafs, the Raptors. Toronto is all Ontarians' place, and Ontario Place is all of ours too. And the problems that we're facing are coming your way, as, for example, we've seen with housing prices exploding everywhere. Ontario Place was founded on the principles of being a space for all Ontarians, for giving us nature in our backyard. And I need to tell you, all Ontarians can't afford a $40 to $50 per person price tag for a private spa. This is the height of elitism that country and small town folks complain about. So why are we all okay with Doug Ford, this premier, a lot of you voted for, taking $650 million of your taxpayer money to support the so-called Toronto elite to get facials? And we already have spas in the downtown core and in lots of spaces in the city. Heck, Public Sweat was just on as a sauna experience in the downtown core. How would you feel if Ford put up a massive condo and private spa in your hometowns on the water edge or public beaches or in front of your cottages? That's what's happening to you in all of our space in Toronto right now. We don't need a mega spa that's going to kill birds with their unsafe glass and take our money. What we can do right now is walk the nature trails for free, go to dance festivals, go to concerts, go to food festivals, swim in the lake for free, enjoy nature for free, birdwatch for free, take our kids and friends to a space where it is green and they can run around for free. And with neighborhoods like Liberty Village with little green space, Ontario Place provides an escape. The forests around my small town where I come from and many counties around me have been devastated by the emerald ash borer. Many of these forest trees have been decimated. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see the forests of my childhood where I explored with my walking stick, built forts with my friends, and climbed them barely standing. Why, when our forests are in peril, is the Premier and his delegates so willing to chop down a forest in our province city? Why are families with children who explore and walk Ontario Place being given these gravel parks and cement parkettes with condos pushing ever closer to sidewalks and cutting down every mature tree and green space in sight and forcing people out of their homes as affordable housing is demolished for more condos? Are these the things you want in your communities, your own small towns, your own capital? I'm telling you right now that this is a precedent. If we allow this, and I'm talking to everyone in this province, not just Torontonians, what's to say he's not coming for your community's public park next? What's to say when he leaves power, another government isn't going to come and do the same thing, citing, well, Ford did it at Ontario Place. I encourage all of you who came, and I encourage all of you who are listening to write and call to your MPP and call Ford's office. Wait on the line, call back. I know politics is hard and stressful, but this is something we should all care about. Toronto is a place for all of us in this province. When you cheer for the Raptors, where do they play? Toronto. But how do we cheer? As a nation. When we cheer for the Jays, how do we cheer? As a nation. But I need to let you in on a secret. People call our province Ontarable and not Ontario. It's because of short-sighted monetary gains that this current Conservative government and other governments before have made this province a hub of suburban sprawl and highways, forever paving over our precious farmland, our marshes, our forests, our biodiversity. They are currently throwing so many terrible plans at us from the 413 to secretly taking away our protected green belt, and I know it's overwhelming. I see it in everyone's faces. We are tired. I've also got to tell you, people think this city is ugly. It's all just glass and concrete and gray is often what a lot of my family says when they come here, if they come here. Oh, and the traffic is awful. What are we going to do with a 5-story parking garage for the spa? Do you think that's going to help traffic in the city where we live or when we come in to watch a game? Cities can be stressful places, but they don't have to be. Our streets can be green, our parks are important. Ontario Place is a vital place to recharge and relax. Friends of mine with children and many other families and people use this space for walks. What country people do for exercise and to de-stress is they take walks in nature or their neighborhoods. It's no different here in this city, especially with families and with young kids. Why are we taking away Ontario Place for this? We are robbing the future for green space. Why is it that all the people that seem to support this online are rich people with private property and nice neighborhoods with mature trees and access to nature? One thing that was amazing about the pandemic was how many people got outdoors, explored parks, went to conservation authorities, went hiking. In Toronto, we could hear birds and smell flowers because noise pollution was way down, and so was air pollution. Despite there being very necessary reasons for lockdowns at times, we are still dealing with the after effects of this. I have talked to friends, and we are all relearning how to socialize. Basic things like using elevators in office towers again, who we can reach out to, how we are rebuilding our relationships, and how we can process our feelings. When Lakeshore was closed along the waterfront, thousands of people went biking biking, rollerblading, skating, and running. We had such a healthy city. Bike lanes expanded and got fast-tracked, and cycling use exploded. Bike shops sold out all over the city. Coming to cities can be exciting, but they can also be stressful. However, they don't...
Ken, I really hate to do this, but you're at your 5 minutes, okay?
Okay.
So just one last sentence, and not a lot of subordinate clauses.
The only thing that I wanted to say is over the past 3 years, I've had 2 friends die of overdoses and 1 of suicide. And green spaces are essential to our mental health. And the only thing that I can think of is if we preserved more of these spaces and I had had a talk with these guys, maybe they'd still be around.
Thank you very much, Ken. No questions? Okay. Kathy McDonald. Kathy's online. Kathy. There you are. Oh, your microphone, Kathy. Kathy, your microphone.
Okay, got it.
Okay, good. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So, so at this time, I'm speaking as chair of the Federation of North Toronto Residents Associations as their co-chair. We, like other residents of the city, see Ontario Place as an iconic waterfront park, and many of us have visited many times in the past. The staff report is excellent in providing an excellent background of the issues and context and the proposals. Yes, Ontario Place needs updating, but not as a huge private water place and a huge parking garage. How do these celebrate Ontario? We need better transit, not a huge parking garage. And we need a transit plan that is provided and integrated through Exhibition Place as well. We agree with Ontario Place for All that this is not the vision we have for Ontario Place. I noticed that Therme seems to agree. A recent ad for Therme focused on the iconic Cinesphere and park that we've known and loved, and seems to hide any new pieces behind trees. City Council must not support this application. We must find better solutions for Ontario Place. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for sticking with us and sharing your thoughts. We have a few more. Lizelle Samuel. Hi, Lizelle.
Tired, so I'm not going to say how are you. Thank you all for this opportunity to come and express what we'd like to do with Ontario Place and Ontario Place for All. Thank you for having this so I can come and reshare my opinion. Ontario Place. Well, first of all, Ani, which is Indigenous for hello. And we always say Toronto or Ontario is very multicultural, but there's one culture that is always missing, and that's the Indigenous. This is their land, but nobody knows anything about them. They're destroying the trees, they're destroying their habitat. Basically, they want them to die out. Ontario Place, I'd like to see it turned into an Indigenous historical site. The Indigenous community is the only community, basically, without any main area. So if I want to learn about the Inuit, the Métis, or the First Nations, where do I go in Toronto or in Ontario? Toronto, I can tell you where the Greeks are. I can tell you where the Asian community is, Italian. Where's Indigenous? They're scattered all over the city and you hardly even see them. Again, they don't want to be seen, they don't want to be heard. Everybody's talking about saving the environment. Who better would take care of it than the people who were looking after Canada for the longest time, and nobody listened to them. And now what's happened? Changing the infrastructure because it's tearing apart. Each group, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, can own part of Ontario Place. We can give the Inuit, they have the Sinosphere. It already looks like an igloo. Light it up at night in nice crystal blue, makes you feel like you're up north. Then you have the Métis and First Nations. They can all rebuild that area the way their culture was and in their eyesight. We can have, they're talking about Indigenous youth who have the highest rate of suicide. Why is that? Because they have nothing that they see that represents them. They're losing their culture, their language, and it's really sad to see how Canada is treating the Indigenous people who this is their land we're living on. So I'd like to see Ontario Place turned into an Indigenous historical site. We can have a building that's designated for residential schools to actually teach the true history of what happened, how the Indigenous people lived before the Europeans came in, and what the consequences of that was. They're not lazy, drunken people. Lazy people for fighting for their land for how many hundreds of years is not lazy. You want to save the waterways? Hey, why not have canoe rides for tourists out into the lake? That sounds like a great idea. Have a building where it teaches arts and crafts, dance. I think children would love stuff like that, especially now when kids are all mixed together and wanting to learn about each other's culture. Let everybody learn about the truth of Indigenous people, the land they're living on, and learn to respect that. I have been part of Native Women's Resource Center at Sherbourne and Girard since the early 2000s. I've learned a lot from them. I'm good friends with Elder Joanne Dallaire, who happens to be, I'm sure some of you know who she is. She lives right up the street from me now. Everywhere I go, she's there. She said she has her eagle eyes on me. So I hope you're watching now, Joanne. But I've learned a lot about the Indigenous culture and how very similar it is to my culture, being a Black person. Very similar, and the way we've been treated is very similar. And I like to stand up to them because they open their arms to me. I thought because I'm not Indigenous, they're not gonna invite me in to Native Women's, but they did. They opened their arms to me. They taught me a lot. I appreciate it, and I'm not gonna turn my back on them. I think this is something a lot of us would love to see happen. Everything is multicultural. Everybody has their own area except the Indigenous people. Tourists, this would be a great area for tourists. So Indigenous youth can work there. It can make the Indigenous community feel like they own something again. So basically, that is all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for coming and sharing your thoughts with us.
Chimigwech, thank you.
Dan Bowman.
That's me, Bowman.
Bowman, sorry, Dan.
You were close. Thank you so much. So I'm here to represent Swim OP, Swim Ontario Place. We are over 1,400 people who swim at Michael Hoff Beach year-round, yes, right? Even through the howling snowstorms, we go in the water. So we are the people that are there, day in, day out. We have boots on the ground or fins in the water. I live in the West End. I'm a video producer. We use the existing Michael Hoff Beach daily, through all seasons. Yes, even when it's cold, when it's warm, whatever. We've been doing so since long before the pandemic. We're deeply concerned about the proposed privatization of our waterfront by a foreign multinational corporation. With climate change already a reality, it's vital that the city preserve this waterfront as a public space. Unlike a mega spa, this beach has a carbon footprint of 0. It's perfect just as it is. Don't listen to them saying that it's run down and it's prone to flooding and it has only a 50-year design life. Not true. No such thing as a beach with a 50-year design life. It doesn't exist. It's downtown's Toronto's only beach, and it's super clean because it's pebbles. The water ratings we've been getting from swim drink fish are close to 0 or 1 part per million. It's exceptional. And it's south-facing. It's beautiful. It's a microclimate. It's like being at the ocean. It's spectacular. And it's sheltered by 850 mature trees, all of which are on the chopping block. They are to be replaced, well, you've heard how many football fields, 13 stories high, palm trees inside. Yes, it's not a bad joke. It's true. There's no telling how high the winds will be once that glass dome creates wind shear. We have no way to predict that. This is an absurd waste of resources and a huge loss of public space with a massive carbon footprint in 2023. What is going on? The beach they are proposing to build instead of our beloved Michael Hoff Beach is on the west side of the West Island. It's right in the armpit of the breakwall next to a combined sewer outlet, and we've talked to Infrastructure Ontario, and they think maybe they can sort that out within 2 years. But there's no guarantees. And it's right next to the Garden Expressway, the lakeshore, the noise pollution, the all kinds of automobile pollution. It's at the end of an artificial cove which will trap debris, because don't forget the wind is prevailing westerly. And why is Therme allowing this to happen? Because they've got a sealed glass wall. You're not going to be able to go from a spa into the lake. You have to go back around to the entrance. There's a glass wall preventing it. So Therme doesn't have any skin in the game. They don't have any idea of how they want to keep the water clean because it doesn't matter to them. In fact, it's advantageous for them if it's not so nice. As long as it looks nice through the glass, they're good. It turns its back on the lake. They're effectively turning visitors away from the lake in order to keep them within the privatized confines of their artificial spa zone. The spa would merely use the lake as a visual backdrop. This is privatization by stealth. Is it a 99-year lease? We don't know. 49? Perpetuity? They won't tell us. Infrastructure Ontario won't tell us. Therme won't tell us. We just don't know, and it's our money. Ontario Place does not need to be re-engineered. Infrastructure Ontario has continually used words like obsolete, run down, prone to floods, but all it needs is a little bit of TLC, a little bit of maintenance. My house suffers from a bit of deferred maintenance. The walkway is cracked. The house could use a lick of paint, but I'm not going to tear it down and replace it with a giant monster home. I'm just going to spruce it up. I respectfully suggest that Infrastructure Ontario should consider a more fiscally realistic plan. Now, if 10%, they've told it, you heard them say here, 10% of the people are going to come by car. And we know the maximum occupancy at any one time is 7,000 people. So let's do the math. If every single person that was driving there drove alone to the spa, that would be 700 cars. So why do we need 2,000 additional spots at a public cost of $500 million? And this will in turn lead to induced car demand. Remember those summer weekends when they closed the lakeshore and you could cycle? That's never going to happen again. If Therme gets their way, that will never happen again. Okay, sorry, I'm a little passionate. I get a little excited. But I'm done. That's the good news. Thank you to the chair, committee, and council. We'll be watching your votes. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dan? No? Dan? Thank you. Stephanie Solterman. Hi, Stephanie. Okay. Go ahead.
Let me just... I might have to give up on that. Yeah, I might just give up on that. Okay. Thank you so much for having me. So I want to kind of bring a slightly different perspective to Ontario Place. I grew up in Peterborough, Ontario. My parents were both born in Toronto, but so we'd come here to visit family, and I didn't grow up here. So my memories of Ontario Place are driving past it in the car and asking my parents if we could go because it looked so cool, and my parents saying we couldn't afford to go. So the reason I say this isn't to, bring pity or anything like that. It's because often, even today, Infrastructure Ontario and the applicants were talking about the precedent that was set, that it was ticketed entry was originally part of it, and therefore ticketed entry should be fine now. And I think that that's wrong for a couple reasons. Obviously, one is the original Ontario Place wasn't affordable for everybody. So that's just not true. The new place does not appear to be affordable. And the city itself is much different now than when that was built. The density's increased. The parks, they're not keeping pace with the density. What would have been considered a front lawn of an apartment building is now considered a brand new park. And it's just not the same way to escape in nature. So that's one of the things that I wanted to cover. The other thing that they talk about is they make it sound like the existing Ontario Place is this awful wasteland that's completely underdeveloped and nobody uses. And if you're familiar with the John Candy movie, The Great Outdoors, when John Candy is sitting on the deck with Dan Aykroyd, and he's saying, "Look at the trees, what do you see?" And Dan Aykroyd's rhyming off all the ways he could make money off the trees. To me, that's how Infrastructure Ontario is looking at this land. And that's a problem. It doesn't consider what the citizens of Toronto need. It doesn't consider what the province needs, or even Canada as a whole. They made reference today to talking about that we don't really need another waterfront park. I don't even know how that came to their minds, to be honest. During the pandemic, as many of us have said, but it is worth repeating, that was a lifeline for myself and many other people. At the beginning of the pandemic, I was single and incredibly isolated because I followed all the rules. So the only time I could see a smile or hear nature was going there. I don't have a balcony. I don't have windows that give you airflow. And they closed the roofs because of pandemic lockdown rules. So the only way that I could be in nature and not surrounded by too many people was walking to Ontario Place. During the pandemic, that's actually when I first started swimming in Pebble Beach. And I remember, and actually a couple places in Trillium you're not maybe supposed to swim. And yes, I learned that the hard way. But I've taken people that are from Ontario but not from downtown Toronto there when they're coming here for other events. And I think a lot of people outside of Toronto and even in Toronto don't realize what a gem it currently is. And the people that do realize it, I think a majority are so busy trying to keep pace with the affordability crisis that they don't even have time to check the news to realize that this is even going on, to fight for it. So when we started today at 12:30, there was about 50 of us here, and obviously that has minimized down given that we're in a later hour of the day. But all that to say, I think that the faces you're seeing here are just a small fraction of the people that really care about this space. And I just hope that you can keep them in mind as well, even though they can't be here. I want our future Ontario Place to learn from the past in the sense that it should actually be affordable for everybody. I would love to see the land largely remain similar to what it is as a park with the history of being an amusement park. Maybe just refurbishing and restoring some of the architectural heritage. But I would love to see it stay largely similar to what it is myself. And I'm really hoping that it stays the park that it became in 2012 when Ontario Place as a business or whatever closed. And I just want to see if I missed anything. But I look like
Got about 5 seconds, Stephanie.
So I'm hoping that you'll do everything you can to block the spa, protect the place for our use. Thank you so much.
Any questions? No? No questions? Stephanie, thank you for waiting it out. Okay, are there any other members of the public who wish to make a deputation on this item? Please, no. Okay, so that concludes the deputations. Thank you all so much. We will now go to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Malik.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it, and thank you to my community council colleagues as well. We're all here together. So I will start with my questions to staff. I have a number of them, but hopefully we can get through them efficiently. My first question is, when the province announced its plan to redevelop Ontario Place in 2018, the city took some important steps to consult the public on the vision and principles for any redevelopment, including forming a subcommittee here at Toronto and East York Community Council. Can you briefly outline the steps that were taken and the results of that process?
Through the chair,
In January of 2019, the Government of Ontario announced its intent to release an expression of interest to seek development concepts for Ontario Place. In advance of the expression of interest release, Toronto and East York Community Council established a subcommittee on Ontario Place. The purpose of the subcommittee was to solicit feedback from the public regarding their views and thoughts on the future of Ontario Place and on the future redevelopment of the site. The subcommittee held a public meeting on March 5th of 2019. Approximately 34 speakers provided input during the meeting, and the committee received 28 written submissions. Staff reported back on the substance of the public's comments at the April 24th, 2019 Toronto East York Community Council meeting. The staff report summarized the public deputations from the meeting and set out principles to guide the city in its discussions with the province regarding the revitalization of Ontario Place. After assessing the feedback from the public, city staff proposed that the core principles outlined in the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan were an appropriate framework to guide revitalization of Ontario Place, and it was recommended that these principles be refined based on the input received from the public at the community meeting. Those principles were outlined in the recommendations of the report, and just quickly to go through them, they are removing barriers, making connections, building a network of spectacular waterfront parks and open spaces, promoting clean and green environment, and creating dynamic and diverse new communities. Based on the input received from the public, 2 additional principles were adopted: openness and transparency in decision-making and responsiveness to the broader community. As noted, the staff report expanded on the principles in the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan in that report, and recommended that those be used as guiding principles for the city in its review of the Ontario Police redevelopment. That recommendation was adopted by Community Council.
Very much. That's really helpful. And I guess my next question is around these council-endorsed principles that were guide to evaluate, I guess, by the city, any development proposal that was coming forward. And so for this development application, in which ways has the application met or fallen short of meeting the goals of these principles?
Through the chair, the guiding principles that my colleague Dan introduced were generally based on the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan, which is a guiding document in how staff are reviewing the application. And so of those guiding principles, the application as we see it now does meet several of them in terms of waterfront access and improving trails such as the Martin Goodman Trail. So it does meet some of the objectives in those guiding principles. The application in front of us does not yet meet and satisfy a number of those principles, and that includes challenges around the entry building located on the mainland and the location acting as a barrier to direct public access to the waterfront. And so that's speaking to the removing barriers guiding principle. There's also a need to prioritize transit and active transportation on the site, and that speaks to the clean and green environment guiding principle. And finally, this idea that comes forward in the guiding principle is that redevelopment must work with this unique waterfront location. And that to staff reviewing the application means there's a unique public realm and heritage consideration happening on the site, and the designs need to respond to that. There are challenging wind conditions, and public realm programming and landscape need to respond to those wind conditions and create the most comfortable conditions possible for pedestrians. So that's a few of the guiding principles that we're looking at so far.
Thank you very much. My next question is around the proposal's requirement that for, I guess, additional significant significant lake fill to accommodate the size of the thermal facility. Can you tell us what proportion of the existing West Island is covered by the footprint of the spa as is proposed right now?
Through the chair, we don't have the overlay information in front of us, but we can tell you that the footprint of the thermal proposal on the West Island is 37,800 square meters. And that the footprint of the existing West Island as it is today is 57,000 square meters, depending on where you draw the boundary.
Thank you very much. So can you, I guess, give us a a top line of what staff's issues are with the location, height, and massing of the proposed entrance building?
Through the chair, from a height and massing perspective, the entrance building is 26 meters in height as proposed, and is the predominant feature one would see upon arriving at the west entrance and the west gateway to Ontario Place. So staff are looking for the entry building to be less impactful in its size and to be read as an inviting and public gateway to Ontario Place. Connected to that entry building in terms of height and massing is this idea of the connecting bridge from the mainland to the West Island. That bridge, the height of that bridge, the materials involved, and the fact that it's a multi-story structure has some impacts to views from the Martin Goodman Trail from the west to the core heritage area of the Pods, Sinisphere, and Michael Huff landscape. And so we're looking at the impacts of that bridge structure as it connects to the entry building as something that we're concerned about, and it's something we've voiced those concerns with the applicant and have been the applicant team and Infrastructure Ontario and have been working actively with them. In terms of the location of the building, excuse me, the location of the building currently prioritizes private uses and acts as a barrier to a direct pedestrian path for the non-paying public accessing the waterfront. So as a non-paying user, to access the waterfront, the water's edge coming down through Exhibition Place, you would have to walk around that entrance building in order to access for a non-paying user. So that's something that we've been flagging in terms of where that location is and what's a direct and legible pedestrian path to the non-paying public wanting to experience the waterfront.
So building on that, how does the planned public realm around the perimeter of the building meet our standards for development of a continuous waterfront promenade?
Through the chair, as I had mentioned before, we're relying on the Central Waterfront Secondary Plan as our key document guiding the review. The policies in the plan emphasize pedestrian priority design and comfort. So the issues identified are related to a number of what we call pinch points for the proposed public realm on the West Island, where it seems narrow in relation to the size of the building. So these areas present a number of interrelated issues. The first is connectivity. So our policies tell us that the paths to move around Ontario Place need to be pedestrian priority and move pedestrians around comfortably and safely with the expected volumes that we're anticipating to see here, as well as crush capacity from events. And we have questions around the width of the proposed path, which is 6 meters in some places and it widens out in others. We have questions around the width of the path and the lack of secondary paths to move around the island. So that's the first piece around connectivity. The second piece is around the size and overall generosity of the public realm. Our policies tell us that the publicly accessible spaces need to be generous and inviting, and the width and size of the public realm in several places, not everywhere, may not create a comfortable pedestrian experience in relation to the tall building walls and the overall scale of the proposed building on the West Island.
Councillor Malik, before you go any further, I'm just going to step in for a minute. So we've done something new and unique today. We have overrun the length of the WebEx link. So actually we will in about 4 minutes. So the magical mystery staff over here who can do things that are beyond my technical competence are going to bring another link in and somehow transfer the meeting over to that one precisely at 9 o'clock. So I am proposing to let them give them room to do that work, that the rest of us break until 9:05, stretch our legs, get oxygen into our brains. 9:05. I know that y'all want to get home, and I appreciate that, but I, for one, if I don't move and stretch my legs, I will start speaking in tongues and be unable to run the meeting coherently. So we'll reconvene here at 9:05 sharp. Okay? Thank you.